very, very pleasant conditions, particularly this morning. And we've got an Essex side that has been strengthened, I think it's fair to say, by the return of some senior players. We've got Simon Harmer back in. We've got Charlie Allison, and we've got Shane Snater with Jamie Porter sitting out. 3 changes altogether, with Zaman Akhtar, Mitch Colleen also missing out on this game. So it's Thane, Benkenstein, Wesley, Allison, Critchley, Roloffson, Harmer, Snater, Mackenzie Jones. He's been impressive with the ball. Fernandes, he'll probably bat a bit higher than that, and Charlie Bennett. Essex winning the toss and batting first. It is going to be Thane and Benkenstein. I thought, still of the opinion actually, that you could actually open with Wesley or Critchley, but it is still very much in form Thane, who's going to face the first ball and play a pleasant drive up to mid-off, having just made his first century for the side at Wednesday, on Wednesday at Arundel. A lovely place to get your maiden 100.
Absolutely right. And the one change for Hampshire, the man bowling at the moment, Kyle Abbott, he comes in for Petrie. But yeah, Noah Thane, what a magnificent. He's averaging, 72 in his 3 matches so far?
Yeah, I think the question with Benkenstein is could Essex get more out of him if he's batting a bit further down the order? That's the only reason for suggesting the change. Anyway, Kyle Abbott bowling, and that's run down towards third man, and they're going to get a single. So first run for Essex, who won the toss and chosen to bat. They batted first at Arundel. Probably should have made about 20 odd runs more than they did. There was no real acceleration in the innings until the last over, went for 18. But so they'll take that on board and make sure that they don't get too stuck today. Kyle Abbott, of course, one expects to be a difficult man to get away. Short mid-wicket in as well as a slip. That's a nice stroke from Benkenstein, but straight to mid-wicket. So Essex do have Charlie Allison back from the Leeds Sunrisers, or Sunrisers Leeds, I think they are officially.
Right.
But I've already sort of thought this morning, given the discussion about that franchise name, that by the time he gets back to them, they might have been renamed the Northern Sunrisers, which I think would be a name that would have less concerns about inter-town rivalries in Yorkshire. That's a lovely shot. That's a good start from Benkenstein. Maybe this might be his day. Pick that up on length and hit it away over mid-on for 4. Yes, there's a lot of rivalry in Yorkshire, isn't there? And that might be one of the reasons the crowds are down a little bit there. But it's nice that they've released Charlie Allison, because any players that are released to the One-Day Cup is a good bonus for the competition. Ed Barnard got 100, didn't they? And we had Dylan Pennington being released. And the problem for Hampshire, I'm sure they've made inquiries, but my gut feel about Hampshire in this competition, they've been brilliant in the last 4 seasons at getting out of the group. Whatever the 100 has thrown at them in terms of call-ups, they've been able to deal with. They have 9 call-ups altogether, including Weatherly. I don't think we included Weatherly in the list we gave on last Sunday, so that means that only Surrey have more. But their seam bowling resources have been just stripped away by the 100 call-ups. And just the gut feeling is that, with Weatherly gone as well, it really has given them a few problems. But obviously they're doing the best they can. Like Essex, they have a win and 2 defeats, which is a very important game for both sides, because whoever loses it will have to win all the remaining games, and then even that might not be enough. But we'll look more at the table in just a moment. It's 5 without loss, with Thane 1 and Benkenstein 4. Yes,
it's an interesting one, isn't it? They both had, in the last matches, they both scored 300, these 2 teams, and managed to lose. So it's going to be interesting to see how the batting and indeed the bowling, more importantly, goes today. Well, it's Ollie Williams who made his debut in this competition to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's played all 3 matches.
Yeah, 19 years old, and very much come up through the region. Born in Salisbury, educated in Andover and Winchester, so very much in the Hampshire catchment area.
Absolutely.
And he's come through with a second team and got his chance in the competition this year.
It's taken a wicket a match so far. That's decent carry through to the wicket-keeper. But a good leave from Noah Thane, who must be seeing the ball like a football after his 3 innings so far.
Yeah, great for him to be able to follow up that good start. 70 odd he made in the first game with that 100, 102.
And 40 in the middle game against Derbyshire last time here.
So for him, certainly the opener role has really worked.
Just flicks it into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. It's tidy stuff so far from Williams.
Yeah, 216 runs, and you add those 3 together, coming into this match. So 217 now, and not surprisingly, it's him and Wesley who are the early pacemakers in the leading run scorers for Essex.
Yeah, decent, having an average of 72 after 3 games. Oh, and there's a big inside edge, and that didn't miss the wicket-keeper by much. It's 4 runs, but the wicket-keeper threw himself. I don't know if it actually touched his fingertips as it went through. We'll just watch this again. Didn't quite got a hand on it, did he, the keeper, in the end?
It's interesting from Williams, a bit of movement there, a good bit of carry.
And in fact, it's gone down as 4 byes, so he didn't actually get an inside edge at all. So safely done. Not timed on this occasion by Thane. Back to the bowler, and continues to impress. But the movement he got was considerably sharp on that ball that went for byes, because I'd assumed it had got a little inside edge, but it was actually just all down to the bowler.
Williams keeping his place in the side despite the return of Kyle Abbott.
Yes. This is launched one-handed for 6. Well, that is a shot from Noah Thane. He'd looked very difficult to get away up until that point, Williams. But he finished with only one hand on the bat. This is launched, rather raced through. That looks like a nice film from the 1920s, that particular replay.
Yes, I wonder if this pitch is going to be a little bit easier for scoring than the one we saw last Sunday, which was quite tricky, wasn't it, for most of the time?
Indeed. That is a very nice straight drive. Kyle Abbott looked at it, but knew he wasn't going to get there. And at 39, I think you're allowed to do that. And what had been a really, really, really good over goes for 10 off the bat in the final 2 balls, and goes in the end for 14.
Yeah, so in this group, we've got Middlesex flying along. They haven't played him last week. 12, maximum 12 from 3. Yorkshire, 12 from 4, looking pretty strong, has to be said. Kuldeep Yadav, of course, is coming to Chelmsford, one would imagine, in a week or so, part of their team. Durham, 12 from 3. That fantastic victory against Glamorgan after Ben Stokes had gone first ball. Will Rhodes getting a great 100. And then we've got Worcestershire 8 from 3. The holders who are coming here on Sunday, so that's going to be a very big game. But the early signs, looking at those 4 teams and the way they're playing, is that there's a fair chance that whoever finishes 3rd might have 6 wins, as was the case last year, which means this game is particularly important because the loser is going to be in a spot of bother. Both these sides, 4 points from 3 games. Glamorgan have 4 from 4. Sussex, after that win on Wednesday, 2 from 4, and Derbyshire yet to get off the mark. It's a fine shot. I tell you what, he's started quite well here, Benkenstein. It's a bit short of runs, but he's played a couple of really nice strokes on Wednesday. Maybe it's his Derbyshire yet to get off the mark. Turn to find a shot in on the runs, because they've been a bit elusive so far, but you can find ways of getting out cheaply as an opener, who's sort of looking to get established in the Royal Miss competition this season, and that was a fine shot down the ground. That's good. A typical response from Kyle Abbott.
What a beauty that was. Just look at the way it climbed and moved away from the bat. That's an absolute jaffer.
Hampshire having to ration Kyle Abbott's appearances in this competition because he's going to be so important to them in the run in the championship, where all the games are going to be packed together. It's going to be quite something for him to be able to play all of those, but obviously Hampshire will want him to play as many as possible.
Yeah, this is just his second match in the competition this year.
He's still very kindly thought of by Essex supporters after his hugely significant contribution in a particular championship match between Hampshire and Somerset in 2019. Only got, I think it was 17 wickets, and effectively, given the rain at Taunton the following week, settled the championship. And much talk of him being Essex honorary player of the month for September. I don't know if has he collected his award, his virtual award yet? That's the thing. That was some season, 2019.
Really good response this from Abbott, hasn't it, after that lacerating four.
But looks like we've got a fresh pitch, and it's got not much green in it. It looks a pretty good wicket here at Chelmsford, as you'd expect. It's interesting, one or two grounds, obviously, particularly the out grounds, just struggling a little bit with this consistent heat and lack of moisture.
Well, we noticed the other day even fielding here is difficult. The ball can spit and bounce in ways it wouldn't normally do.
So, decent start for Essex, winning with toss and batting. So, I say an important game this, because they're not out. Indeed, Hampshire are not out should they lose today, but leaving themselves an awful lot to do in what is looking, despite Lancashire and Somerset being, Lancashire and Notts in particular being very impressive in the other group. It just feels this is the stronger group of the two. Good contest between Lancashire and Notts at the new ground in Preston, which has been very well attended, and that was a good game yesterday, which in the end Lancashire ended Notts' 100% start.
That should and is be a wide. Should be and is a wide. Let's get my English in the right order, shall we?
So you look at the seam. The big problem, obviously, Weatherly's late call-up was a real nuisance from a Hampshire point of view, and the fact they haven't been able to get any players back yet. You get the feeling some of the franchises might be more willing to release players than others. There may be a pattern that emerges over the next week or so.
Better ball from Williams, but driven straight to cover. No run. These two against Derbyshire, it's been good to see them this morning because they played some good shots early on, but failed on many occasions to actually pierce the ring of fielders. Whereas this morning they seem to have found the gaps already, but not on that last occasion. Again, the hand comes off the bat.
Yeah, you look at how he's got on Benkenstein. Obviously, Benkenstein and Thane, a bit of a contrast. We've mentioned Thane. I mean, Benkenstein 13, 23 and 0. So, yeah, you can get starts and get out very cheaply. Of course, at the start of an innings in any format.
And that may just beat the fielder, and it is now tough to try and stop the ball. And the ball, oh, that is a brilliant stop, is it? Yes, it is. What a fantastic piece of fielding. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's a good effort down there, and it's Ali Orr. Good to see him on the field, because he's had not so many injury problems, of course, in his time with Hampshire.
He throws himself around like that.
Such a promising player still.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Nick. And his record is just astonishing when you look at his numbers. Oh, and this is up in the air. Is it safe? It isn't. Oh, it is. It is safe. It's been dropped. I'm sure that that Andrew Neil had got there and had held on to it. And then the ball crept out Sharma. And it was just crept out from under him, didn't it?
He made a good effort to get in there, actually Sharma, but couldn't quite hang on to it. Quite a lot of ground to cover.
It's safe.
That was, well, in the end, quite well placed.
It isn't. Oh, it is.
For all the world, it might be falling out there.
Yeah, it was harder than it was also. You watched the close up there, and it was a harder catch. He did well to get there. You're absolutely right, Nick, and that's nicely just flicked into the leg side. One, just the one.
So really pleasant conditions at the moment. We're expecting, I think, mid-20s. You know, you look at a weather forecast and it's, a week's time it might start raining and then it changes again.
Exactly.
And it's just in the forecast for the next couple of weeks, and the complete lack of rain is a bit of a worry. But I think it's sort of gradually going to start getting warmer again, and but very, very pleasant conditions and a good crowd in, I think, Guy, as well, for particularly members, and maybe even slightly more than last Sunday on the public side as well.
Yeah, no, I think it is a bigger crowd than last Sunday, and there are more people continuing to appear. Bit of a delay while we get everybody back in their correct fielding positions. And there's another very good looking straight drive, and even Ali Orr won't be able to drag that one back in. And they have started very brightly indeed, but it doesn't look like a bowler's paradise out there.
Looks a pretty good pitch, doesn't it? And I think Essex will already be thinking they're going to need more than the 316 they got on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Hampshire might just view this as we're going to keep them down to what we can, and then we might sort of fancy our chances chasing on this. But it looks a good pitch.
Looks a 350er, doesn't it?
Yes, and all credit to the ground staff at the moment around the country. It must be pretty difficult, all the work they've got to do with one of the key elements when you're dealing with any sort of turf is moisture, and there's obviously none around. But the square, certainly the square looking in pretty good condition here.
Yeah.
I've seen outfields looking worse than this.
Yes, quite.
Sorry, Arundel looked an absolute picture on Wednesday. Very warm conditions, of course, but I know there was a good few from Essex who went to the game.
I think Dick Davis.
Yes, he was. He actually planned a holiday around it, which is quite sensible. But Sussex haven't got a good record in white ball cricket recently against Essex, so at home, I think particularly. So did okay, of course, when they came in the T20 here. It's a fine shot. Benkenstein is looking better today. He's played a few really nice shots, and once that was past cover, it was always going to go for four, and it went across the outfield like lightning.
Yeah, he gave the half chance, didn't he? But apart from that, he's looked in very good nick indeed.
Essex, I think, sensing the importance of this game.
Yes.
Bringing back the cavalry, if you like. Although Jemmy Porter quite reasonably rested because it's 3 games in 5 days. So there's going to have to be a bit of a rotation there. That's a good reply from Abbott. Quite a tough ask, actually, 3 games in 5 days in these conditions. But that's what Essex have dealt with at the moment. At least 2 of them are at home.
I suppose back in the day, though, you'd have been playing county championship matches at this stage. So you'd have been playing 4 days straight.
Yeah, and probably in the Benson and Hedges Cup in the old days might have been 3 games in 5 days. But
60 overs?
Probably. For 60 overs was different because it was knockout, of course.
That's right, yes, you're absolutely right.
Still quite a big ask. I was even thinking, do we need to start at 11 o'clock? We'd actually start a bit early because it's probably cooler at 10:30 in the morning than it is at 6 in the evening.
Yes, that's the thing I've really noticed. Is it gets hotter and hotter as the day goes on. Yeah.
So nicer for the players and the spectators, but they have a thing about not starting before 11 o'clock unless it's September.
Yes.
Which I don't quite understand. .38 for no wicket. 5th over, good start for Essex. They won the toss. That's a little bit more fortuitous. And just going to be the one run. It stopped at third man. But not too much for Kyle Abbott to work with here, apart from using all his expertise. Will the theory that Essex always, or Hampshire always stay up in the championship with Kyle Abbott in the side, which has been a personal theory of mine for a few years. Will that stand up this time? We'll see, as long as he keeps fit. Yeah, they've not been, I can't think they've been relegated from Division 1 while he's been with them. He's such a terrific bowler. And if they do stay up, I'm sure he's going to play quite a big part in that once the fixtures resume. At least they've given themselves a bit of a chance with that victory over Sussex just before the white ball break. 39 for no wicket, but it is a good start for Essex. And the key thing is that both openers here are going well. Thane 18 and Benkenstein 16. Thane, of course, full of runs. Benkenstein just looking to make sure he gets a start and can carry on.
Yeah. Well, after those two rather expensive opening overs, Ollie Williams is hoiked out of the attack and James Fuller comes in. Only played the one match again this season, but has a pretty good record, 89 wickets at 32 in list day, 3 4-wicket hauls, a 5-wicket haul. So a handy man to just suddenly be brought into the attack, but like a few of the Hampshire players, north of 35, 36 now.
A real mixture of great experience in the attack,
yes,
and considerable youth. It is an interesting point of discussion. I say they haven't, I don't know to what extent there have been discussions, but they haven't been able to get some of their younger players back from the 100 yet. I'm sure they'll still be working on it, but an interesting discussion really is the likes of Lumsden and Mays in particular. I would have added Charlie Allison had he not been released for this game, and Eddie Jack perhaps as well. You wonder whether, you know, at their stage of their career, they're better off actually playing than sort of just being part of a squad. You know, in terms of whether they are going to get a game in the 100 or how many games they'll get in the 100, would they actually be better off, you know, playing some cricket? Sporting
wise, almost certainly. But
yeah,
if you want the deposit on your house.
Well, of course, they still, even though they get Charlie Allison, it's not going to affect his contract with the.
No, exactly.
I'm just thinking.
But
it would be nice for Hampshire to get some of these younger players back if they're not going to be, you know, playing in the 100.
And for the franchises themselves, you'd have thought it would be better that they're playing some cricket.
Yes. Good news for Essex to get Charlie Allison back.
And this should be out. It's a bit big. Oh, it might not. It isn't. It's another drop. Benkenstein now has 2 lives. I don't think he could quite believe it. He didn't really run that hard initially. Horrible possible catch. You feel for the fielder there.
Gubbins just sort of lost it. It looked like he was going to get there fairly comfortably. It looked all the world an easier catch than the previous one.
But it wasn't, and he turned and ran, and in the end he gave it a best college try, as you can see, but that was tough. But Benkenstein has another life on 16. So 2 drops now. Tough ones.
The other point, of course, is that particularly when players are in the early stages of their career, I mean, I think Lumsden's still 17, I think May's still 18, I think Jack might have just turned 20, but very young players, even younger than Charlie Allison, that, you know, if they can actually play in these games and make an impression, then, you know, that's going to be, there's no direct correlation between this competition and the international stage, but it makes it more likely that they'll be in the thinking for, you know, like places in tour parties.
That's a very clever shot. That is a clever shot. It was It was on the leg stump, but even so, to find that narrow angle for the boundary was expertly played from Benkenstein.
Yeah, it's a good start from Benkenstein. We mentioned he's had a couple of starts so far, hasn't gone on, but it's encouraging from him.
Does chance his arm a little though, but today to good effect. Oof.
That's another example of a chance in the arm.
Gives that the charge, and Fuller puts him back in his box with that delivery, nicely bowled.
Yeah, it might be that when you've survived a couple of drop catches early on, as this pair have, that it might be our day. We could actually produce a really good opening stand here, and Hampshire might regret. I mean, Cubbage just seemed to lose that second one.
Yes.
I thought he was going to catch that, and he just sort of stood still for a moment, and then found the ball was just getting away from him. So Hampshire will be disappointed not to have taken that second opportunity that has been offered so far. The first one was really quite tough.
Benkenstein's had most of the attacks so far, 22 from 23, which makes Thane's 18 from 13 look even better.
That's a nice stroke from Thane. Once he got over the bit of an awkward bounce for backward point, but once it was over the fielder's head, say just going to run away down to the boundary at backward point.
Now we saw this the other day, didn't we? The ball really climbs off the hard outfield here, and we saw fielders expecting the kind of bounce they get 99 times out of 100, but these are flying over. So clever shot from Thane.
That's another good stroke up towards mid-on. Didn't quite be able to beat the field, but he is looking like someone who's banging form, and it's as if that contract years that he got, has really helped him, and it must be different, because I reckon he went into this season with quite a lot of uncertainty. Vian Mulder, like for like, role on the side. It was very good from Mulder to say that part of his role, he felt, was to help Thane, recognise that Thane was, a young player in a similar role, and he would try to help him. That was very good to hear. And Mulder made a very good impression here, there's no doubt about that. And that's the Essex 50 in very quick time in the 7th over. They probably ought to be one down. That second chance maybe ought to have been taken, but he'd still be very pleased. But it's as if a bit of a weight's gone off Thane's mind, just is the impression, the way he's playing with great freedom. And the point we made last Sunday, Guy, he's had a slightly peripheral role on occasions, but he's absolutely centre stage.
And enjoying this opening role as well.
That's just the nature of T20, that sometimes you play and you don't get a bat, might not get a bowl.
Yes, if you're batting 6 or 7, absolutely right. Whereas here he is front and centre and making the most of it. Who
else we got playing in the group today? Well, we've got Durham and Yorkshire. The good news is that one of them must lose, but we'll see. We'll see which one. Well, you would think so.
Yes,
Middlesex and Worcester is also a pretty good game. That's at Worcester. The York is staging the Durham game. I think that's a sellout. There's been some really good crowds. We found that Durham sold out. Everyone came to see Ben Stokes. He was out first ball, and then Will Rhodes won the game. Must have been fantastic for the crowd watching that. I think it was at Gosforth, I think it was, wasn't it? Up in Durham, and Essex are going to Darlington, I believe, for their game in a few days' time. I think it's next week sometime. Might be next Sunday. But, some really good crowds supporting the 50 over competition, and yes, York, I understand, sell out, and very good attendances at Lancashire's new ground, Farrington, which I think is up in Preston, so well away from Manchester, so it gives spectators in the north of what is a very big county a chance to see some action. So, and of course they had the game at Sedbergh as well, so very nicely spaced out. So that's been a great feature, I think, of the competition.
Absolutely.
Good crowds and outgrounds being used. Interesting that Durham are using outgrounds because, of course, they're not 100 host venue,
No.
are they? They're still using outgrounds, which I think is good for, obviously, the spectators in different parts of the area.
Fuller to continue. Well bowled. Just hurried up Thane for the first time really in his innings. But not for the first time in his innings. His bottom hand comes off the bat, so I'm wondering if he's just carrying a slight knock.
Yes, there was a few little injury concerns going around, of course, at Arundel in the last game. Notably, of course, Hudson Prentice, who could only bowl 2 overs.
Half an appeal from cover, but I think that showed that the ball was going quite a long way down the leg side. Good pace again, though.
But aside from the fact that there are possibly too many players now in 100 squads who are unlikely to play and have been taken out of the county game, that's because, of course, we've got the extra overseas player in the 100. But still, the strength of this competition just seems to be developing, and 1 or 2 star players wanting to play in it.
I agree. That is an excellent shot. Just a little bit short, a little bit wide, and Benkenstein was on it very quickly indeed. Good shot. And you really can't afford to bowl anything offline on this wicket. It really is a good batting track. There we are, decent crowd in today, lovely to see. Oh, this should be out, even Benkenstein won't survive this one. And it's Ollie Orr who does the honours, and 1 big hit too many, and Benkenstein becomes the first wicket to fall. He goes for 27 off 27 deliveries. And the first wicket falls on 57.
Yeah, you feel Benkenstein has played some good shots. The better ones, I think, were the ones along the ground. And it's obviously still developing and sort of learning the skills of power play batting in the start. And so that's part of the reasoning for thinking that maybe his best role is still in the middle order. But he's done okay today, and it's a good opening partnership. 57 for the first wicket shared with Noah Thane. But the innings, it was a slightly charmed life, as I think you said,
Yes.
Guy. But again, he looked good there.
I just wonder, it is interesting, there is a difference between T20 and 50 over cricket, and that was more like a T20 innings, whereas you do have a little time to build in this format.
What I thought about Wednesday was how Wesley started. I think Wesley didn't score his first few deliveries, but then really got going quite quickly. And think about the Wednesday innings for Essex, of course, was they were going to run a ball throughout until the last over. There was no real acceleration, but which in the end counted against them slightly, as Tom Wesley said at the toss this morning here. But I think actually Wesley, in his know-how, took any pressure off Thane early in his innings. Obviously, they joined forces very early on, and of course Thane went on to get 100. I think they're a good combination. But at the moment, Tom Wesley still batting at number 3 and batting very well, has to be said.
Exactly. We were talking about the average of 72 for Noah Thane. Well, at the moment, Tom Wesley's average is in the 90s, so going even better. Fabulous century against Derbyshire in a relatively low-scoring match, and an 80+ last time out. But he is happy to let that sail through outside. Off stump through to the wicketkeeper while he gets his eye in.
And suddenly the Essex lineup, and there was quite a bit of discussion online about Essex are really sort of getting away with it, playing 5 seamers, and the batting stopping at 6 is a bit of a worry. It just looks obviously a more comfortable looking lineup from that point of view today, with Allison 4, Critchley 5, presumably Rollison 6. I imagine Harmer will bat no lower than 7, and then there's still Fernandez.
Absolutely. Well, Wesley is off the mark. And that's the end of a decent over from Fuller. Picks up a wicket and has figures of 1 for 12 after 2. End of Benkenstein, 58 for 1 after 8. That was pretty good going.
Colleen not in the side today, nor is Actor, and nor is Porter. So actually 3 of the seamers that were playing on the last couple of games are not in this particular match. There's an element of rest and rotation there, particularly with Jamie Porter, of course. But Shane Snater back. But Simon Harmer has such an important role in the side, because I think the way he balances the side, Guy,
yes,
would have been very, very useful. Quite understandably, obviously, he was not available for those first 3 games, but
and again,
he can bat at 6 in this format if necessary.
Yes,
and he just balances the side beautifully. And I think the feeling was Essex maybe a batter light, certainly a senior player light in the first game, and a batter light in the last couple. But
he's here now.
Stronger lineup now. You can only, obviously, when you've got the 100 call-ups to deal with, and, it is a good example actually of the likes of Walter and Pepper, who were playing in the 100 last year. I don't think either have played this year, and there are, I think, more county established county players who still in the squads, but maybe finding it more difficult to get a game. Pretty good shot from West. A bit annoyed with himself, and didn't quite time it, but if he stays there for a little while, he'll start timing it all right.
Yes.
Yes. Generally, these 100 games, have the toss. 2 things are said. We'll bowl first. I say that all the time. And the other thing is no changes.
Yes, quite.
Although I think James Vince was captain the other day when Sam Cohen was precautionarily rested, but there are not too many changes being made, so a lot of players sitting on the sidelines. Hopefully some of them will come back to this competition. It's a nice little run down to third man for a single. I thought last year actually the 2 competitions dovetailed quite well. Obviously it's different this year with the new ownership, but I think by the time Essex got to that last game at Derby last year, it was a pretty strong looking side with some players coming back in.
Well, they won the last 5, didn't
That's
they?
right. And I think it's exactly the right time to have Harmer and Snater back, because this is a really quite important game.
It's a must-win, really.
Yeah, the loser is not out, but they're in a pretty awkward position. That's another nice-looking stroke from Thane. He's placed that extremely well.
Oh, that's a wonderful shot.
All timing, and it's just a question of where's the gap. So that's going to go for 4 down to the backward point boundary, and he had to get it past backward point and then make it tricky for the boundary fielder to get round. So he's done it extremely well.
He doesn't seem to have been forcing the issue at all, yet he has 29 off 20. This is really top batting from Noah Thane.
And batted nicely actually at the Oval. Championship innings I saw him play. But I say his opportunities have been sporadic in the first half of the season. And tell you what, a really good tournament for him here is going to help his cause.
Absolutely.
In the championship. Of course, Novi and Mulder, and of course the other big part of the equation, I haven't seen any recent updates on Jacob Bethel's fitness, but if Jacob Bethel is not fit for that Pakistan series, I think it's fair to say that Jordan Cox is going to be in most of the squads, and he may well actually be playing and batting at 3, which you'll probably be quite pleased about.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see if the new guard continue in the same fashion, because it's Joe Root and now Stephen Fleming is the coach. 5 off that over. And whether
Yes.
they continue to look to attack at all costs, or whether they put in a few safety players.
I saw a little bit of the West Indies-Pakistan test match, and I'm afraid Pakistan's batting is not looking very good. So you would fancy England to do well in that series. The bowling is good. It's going to see the likes of Akram and others, but you would have thought that the England pace attack is going to have a bit of a field day if they carry on batting as they have been.
There we are, just the update for you. Shot. Just for one, as Fuller continues from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Nicely timed by Wesley, but if you're setting a field to Wesley, I think that would almost be your first fielder you would put in position, is the one out at deep square leg.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if, obviously, Stephen Fleming, to the frustration of Michael Vaughan, is not taking the helm until the South Africa series.
Oh,
in
of course,
December.
yes. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, it's going to be interim coach.
Oh, and that is absolutely launched. It's short, and Thane is seeing it so well at the moment. That's 33 off 23 now, and he hasn't looked as if he's particularly hurrying. Well, that shot possible.
Well,
One bounce for.
A tremendous partnership, these two, of course, on Wednesday, and
Fairly decent one last Sunday as well. So
they do bat very well together. And,
I think that rather rattled the supporters, that one, as it bounced in. Oh, and that's a good response from Fuller.
and of course,
lucky.
as well as the Test matches, there's more white ball cricket off the back of that, which presumably will involve Jordan Cox as well. So it might be, particularly with Bethel's injury, but Essex, how long that lasts for, but Essex might not see a lot of him. So Thane's being in form could be very important.
Absolutely. Well, that's one thing he appears to be in at the moment. But how long can he keep going as Fuller is in once again? It's going a long way down leg. I think may have had a little inside edge as well.
Oh, well, Durham got out of jail in their last game, of course, that extraordinary win against Glamorgan. Glamorgan finding different ways of losing games at the moment. That really was incredible. But they got their work cut out again, because they're 17 for 3 against Yorkshire. Will Rhodes has got that 100. He's new to the crease, but 17 for 3 at York.
Yes, because they were all out for under 70 against Middlesex, weren't they? That's nicely flicked up to mid-on, but straight to War.
They do look, they do look a strong side. Yorkshire coming here, of course, for the last Essex home game on Tuesday, but they've had a reasonable number of call-ups, not quite as many as Hampshire to the 100, but they've recruited fairly well, getting Kuldeep Yadav in these conditions, dry and dusty pitches. Very smart move.
Fuller after that 4, responding very well indeed with 4 dot balls and just slowing Noah Thane up a tad. But after the first power play, I'm pretty sure that Essex wouldn't have been displeased with 68 for 1 from the first 10 overs. Bowling along at the thick end of 7 and over.
Yes, it'll be fascinating seeing the unorthodox spin of Kuldeep Yadav here Tuesday week. I'm sure there'll be some Yorkshire support here as well, particularly very much in contention with going through. There's always a good travelling contingent from Yorkshire, so that will boost the crowd further. That's the last of the home games here, which is I think Tuesday week. Of course, there's one coming up this Sunday, which is against the holders of Worcestershire.
I do think, given that this is a weekday, I know it's a Friday and everybody's working from home, but even so, this is a very good turnout for a competition that was beginning to be almost downgraded, I think that people have realised that 50 over format is still a really entertaining one to watch, and you certainly get your money's worth. Williams changing ends.
Yep, see if he can get a little bit more success from the Graham Gooch end up, 21 in 2. Been a little bit unlucky, but got a couple of nice deliveries. Starting with a wide, but say Petrie, who has been playing, and Williams this season, pretty much new to first team cricket, and they have been so good, Hampshire, at developing young seam bowlers. But I think the sheer number of call-ups to the 100, particularly in that department of the game, has made it difficult for them this season. I think the Weatherly call-up was something they really didn't want. Unfortunately, he played so well on finals day that he attracted, I think he's a replacement for Bettle, I think, in one of the franchises. But not surprisingly, he was called up late and thoroughly deserved it on the back of his performance in a losing cause on finals day.
Yes, it's interesting though, but you're right, both Petrie and Williams making their debuts and playing all the first 3, so a very inexperienced attack.
Interesting, because it's down the leg side, not a wide. Maybe just flicking the pad in the umpire's opinion there.
Yeah, I was quite surprised no wide was called, but
Hampshire with this terrific record in this competition of getting out of the group. They've done it the last 4 years.
yeah, there was semi-finals last year, because I remember they beat Middlesex in, I think, the quarters last year.
And lost to Worcestershire despite Ali Orr's 110 in the final. And,
I was just looking. You mentioned Ali Orr. I was just looking at his figures in this format. He's played 28 matches, 1,360 runs at fraction under 50. He's got a double 100 against Somerset when he was playing for Sussex. So he's got 500s and 450s. Just remarkable 50 over batter.
Ooh, that's an uncontrolled shot from Thane that time. Well done, Williams, for forcing the error. But yes, the very emotional occasion that for Worcestershire last year, following the death of Josh Baker. I understand that the game today is like a tribute game for Baker, the Middlesex Worcestershire game, which is going on at New Roads. I'm sure there's a very good attendance there, where Middlesex have been put in on a 40 for 1, but I think it's a game being played in memory of Josh Baker. So yeah, that was an emotional occasion for Worcestershire, and it's a great, although it wasn't great for Hampshire supporters, but one of the features of this competition has been the rotation of winners of competition, sides who are perhaps less likely to win other competitions.
Yes, we've
That's
had
a nice stroke. That's well played by Thane into a huge open space. There's possibly 3 here. Side against it.
still a decent over though, just 4 runs
72
from
for
it.
1. Yeah, he's going along very well, and I'm sure if Graham Gooch, I don't know if Graham Gooch is here today, but I'm sure he'd be saying to him, now you've got to get 150 this time. Keep building from there, because he'll be pleased with Thane. This is a real bonus. You look at what bonuses sides can take from this competition, and clearly Thane is. I think Mackenzie Jones is a good plus again. I think he's done really well in this competition so far, but particularly, obviously, Noah Thane is probably, given that Tom West is very much a known quantity, Noah Thane's performance has been absolutely excellent.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. That's how the runs have been scored so far today. Just the single 6. But runs. Straight drives for 4 as well. Fuller in once again. Pretty wide outside off stump. Oh no, decent delivery. Just jagged back in after it had passed the stumps.
I mentioned Graham Gooch, another Essex legend. John Lever is here today, and he's signing copies of a new book called The Essex Circus, 140 years of Essex first team cricket around the county, so about all the grounds that have been used, celebrating the 150 years of the county.
We'll have more details on that as we go through, and that's pulled away, but not quite timed from Wesley. But it goes all the way for 4 regardless. So well placed. And a handy boundary at this stage.
I've been handed a copy of the book as I was coming in, so I have a chance to have a look at it over the weekend. Chris Grant, who was one of the co-authors with Ray Greenall and David Tracy, and John Lever signing copies of the book just outside the administrative offices during the break between the innings, and of course the book will also be available in the Essex shop.
One imagines online in some shape or form. The Essex Circus.
140 years of Essex first team cricket around the county.
That is a glorious shot. If the first one wasn't timed 100%, that second one definitely was, and Wesley now beginning to just click up a gear as the ground staff go and retrieve the ball from the covers, which, to be frank, are probably rusting up at the moment because there's been no need for any rain covers for quite some time. Just watching that shot again. So.
Yes, we had that remarkable rarity this season of a match abandoned without the ball being bowled in the 100.
Yes.
I think we'll see that again for a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Yes. It was in Lancashire. As that's driven down the ground, it'll only be a single.
And
yes, I couldn't believe the pictures from the Commonwealth Games the other day, which was absolutely deluge. It was like a monsoon.
Right. Yes, it's been a bit more normal, hasn't it? The weather. Particularly in Scotland and probably in the north of England as well. I think they've been sort of a fairly average sort of summer.
It's a good start to this over so far from Essex. 9 from the first 4 balls. Good response from Fuller. Thane happy to play defensively.
These two looking pretty good in tandem again. So yes, that book, The Essex Circus, 140, not 150, 140 years of Essex first team cricket around the county, being signed by John Lever on the ground at lunchtime.
But for those of you watching on television, or whichever channel you're watching upon, there will be a way to get it online.
Yeah.
And very good piece of footwork, evasive manoeuvre. It was quite the dance floor out there for a second there. 9 runs from the over, 81 for 1.
Yes, it's definitely a bigger crowd, isn't it? The gauge is normally the public side, and there's definitely more people in the open stand in front of the apartments today than was the case on Sunday. A pretty good crowd on Sunday as well, but this competition has really caught the public's imagination. I think Ben Stokes deserves a lot of credit, walking out there in that first match, winning the game for Durham with a beautifully placed 100, even though he had to stop for a drink at the end of every over.
Yes.
Which annoyed our friend from Derbyshire when he was here last Sunday. But I think that sort of lit the blue touch paper for the competition guy in many ways. It's Ben Stokes making a very positive statement that he wanted to play in it. Williams. Good ball from Williams, and defeats the attempted shot down the ground from Tom Wesley. Just every now and again producing deliveries, testing the senior batter.
Yes. Well, his first, it was funny, in his first over he bowled very well for 4 balls and then got clattered for a 6 and a 4. And he's bowled very well since he came back into the attack. Oh, it looks like the keeper's going to stand up now too.
This is the starting to lose count. This is the 6th meeting between the sides this year.
Wow.
2 in the championship, 3 in the Blast. It reminds me of that famous election campaign shout of not another one, but it is another one, and it's going to be another good contest. 3-2 at the moment for Essex. They've won the 2 championship matches. They won here quite comfortably in the Blast, the 2 Blast games at Utilita. It's fair to say Hampshire were fairly comfortable winners. Yes, the second of the 2 championship games was an interesting one here in May, which I think Hampshire lost, but I don't think Essex played particularly well in the game, and Sonny Baker not playing might have made a bit of a difference had he been available. The game was close enough, it might have gone the other way, but been some good contests this season. Not too many close games in either competition so far. That's a pick up from Thane. It's going to go away to the deep mid-wicket boundary and goes all the way for 4.
It's a really clever shot. He used his wrists, saw the wide open space.
Yes, I think this is probably the last meeting between the 2 sides this year. I can't see both getting through, which is part of it. It's not impossible, but I say the loser of this game has got an awful lot to do. 86 for 1. And there's more here for Essex. It's wides. Coming back for the 2nd run.
So 3 of them.
So 2 plus 1. And yeah, looks like that's going to be tough going for the Hampshire attack. They've got, of course, Ashu Sharma, who's been in the wickets. He'll bowl fairly soon, I'm sure. That's a good shot. That's one of the best shots of the day so far. Through extra cover, really is looking the part.
That is the shot of the day. Yeah. That is the shot of the day.
Lovely stroke.
Glorious.
And yeah, so it's great to see Thane doing so well. So it must have been quite tricky the first half of the season for him for various reasons, but as I say, he's really come into his own here. And obviously he's got the backing of the club, which is so important. It's one of the things about him in terms of a championship is how he can develop his full seamer role. Because obviously that could be a key part of what he needs to do, particularly away from home. 93 for 1, Wesley 14, and Thane a very impressive 43 from 38.
Yeah.
And we've had 13 overs.
We have. There are the bowling figures. Williams, as you can see, has been by some way the most expensive. Abbott was very tidy up at the top of the innings. And Fuller, after those 4 overs you've just seen, has been replaced by Andrew Neil, who will take over from the Sir Cook end.
Well, Neil's sort of taken the eye in the T20 with his calmness as a young bowler. We've seen him a couple of times against Essex. Remaining very steady under pressure.
Yeah, it's bowled very well at Yorkshire, 2 for 32, but went for 72 against Worcestershire. And that's a nice looking shot to start.
Of course, in many ways, the standout performance from him so far in this competition is that 48 at a strike rate at around about 200, I think it was, which almost won a sensational victory at New Road.
Yes.
Very, very close. But it's demonstrated his batting credentials.
Yes, from nowhere, because and that actually just goes pretty aerial for a little while, that one, but it's safe in the end and goes down to long off, and they go through for a run. Absolutely, that 48 almost came from nowhere. In his 14 matches, he scored 109 runs, 48 of them in that one innings. But yes, he very nearly dragged his team to what would have been a highly unlikely victory.
Yes, these days, spinners in championship sides, sort of the expectation is that they're going to be able to bat a bit, or they wanted to have their batting developed. So that was a really good signpost for Hampshire going forward.
And that's punched away nicely. There's certainly a couple. It's a decent stop, and there will only be the two. Good sliding stop.
And he bowled really well in the quarter-final at Southampton. And I think I made a comment at one point where Essex simply couldn't afford him to be bowling as economically as he was.
Yeah. Fletcher Middleton with that good stop. Cuffed away again. It bounces under the unfortunate fielder, and it will be Middleton again who's called into action. Making sure they score at least one a ball at the moment. That's 6 from this over with a ball remaining. Run rate back above 7, which is handy. Again, it's slightly aerial for a little while, and perfectly safe in the end, but slightly nerve-wracking. 99 for 1 then after 14. Decent introduction from the spinner, Andrew Neil. 6 runs from his first over.
And the other game in the group we haven't mentioned yet is Derbyshire 83 for 2 against Glamorgan. Both sides are rather up against it. Harry Kane, who batted so nicely here on Sunday, he made a run of ball 31 today. So Derbyshire yet to win, and Glamorgan's chances have rather been derailed by those 2 contrasting defeats in their most recent games. So it is going to be Ashutosh Sharma, who has been doing well with 8 wickets in the competition to date. Best of 4 for 54, just going at just over a run a ball. Can he get a second breakthrough here for Hampshire? Well, it's a pretty good start. It's beaten the drive from Thane, who wants to just have a little look at Sharma here. He's making his own little adjustments in the field. So we're out of the power play, so we've got 5 saving 1. It's well placed from Thane for a single to long on.
It's the 100.
100 up in the 15th over. So similar sort of pace to Arundel. I think they're about 150 odd at the halfway point there. Maybe even slightly quicker.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well. He's taken 8 wickets at under 19 so far in this competition.
Hasn't quite delivered with the bat yet, which would have been part of Hampshire's reasoning for signing him, but there's still time for him to do so. This is 25th this day game.
Yeah, he's got career best figures this season. That was in the defeat to Middlesex, 4 for 54.
Single to Wesley, 17. And Thane 2 away from what will be a second 50 to add to the 100. And he wasn't too far away from 50 in the inning,
Yeah,
only innings below that.
He got 40, didn't he?
Yeah. And that's going to be probably just the one of them.
Yeah, it was a very nice shot for one, wasn't it?
And Essex must be looking here at one feature of the last two games as they've left. Tom Wesley, interestingly, in the interview after the Derbyshire game, I did ask if he thought, I think it was 257 was the score,
Yeah.
And he thought it was about 20 below par, and
Yes.
he thought they were 20 below par on Wednesday. That's a good stroke, but nicely stopped by Ali Orr, and keeps them down to one.
He is some fielder, isn't he, Ali Orr?
103 for one. Wesley 18 and Thane 49, and we've had 15 over. So Essex very much happy with the way the innings has started. And I say they'll want to make sure they don't leave runs out there today. It's definitely a theme of the last two matches. So I want to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself again.
No, that's right, because that's why Harry Kane was so disappointed that Derbyshire didn't win, because he thought Essex had left 20-25 runs out there as well. It's a very sweet, nice looking drive for a single down to Fuller. Thane will now be back on strike on 49, not out from 44. 49 not out from 45. Gets through his business pretty quickly too, Andrew Neil. That will be the half century, and brought up in fine fashion. Just straying down the leg side, and that's 2 50s and 100 in his 4 innings so far in this competition. This is magnificent stuff from Noah Thane. Playing all round the ground. And boy, is he taking his chance. 53 from 46. No wonder they're enjoying it, the crowd.
Yes, and Goodwin has given Essex such a positive start in this very important game. It's an unforgiving qualification process, this, as they found out last year with 3 defeats and then 5 wins, and not being enough. So they know the importance of this game.
Another nice looking shot. This is turning out to be a decent over as far as Essex are concerned. Run rate back above 7. But it finishes with a dot. So 8 off the over from Neil. 111 for 1 after 16. And Noah Thane with another 50.
That's a game at York, Durham 33 for 3 in the 17th over, so it's been hard going. And Ben Stokes is 8 not out from 29 balls.
Wow.
But he does like to take his time. Most famously, of course, in that 2019 test was at Headingley, where is that the one he got the 2 not out at the end of the third day, and then of course he played the remarkable innings. But he does like to take his time at the start, and probably needs to with those wickets down. There's a couple of runs there, nice stroke again from Thane. And some say part of the thinking of Joe Root being reinstalled as England captain. Never quite as bad a captain as Ian Chappell said he was, but
no,
I know his record is
very good.
It's okay. It did tail away a little bit.
Yes.
Ian Chappell was very mean about Root's captaincy. That's it's towards cover, I think, on the bounce. And,
I think it was a bump ball.
On the bounce, and actually Gubbins does well to collect it right-handed and make sure there's no further runs. But no, part of the thinking is that he might be able to persuade Ben Stokes to come back, but certainly won't be this year. No. Or this summer anyway. We shall see.
I know Ben Stokes is still an unbelievably talented cricketer, but Sometimes you've just got to move on.
Yeah, there's a single away towards deep cover. Clearly, probably a lot more to be revealed about, in books and everything about what has happened, in the build-up during the Ashes and then since the Ashes. But just get the feeling that he's sort of fell out of love a little bit with the ECB collectively, and maybe the fact he's playing in the 50 overs is a sort of demonstration of that. But the big plus side is that he's clearly been an inspiration to Durham in this competition. He's obviously a great inspiration to those thinking of coming along to watch the game, because the crowds have been good to follow him. That's a good stroke from Wesley into a wide open space, fast outfield, and it won't be stopped. Tom Wesley goes along to 23 at a runner ball.
I think it's also for Stokes a chance to rediscover his love for cricket.
Yeah, which I think is part of what's happening now.
So that was his first 50-over match for Durham for 12 years.
That's nicely stopped, but Hampshire are going to be, one would have thought, chasing a big target here. And one of the features for Hampshire is they've probably been going for a few more runs in this competition than they've been used to, because of obviously the call-ups to so many of the seam bowlers. But so they look like they're going to be facing a big target today. But if they can win the game themselves, as is the case with Essex, it will be a very important victory for them.
It will, and they'll be able to maybe eventually sing "We Are the Champions" along with an evening of Queen there at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, which looks...
it's coming up in August, isn't it?
It is. 22nd of August.
I'll be very unlucky if the weather falls away for that one.
I know.
It's a West End musical. Yep.
Well, it will be Andrew Neil to continue. After gloves are changed. Have we had a drinks break? 17 overs in? If it was a quick one. This is just punched back to the bowler.
Maybe after the events of the last 24 hours, hydration breaks have gone out of fashion.
I know, I'm pretty sure they had a brisk one,
Yep.
a brisk one. And that is lent back, cut out into the deep, will only be a single. Thane continues to rattle along at better than a runner ball. Tom Wesley just beginning to crank it up as well. But just watching the batting on this wicket, you're thinking 350 is a minimum almost.
Yes, it's...
This is a terrific batting track, so if you like to watch runs being scored...
I mean, Hampshire, I think the biggest plus for them so far in the competition has been a return to form of Tom Prest. But, look at if Ashish Sharma were to come off with the bat, that would help. But
yes.
They've still got a pretty strong-looking top 8, with James Fuller coming in at number 8.
Yes, Tom Prest has been the Noah Thane for Hampshire, hasn't he? 180 runs at 60.
Not a great season, so it's been a real bonus for Hampshire.
This is tidy bowling from Neil, just tucking up Thane on this occasion. Tries to work it to leg, but straight to the fielder. And this could be the meanest over yet. It is. That is by some way just 2 off the over, and I think that is by some way the most economic over so far.
And one other point about both Harmer and Snater being back is that obviously it boosts the bowling, but actually it boosts the late order hitting capability as well. Possibly a feature of the Essex lineup in the first few games with a long tail, and I think it was borne out slightly by events on Wednesday, was maybe not quite the impetus that was needed towards the end of the innings to get the sort of total that was needed. But with the likes of Harmer and even Snater of course is a very formidable hitter on his day, and both of those two could play a part later on before they get a chance to have a bowl. Sharma's third over, none for 11. That one just stopping a little bit, some indication that might be one avenue that the Essex bowlers will be able to explore
We've
later.
seen 2 or 3 of those, haven't we, where not quite in control of it. It just
Looks a pretty pristine surface.
yes.
But the outfield here, patchy, but still standing up relatively well. That's well done.
Oh,
That's a wicket that certainly Hampshire needed. And a fairly tame dismissal in the end for Tom Wesley. But Sharma has been in the wickets. And that's another one for him. 9th in total, in fact, in the competition so far this season. And just, again, a little bit of evidence of the ball stopping. Maybe, again, that was a problem there for Tom Wesley. We'll look at on the replay. But, no, he sort of sliced it away into the hands of Jake Lehman, who took it very comfortably.
he actually got quite a lot of it, but straight to Lehman.
Yeah. It's a disappointment
Thickish outside edge.
for Wesley. It was due at a lower score, 24.
So it ruined his average.
Yeah. Thane on 60. And it's going to be Charlie Allison, released from, I don't know if it was part of that team song, hopefully it wasn't, got quickly withdrawn. But they were singing along to the lead song. Charlie, hopefully, if he was involved, that was hiding somewhere, because it was withdrawn fairly quickly. But Tom Wesley was saying at the toss that he'd been nicknamed Franchise Charlie. Not sure how pleased he is with that, but anyway, he's a very, very valuable addition to the Essex side in this game, because having him walking out at number 4, 120 for 2, with Matt Critchley still to come, and Simon Harmer, and Grant Rollason, who's not been sort of centre stage so far, but it might be that on this pitch that he will find things a little bit more to his liking as well. So still plenty of batting to come, which has been a bit of a worry. It's not always been the case in the Essex innings so far this season that we've been able to say that. But Allison is there, and joining Noah Thane, but Sharma again demonstrating his ability to take useful wickets for Hampshire.
Absolutely. What's that? That's his 9th this season.
Hampshire will sense that they could just make a couple of breakthroughs here. They might be able to keep Essex below 300, but there is sort of power hitting to come that wasn't necessarily there in a couple of the earlier games.
Still think Wesley will be slightly disappointed with the way he lost his wicket, though. Slightly loose-ish shot at a point where, if he and Thane had stayed together any length of time, you feel they could have put Essex in a really, really good position.
Yeah. So Allison's had just over a week. Oh, I tell you what, he got a great ball there. Well, Sharma has been a real benefit to Hampshire with the ball. He's got good skills about him, developed in his years in the IPL, and he's gone through the defences of Charlie Allison there. And unfortunate for Allison, he gets back into the Essex side, having been out of sort of playing as such, as to be part of a squad for the Sunrisers Leeds, and he gets a pretty good delivery there. It'll be interesting to see if it did too much, but it's a good over this. It's just what Hampshire wanted.
Well, it did jag back, but it wasn't a great shot.
No, he's trying to play it across the line into the onside.
Exactly, he went back and probably should have gone forward, and no, he just got everything wrong there, and the ball did dart back. There's no two ways about it. Sharma got movement, but I'm not sure Allison will want to watch too many replays of that one.
So 10 wickets for Sharma, and he's done a very good job.
4 matches, yes.
Interesting if he's able to make more of a contribution with the bat, but that might well come later. But it's just what Hampshire wanted, because it wasn't an alarming situation for them, but they would have been sensing that there's a lot of runs on this pitch, and that Essex potentially going to get a lot more than 300, and they might yet, but there's nothing better than a couple of wickets in the space of an over to get your side back into the game. And suddenly he's on 2 for 11 in 2 overs and 5 balls.
Well, he's on a double wicket maiden unless there's a single off this last one.
So Matt Critchley is new to the crease. Got that 50 last time out. Gets off the mark straight away here. So there is a single to make sure it's not a complete blowout in terms of runs from the Essex point of view, but very well done to Ashu Sharma. 121 for 3. That's put a slightly different complexion on things at the end of the 19th.
Really has. 120 for 1, bowling along very happily at just under 7 and over. And now under 6.5. 2 more wickets, and it's a bit of a rebuilding process and a lot of responsibility now resting on the shoulders of Noah Thane, you'd say, as well.
Yes, and
as well as Matt Critchley and the rest, but Thane's the guy who needs to stay there now.
If Graham Gooch were to send a message out to him now, it would be you need to bat through the innings and be north of 140 not out.
Yes, quite. I think he was thinking about the reverse sweep for just a second and then tucked it back in his bag and waited. And that's well bowled, and his turn.
Yeah,
he's turn.
Useful practitioner is Andrew Neil. He's learning the game very quickly by Hampshire this season.
It's a good shot, it'll only be a single. Yes, Andrew Neil, this is just his 15th list day match. 16 wickets at 37. Hasn't this season, probably apart from the last match against Yorkshire, hasn't been his best, but 2 for 32 in that game, certainly. Sorry, that was the first game of the season as well. Now that is a thickish outside edge or a very well played late cut.
I think it was deliberate. We'll see.
Yep, I'll give that deliberate. I think you're absolutely right. Missed by the man in the hat in the crowd, though. Didn't really put his heart and soul into catching that as the ball went over the fence. And this is fetched away for 4 more. This is good stuff from Thane. Grabbing back the initiative for Essex after that excellent Sharma over. It's well bowled, good response. Looked initially as if it was heading for the full toss and dipped really nicely. So 9 from the over. Good battle between those two. 130 for 3 after 20.
Yes, so Matt Critchley 64 at a runner ball on Wednesday. Perhaps just batting a little conservatively. A, because Sussex probably bowled better as the innings went on, but B, because of the lack of batting behind him. And Noah Thane, of course, 102 in that match. So these two key contributors on Wednesday. They could do another partnership here.
Yep, that is the situation after 20 overs up on the screen.
So Sharma 2 for 12 in 3. And Critchley will just be a little bit cautious initially. Want Sharma to break through again here. So he's done very well with the ball. So, got a good economy rate. It was around about 6.3 going into this game, so that's improved. And So interesting to see if he has a slightly better outing with the bat. Later on he's carded at number 6, but he's not really featured too much so far in that aspect of his game so far in the competition.
Yeah, he's averaging 7. Yeah.
Not quite time, virtually. So was serene progress for Essex despite the loss of Luke Benkenstein. Has been just abruptly brought back into Hampshire's favour. Probably a fairly even situation at the moment, I would say, overall, but the Essex advantage that they had built up has probably been dragged back by those 2 wickets from Sharma.
I think so. And plus, he's proving very difficult to get away, so it's the first bowler who's truly been able to put the brakes on.
Yeah, nice changes of pace as well. That one was further pitched up. And looks a skillful practitioner. I say all those games in the IPL would have helped develop his bowling skills.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it? This is only his 25th List A match, but of course all the T20s experience he has.
Yes, there's some nice changes of pace in his delivery. And an interesting bowler to watch, and certainly from a Hampshire point of view, he's dragged them right back into the game with his 2 for 13 in 4 overs, Thane 68 from 59 and Critchley 3 from 10, and 131 for 3 after 21.
Yeah, that's game-changing figures, isn't it? It's really well bowled. Sharma just going for 3.3 and over.
Disappointing for Charlie Allison. If he got runs here, it might have given him more of a chance of getting an outing in the 100, but at least it's good to see him back. But unfortunately, sometimes happens, it hasn't worked out. I'm not sure if he's going to be available on Sunday, but we'll see.
Well, the spin experiment with Andrew Neil is over. It's James Fuller back into the attack. Oh, gets the leading edge from Critchley, who survives.
So what we're seeing is a different behaviour pattern to this pitch, which is becoming more evident. The ball's just stopping a little bit, and we're seeing some uncontrolled shots. I think it suggests that anything much more than 300 might be a winning, will be a winning total.
Yes, I was backing 350 earlier, but I think you're right. The pitch is doing enough to make life interesting.
I think Harm will quite enjoy bowling on it, and the seamers.
Absolutely. And that's a big shout for LBW, and one that they fully believe in. Just close enough to leg stump, I think, to just put some doubt into the umpire's mind.
And Kyle Abbott just down in front of us at mid-on. I always think it might be worth him having a short burst.
Yeah.
Just to see if get a couple more very important wickets.
Mark Newell and Phil Mustard are umpires today. Nicely bowled.
Bowled 5 overs so far, Kyle Abbott. Ollie Williams a little bit expensive, number 37 in 4. This is Fuller's 5th. Neil has bowled 4 and Sharma's bowled 4, so it's all very equal so far.
Yes, one wonders if they're going to use a 6th bowler or whether they're going to happily rotate these 5 that they've used so far. So thickish inside edge, not convincingly played by Thane at all. Suddenly this just looks a completely different batting track.
Well, the 6th bowler, if they were to use one, would be Tom Prest, who's got a couple of wickets in the competition this season. Has been very economical. So that would be an option.
Yeah.
That could be considered.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Yes. Been difficult to get away, so handy man to have up their sleeve. And that should and is a wide. Should be and is a wide.
Fuller's a bit annoyed himself.
Yes, he
Bowling
just
that.
got the pressure on, hadn't he, and then just let it slip slightly.
Durham 59 for 4 with Stokes out for 12 from 39 balls.
Wow.
Will Rhodes is in again, 23 from 40 after his match-winning 100 the other day, but 60 for 4 Durham at York, having chosen to bat.
And there's another wide. You feel for the bowler slightly on that one. The batter was doing enough to possibly give the batter the bowler a benefit of the doubt, but there's still more 2 balls to go in this over.
Durham coming to the Utility Bowl on Sunday, 11 o'clock start. I think there'll be a good crowd in for that one.
Played defensively by Critchley, who has 3 from 12 so far. 3 from 13 make it.
These two sides, in fact, playing Durham on successive Sundays. I've mentioned that game at Darlington, which is Sunday week. That'll be the last away game for Essex, and it will follow one at Cardiff on Friday. So that'll be another spell of 3 games in 5 days, because that spell will end with the last game, which is Yorkshire here.
Will this be the final ball? It will, and apart from those 2 wides, that was a really, really tidy over, and Matt Critchley at the moment struggling to time the ball out there. Just 4 runs from it. 2 of them were from wide, so the run rate is now only just above 6, dropping from 7. And Thane needs to keep going, and Critchley just playing himself in at the moment, but good tidy bowling from Hampshire. These 2 in particular have really put the brakes on. I imagine Sharma is to continue. Yes, he is.
Yes, and his introduction has made quite a big impact here, really.
Absolutely. So after 15 overs, 103 for 1, bowling along very happily.
So just 32 up the last 7. Oh, that's uppish. Saying gets away with it, but again, just an indication of the ball maybe stopping a little bit. Maybe he was just through with the shot a bit too soon there, but could have easily gone straight to Tom Prest.
Yeah, trying to flick it into the leg side, and you're absolutely right, Nick. It was heart in mouth time, you'd have thought for a second for Noah Thane.
If Thane were to get out now, then Hampshire would really feel they're in a good position. That's not far away from cover, but Noah Thane will get a couple of runs, but Sharma's asking a lot of questions here because there's an element of danger in that shot as well.
Yeah.
Yes, York, a wonderful city, and I'm sure, I think it is a sellout today in that match between Durham and Yorkshire. That's a good stroke away through the covers.
Lovely.
That's good news from an Essex point of view, because it's a bit of a pressure release against Sharma, and very well played by Noah Thane. 75 from 64 now.
Does have a lovely cover drive, doesn't he? We've seen several of his better shots going in that direction. Lovely shot to watch.
th 4. That's another good stroke. Oh. That's away between cover and mid-off for 4 more. Yeah, he really is playing extremely well. And yeah, it's as if all that contract news has been very good news for him, and it was allowed him to play with great freedom, but he could be on here for back-to-back 179 from 65.
dangerous, Nick.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Could be. Say he definitely is, but playing well enough.
No, it's good to see Sharma just trying the slower ball, but he's just a little bit wide and on it so quickly, Thane.
Even if Essex don't qualify, you're always looking for positives and players developing in this particular competition, even if you don't get through the group phase. And obviously Noah Thane has had first team experience in the other competitions, but there's no doubt that he's a huge plus so far. That's nice, nicely struck. It's through the gap and along the ground. Takes him into the 80s. But he's playing very well indeed. In fact, it's his 12-4, 12 fours and a 6 for Noah Thane in his 80. And Matt Critchley is slightly becalmed at the moment, but critical thing, I guess, with those 2 quick wickets, another one didn't go straight away, and
Absolutely.
he'll just have time to play himself in here. 3 from 14, 146 for 3 after 23. It's pretty similar to Wednesday in terms of the scoring rate. 316 here. You feel would be fairly useful the way the pitch is behaving, and Essex with a stronger attack now, a more experienced attack.
Fuller, whose last over was an excellent one, and that I think will be a leg by. Let's wait to see what Mark Newell signals. Yes, that is a leg by. Bowled very tidily in the second spell so far. Now Matt Critchley facing 3 from 14. Struggled to time the ball as yet. Just to play out another dot ball.
Partly cloudy here. Maybe a bit more cloud than was forecast actually. There is some blue sky. Top temperature is going to be around about 25, maybe slightly warmer on Sunday, but not a lot in it. But generally pretty pleasant conditions with a slight breeze as well.
Yes, you're right. I don't remember seeing too many clouds on the forecast earlier.
It's a good little spell though for
Really
Hampshire,
is.
despite the 2 boundaries from Thane. They've just re-established some control. But Wesley's such a big wicket, obviously with his seniority.
Yes, and his form.
Yep.
The fact that he came into this one on the back of a century and 80 and looked in good nick until managed to get a thickish outside edge. Oh, and that's well played in the end. That was a shot of frustration from Matt Critchley. For a moment, Fuller thought he might have hit it to near to one of the fielders, but as far as Hampshire are concerned, no such luck. And that really was, I'm bored now, let's start playing some shots.
Pull drive and pretty effective as having not just hit it straight to Kyle Abbott. He's hit it wide of him and away for 4.
Yep, no, well placed. Good attacking shot. Critchley with his first boundary. This time he can't get it past the fielder.
Well, Josh Carey's only got 15 at Radler against Essex, but he got 75, of course, in that great personal all-round match, bat and ball, against Hampshire. He got 45 not out against Glamorgan. He couldn't really get much more than that, chasing 67. And he's 51 not out today, and Middlesex are 101 for 1 in the 24th against Worcestershire at New Road. Nathan Fernandez went cheaply today, but marvellous Middlesex are going along well again.
Yeah, it's good for, again, we've talked about, it's a nice looking shot for nothing. We've talked about what this competition can do to players who are slightly in and out of the first team, and Josh Carey's has been in that position this season so far, to actually be able to have a run of cricket, know that you're going to be in the starting 11, and some confidence comes, and we're seeing that from his run at the moment. 150 then, 151 for 3 after 24.
Yeah, nicely poised. It's very similar to going slightly quicker than they were at Arundel. But apart from the ball going soft there, from what I saw of the game, it looked a pretty good surface for batting.
Well, you mentioned Tom Preston. He's now replacing Ashok Sharma.
And Tom Preston has done well with the ball, particularly with the bat. And, after a fairly ordinary season by his standards, it's very good news for him. Might be good news for Hampshire going into those closing championship games as well. If he can carry on, particularly with his batting form. Nice start. Just producing the adjustment from Thane. I think was initially looking to try and work that away into the onside. So a very good crowd in, and absorbing contest building up. Just a little bit of a partnership building. Another Thane on 80 from 70 balls. Good start from Prest.
Very tidy.
That's well executed.
Well played.
Not only did he have to keep it down, he had to make sure that he got maximum benefit given the risk to the shot, and he found the boundary. And that's a 13th for.
It's a really good shot. And he worked out. Playing conventionally, he was struggling to score, and switches.
Yeah, it was accurate stuff. We mentioned Press's economy rate has been very good, and the way he's bowled this over has underlined that, and Thane having to be unorthodox to get him away. What a run this is from Noah Thane.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant. Oof, element of danger there, but it's going away for runs and speed across this outfield. And not surprisingly, the ball wins.
Yes, poor Fuller was in full pursuit, but he just couldn't drag it in on this lightning quick outfield.
And the bonus for Thane was he got a little bit of bat on that
did
as
he,
well,
by George?
I think.
Yeah, a little bit of an under edge maybe.
So
yeah, he did. He's been given the runs.
we do have a drinks break. Maybe we're only going to have one proper drinks break today, but 1:59 for 3.
Well, temperature's under the 30s today,
Yeah.
isn't it? So let's not overdo the drinks breaks. Well, thank goodness for Noah Thane. Here's the match summary, and Thane absolutely dominating the Essex innings. 88 not out from 159, so well over half the runs. And he's the one player who's been able to go better than a runner ball. Sharma the pick of the attack so far. Fuller's bowled well. Prest bowled 4 very good deliveries, but got taken for 2 fours, and Neil has also bowled very well, just going for a runner ball so far from his 4 overs. But yes, nice break now for the crowd and the players.
Yes, so quite similar progress to that at Arundel, but the difference here is that Essex have lost a couple more wickets, but they do, will have confidence in the batters coming in. It'd be a good day for Grant Rollison to play a a significant cameo knock, and Harmer and Snater really does give a little bit of substance to the late order.
The other interesting thing will be to see whether, as we've seen in the last two matches, whether Essex can kick on and really make the most of the last 20 overs. And
yes, it will be, certainly. I mean, the balance of the side is really quite different today. Essex have been going in with 5 seamers, and today really they're down. Well, it depends if Noah Thane bowls, which of course he could do, but you've got Bennett, Jones and Snater. There's no Porter. Colleen's not playing in this game, and Zaman Akhtar is not playing either. So it's quite a change in the balance of the attack. Obviously, home conditions, they're going to be more familiar with the pitch that they're going to have, but it's going to be sort of balance. Actually, they've been sort of quite used to seeing an Essex sides playing here with 3 frontline seamers, perhaps a 4th option, and then plenty of spin options with Harmer, Benkenstein, Wesley himself, and Critchley. So there's no shortage of options there later on.
Well, this is an interesting one. Back into the attack comes Ollie Williams. It's been a little bit expensive so far. This is his 3rd spell. Been bowled in 2 over spells so far as the batters get themselves ready. But quite, as you can see, quite expensive. 37 from his 4 overs so far. And he'll be bowling to Critchley.
It's a nice start, and in the absence of the likes of Eddie Jack and Manny Lumsden, opportunity for the likes of Ollie Williams and Harry Petrie in the previous games.
Well, it's nice work by Ben Brown behind the stumps, standing up to Robinson, to Williams. Oof, and that only just clears mid-wicket. It does clear mid-wicket and goes for 4, but a little bit aerial on that occasion from Matt Critchley, but he gets away with it. Oof.
Yep.
Just caught the man diving at mid-wicket. Would have been some catch, but 4 more off the bowling of Williams. That's nicely played from Critchley just after playing the uppish 4, just guides that nicely down to 3rd. And it dropped through for a single. Williams. Just tucks Thane up on that particular occasion.
Yes, it's a useful return over this from Ollie Williams.
Yeah, but we've seen him bowl quite nicely for the first 4 balls before, and then go for a couple at the end. Just the 1-4 from the over thus far.
There was an element of risk in the 1-4 as well.
Exactly.
So it's a good comeback over from.
He's keeping Thane pretty tucked up as well, who's in wonderful form at the moment. 88 from 76 for him. Nice looking shot for nothing. As he fires the ball into a lovely, nice cover drive from him, and that's a good over, good comeback over from Williams. Just the 5 runs from it.
Yeah, I think the plan here for Gubbins will be to try and get 1 bowler out of Williams and Prest. Maybe collectively they could eat into maybe one or 2 of the other allocations, but probably Williams won't bowl out, but Prest now going to bowl his second over, first having gone for 8. That was probably not a fair reflection of the over, actually. It's quite a good one. The long one back. Element of risk in that shot from Critchley, but pitching short of the fielder, so through for 1.
Yeah, I think it was a risk worth taking, and knew the fielder was right.
Yes, he underhit it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Nicely executed sweep shot for a single.
Yes, I think he hoped there would be a couple there, but fielder in very quickly.
It's Hampshire just established a degree of control here in the last 10 overs or so. With Sharma's spell being very important in terms of taking a couple of wickets.
Yeah, and his first 4 overs going for 3 and over. The last one was slightly more expensive, but it's a really good spell.
Can Essex accelerate in a way they weren't able to really at Arundel, where the pace of the innings was more or less the same throughout. They do have more depth in the batting, and that's I think going to be a factor here. It's a well-placed shot, but well stopped out on the boundary, and good work between the 2 fielders to keep them down to a couple of runs.
Brilliant, wasn't it? Because I'm sure when Thane initially hit that, he thought he'd got enough on it to go all the way to the boundary.
Into the 90s with it.
Yes, there we go, there is the card. So these 2 bouncing back after they put on 49 now. So
we mentioned how strong a group this is. Durham, who swept all before them, although it took a bit of an effort to do so against Glamorgan, but 79 for 5 in the 30th, and a couple of outstanding Yorkshire bowling figures.
Must be in 79 for 5 off 30, so the run rate's what, 2 and 2.5.
Ben Code, who got a stack of wickets last Sunday, 1 for 4 in 7 overs, and the aforementioned Kuldeep Yadav, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. So some of these club pitches are proving bowler friendly. Not surprising, because it's difficult for the ground staff there on these club grounds.
Yes, difficult though.
It might be that 150 is a good score there today, but we'll see. But Yorkshire bang on top at the moment.
Well, it is lovely for the outgrounds to be involved. You don't want too many low-scoring matches, because there's not much for the spectators to get excited about. That is the 50 partnership.
I know Middlesex not happy with Radlett being rated as below average for that 66 all out, but yeah, I think it is difficult. I know Radlett can sometimes attract some quite variable bounce, but difficult, particularly without any rain to work with for pitch preparation. Has to be some licence.
And they batted fairly comfortably on it
Yes.
as well, which I imagine was their argument.
Yeah.
A couple of singles then. Thane moves on to 92. This is the 3rd half-century partnership of the innings so far. 57 for the opening one with Benkenstein, then 63 with Wesley. Really nice late dab and a brilliant stop. There's 2 at least if they want it. No, there are ordinary 2, but another really good stop. We've seen some good work from the Hampshire fielders in the last couple of overs to keep 4s down to 2s.
Yes, and Hampshire, such as their ability to get out of these groups in this competition, you feel if they can win this game and get back to an even ledger, you wouldn't bet against them going through the rest of the group phase, even with all these 100 call-ups. would like one or two guest appearances from the likes of Weatherly or Mays or any Jack somewhere along the line. Didn't work for Essex today, unfortunately, but that's one of those things.
Another tidy over from Williams as he drags things back after his expensive first 4. Now, can he avoid the boundary from the final delivery? He certainly can. Just 5 from the over, this stage on this wicket. It's pretty tidy stuff. The score goes on to 174 for 3 after 27.
And Derbyshire yet to get off the mark in this group. 148 for 3 after 29 against Glamorgan. That is at Repton School, so that's a school pitch that's playing pretty well today. And Tom Westley, after the game last Sunday, said that he was very honest and said that Derbyshire were the better side for probably about 65% of the game. And yes, to be honest, last Sunday I thought, looking back at it, Derbyshire actually had the game won twice.
Oh, they managed to
they lost those 5 wickets and then they actually recovered really well, didn't they, Guy? And they were with Whiteley and run a ball off the last 6 overs.
They really should have won that game.
But Essex would be pleased that they didn't.
Exactly so.
Nice use of the feet by Critchley, and it might even get him a bonus run because in that case the relay between the two fielders was probably unintended, but in the end there's just the one.
Yes,
long on moved it over to long off to long on.
Prest was smiling after he saw that one being kept to a single somehow.
Good looking shot, and it's pretty well placed as well. That's a very good effort out of a deep square leg boundary to try and stop that from Sharma. A really wholehearted attempt from the overseas player, but he wasn't able to beat the speed of the ball across the outfield there.
So 96 now.
So just one boundary away from back-to-back centuries. And bonus run there for Prest in his attempt to stop that. Just given the opportunity to take the run as it was moved on towards mid-wicket. So we're off the strike for the moment. 97 from 83. Thane. 6 and 14 fours in Thane's innings. That's going to keep Critchley on strike. Start of the new over. 29 have gone, 181 for 3, with Thane 3 away from his second consecutive 100, and Critchley on 20.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait now, Thane. Williams is to continue. He's bowled well in this little spell. This is his 3rd over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowled 2 expensive ones first up, and was tried at the Graham Gooch end, but back where he started now, and interesting to see how he gets going against Critchley.
Nice.
It's a good take.
There.
It was a good bounce. Critchley was just trying to help it on its way, and luckily for him didn't get an edge, because good glove work from Ben Brown behind the stumps. This must be slightly frustrating if you're a young seam bowler who thinks you're bowling pretty quick, and the wicket keeper's standing up to you. But it certainly stopped the batters taking too many liberties by coming down the wicket to take Williams on, and that's 2 dot balls now.
Just the 2 games going on at the moment in the other group, with a day-night match coming up at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Surrey.
This is swung away by Critchley. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, every now and again Williams just straying a little bit, and Critchley capitalising and making the score keeps ticking over. So, yeah, coming up to the end of a 30th over, 185 for 3. A little bit of acceleration from Essex.
Yes, it's
back on course for something like 350 now if these two can stay together.
Absolutely, they must say double the score. Whatever you've got after 30, you should double it.
A little bit in the pitch for the bowlers.
I agree, so I don't think they will completely double it. It would be very good if they did, but I think that's a big, big ask. But you're right, 350, still very much in the picture.
Essex will know they've left runs out there in the last 2 games, so I'll be keen to ensure that they capitalise on a good position. It has been a nice recovery from the 2 quick Sharma wickets.
It's a good looking shot, should be cut off, and very well fielded, because initially it looked as if there may be 2, but Carl Abberton made sure there was just the 1. So Thane will face the final ball of the over from Williams.
That was a no ball, so it's a free hit.
Oh, so it's a free hit too. He's just checking where his foot went over the popping crease. So
that's nice on 97.
Isn't it just? Yeah, free gift.
Williams wanted a bit of explanation from the umpire there, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
He's got it, but this is an ideal situation for Noah Thane.
Yeah.
Just doesn't want to get run out going for the 3rd here. That's the key thing.
Quite so. No, he was rather pointedly doing the popping crease with his boot on that occasion, Williams, just to make sure he does know where he needs to keep his boot behind. So Gubbins doing some tweaks in the field.
Had that not been a no ball, Critchley would have kept the strike again, or might have kept the strike. I think it would have been 1 more ball. Yeah. But what an opportunity was this for Thane now with a free hit on 97.
Yep, doesn't matter if he gets it wrong. He can have a whack and see if he can get to 3 figures. Williams. Oof, and that's a wide, which means it'll still be a free ball. Free hit, and that was a very wide.
Yeah. Obviously Gubbins and Williams had a chat there, and obviously that was the decision.
We saw that the other day as well, didn't we, against Derbyshire, that this seems to be the tactic, that if you have on the free hit, try and bowl as wide as of off stump legitimately as you can. But that wasn't. And this is just smashed, and this will be the 100. Back-to-back tons for Noah Thane. And this one coming off just 84 balls. Magnificent stuff. It's 16 fours, 1 6. And that is some knock from Noah Thane, and what a competition he is having. Started with the 70-40. And now back-to-back hundreds.
Well, it's fantastic. This could be a career-defining competition for the 21-year-old, and he's been absolutely superb from that first match, and he's, I think, gaining in confidence with each innings.
He's just tucked up there, and it's played out into the covers, but it doesn't really matter now. as 11 runs came from that over. Thane brought up his 100. Good over as far as Essex are concerned, and with 20 overs left of their innings, 192 for 3. So less than 160 needed off the final 20 overs to get to your 350, Nick.
Well, I think he got 394 runs last year, so he's going to come quite close to that inside the first half of the competition. I mean, he's probably not quite going to equal it, but still very impressive. He also took 16 wickets, so I wonder if, particularly with the change in the balance of the side, there's more chance of him bowling, because with the 5 seamers, it's less likely we're going to see a lot of him with them.
Yeah, he's only bowled once in the competition so far.
So there's a possibility that he might get an outing today. But Kyle Abbott, I thought it was the case for Kyle Abbott coming back on a little bit earlier when there was just that little calm period where another wicket or so might have been useful, but he has been brought back on now, probably for a short spell. But Critchley's now settled, and obviously Thane has gone past the 100 mark, so Essex in a pretty good spot. But Kyle Abbott, with his great experience in all formats really, can he take an important wicket here? But 192 for 3. It's been a good last 5 overs for Essex. That's a good drive, and actually a very good stop at mid-off as well. Just one run.
I thought he got enough of it to get it past Fuller, but no.
So just size that the acceleration that wasn't really there. I think there were 199 for 2 after 34 at Arundel from memory. So we're coming up to that sort of score, but a little bit earlier, possibly 3 overs earlier.
It's a very good memory, Nick.
I think it was, because I was looking at, I was trying to work out what had happened in that innings, and the key thing was there was no acceleration until the last over. I think they scored 99 between overs 35 and 49.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And then the 18, I think, came off the last over. But I just was looking at it and spotted that stat on 34 overs. So just signs that there's a little bit quicker today. Say the pitch did appear to be doing a little bit for a while, but less so recently. That's well judged. Had to get enough bat on that to clear mid-on, and has managed to do so. Just for a moment, Andrew Neil might have thought he had a chance there, but there was enough bat on that from Noah Thane, and he gets his 17th 197 for 3.
Yeah, that's good work. Very nicely judged from Thane, as much of his innings has been.
Mentioned just the Middlesex still going well, by the way, in the game we haven't mentioned recently. That's the one at New Road, 143. Just lost a 3rd wicket, 143 for 3. But Josh DeCaris is 81 not out from 108 balls, 10 fours, 143 for 3 in the 32nd against Worcestershire. As I mentioned, just the 2 games going on in the other group, because we've got a later start to one of the games at Bristol. And good tight stuff from Kyle Abbott, as you would expect. Northants and Leicester meeting at Northampton. Northants 159 for 4. Neither of those 2 sides particularly well placed at the moment. Leicester won their first 2 and lost the next 2, and Northants have only got the 1 win from 3 games. So Northants 159 for 4. T20 champions, of course, in the 31st over against Leicestershire at Northampton. And Somerset, who made a good start to the competition, are going well again against Kent at Canterbury. It's going to be thought of a second run. It's going to be quite tight, but in the end the throw wasn't
good pressure.
strong enough to put some pressure on Thane, who goes up to 107. Yes, Somerset going along nicely. They've got 2 wins from their first 3 games, trying to keep pace with Lancashire and Notts up the top. And 161 for 2 is the score at Canterbury after 31 overs. And Sri Lankan Savin Pereira, another of the signings specifically for this competition, 69 not out from 80 balls. So he's going along pretty well. Interesting to see some of the players, talented players from overseas, not playing in the 100, but playing in this competition. And he's a relatively new name to me, certainly Savin Pereira, but he's going well today.
Andrew Neil back into the attack. 3 overs of Ollie Williams. Last one was a little bit expensive with no balls and wides and what have you. 11 runs from it, so Andrew Neil back into the attack to try and put the brakes on. Cut away nicely just for 1 though. There's a man out in the deep, but that brings up the 200. Warm applause around the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Members certainly enjoying it. That's cut away nicely. Will only probably be 1 again. It is. It's the busy man out on the deep cover boundary. It's forced into action again with Fletcher Middleton.
A bit of a very good partnership, hasn't it? Critchley's just gradually building.
Yeah, 81 they've put on, make that 85. So it's cut away really nicely by Critchley for 4. Found the gap, backward a square.
Just a few problems now for Hampshire because these 2 have got established, and Neil just proving a touch expensive. So effective in the blast, particularly on the sides of playing each other.
Critchley's timed this really well. He took time to get in.
Yes. Last week he did 120. That was when Charlie Ellison was out 3rd ball.
Yep. So 85 they've now put on. That's driven nicely down. That might be 2. Yes, there are 2. Thane very happy to take on, going to the danger end. It gets through very easily indeed. So 8 off the over so far, going well as far as Essex are concerned. If they can bowl along at 8 and over from now on in, they'll be over 350. And that will be another single, and Critchley will keep the strike. 9 off the over. Good work. 208 for 3. So these 2 now put on 88 for this 4th wicket.
Yeah, there was a short while, wasn't there, when the ball did seem to be doing a little bit.
Yes.
It was stopping, and we saw 4 shots, but our original thought was 350, and we just tempered that slightly. But certainly Essex will be looking to go beyond 350 here.
You're
now.
absolutely right. Looking, you can see where things slowed down from the 15th to, except for 1 over or so, the 25th, but it's been solid since. So you're absolutely right, Nick. The Manhattan skyline is backing you up.
Kyle Abbott might have just come back on a little bit earlier, but can he get the wicket now? The 2nd over of this spell. And nice little cut shot from Critchley down to 3rd man for single. And could have plenty in the bank here, Essex, which hasn't been the case in some of the previous games, but Rollison, interesting to see what the order would be. I think Rollison and Harbour is pretty much nailed on for the next 2, and then we've got Fernandez and Snater. So he's still prepared to play a defensive shot when the ball merits it. He is facing Kyle Abbott, so that's not so surprising, but
That's what's been so
good about the innings, yeah.
impressive about this innings, is if the ball hasn't been there to hit, he hasn't hit it. He's just played it real proper cricket shots, but he's got 109 off 92.
We talk about one competition being the making of a player, because his performance has been absolutely tremendous so far. And the decision, although we have been discussing about whether another senior player batting with him opening would actually get more out of Benkenstein, that's another issue. The fact that Thane, the decision to open with Thane has been absolutely superb, and you could say they were slightly running out of options, but it still absolutely worked, and it's been a great move for Thane personally. That's a little bit of quality from Abbott, defeating the aggressive shot from Thane on his haunches. It struck him a little bit.
He's just spotting Thane. He's looking to get outside leg stump, and he's just following him, Abbott. Well, he must have seen hundreds of batters try and do that to him before. He's just reminding Thane that he's been doing this for quite a long time.
Should of course mention Thane now has a career best, because his previous 100 was 102. It's a good shot to add another run to it. Yeah, so he got that 102 at Arundel, adding to it today. As I say, it's seeing him in this sort of form. It bodes well for, particularly if Essex do get into a scenario where Jordan Cox is playing in those test matches. I haven't seen an update on Bethel's injury for a while, but obviously Bethel's been ruled out of the 100, and that is a clean pickup. That's a very good shot from Matt Critchley, and a pickup for 6 off Carl Abbott. That's a bit of a blow for Essex to strike at this point, and Carl Abbott takes his cap. Won't be too pleased about that, but he'll acknowledge the quality of the shot. Matt Critchley, who was playing very conservatively early on, getting himself in. Of course, he does have the ability to accelerate. He's gone to 41 from 47, and I'm sure runs and deliveries faced will be very much in tandem very soon if he stays in. Thane 109, but excellent partnership of 96. 33 overs, and Essex at the moment looking for something significantly over 350 with the batting to come. Hampshire could be in a spot of bother here. They need a wicket. 216 for 3 after 33.
Well, we need a new ball after that last one was hit out of the ground, and a new one has subsequently been delivered, and it will be Andrew Neil to continue. But what an important boundary that could prove. That was such a good over from Carl Abbott, just the 2 singles from it. Suddenly a 6 off the last, 8 runs off the over. And you can see the frustration in Abbott's face. So, what can Andrew Neil do? He's given him. Thane's gone for 109. Well, just watching that again, that seemed to be very close to pitching outside leg stump, but he's been given.
Well, I'm sure now Thane got a good ovation at Arundel from the Sussex crowd, with a few Essex supporters sprinkled in amongst it, but he's going to get an even bigger ovation here. No Thane, back-to-back hundreds in the space of 3 days, 102 and then 109. And what a tournament he is having. Interestingly, it's Harmer ahead of Rollerson.
Yep.
Not entirely surprised by that, but Simon Harmer does have the ability, if he gets in, to cause Hampshire a lot of problems. Not just with the ball, but with the bat as well.
Absolutely. Well, he deserved that semi-standing ovation that we saw there. I'd still like to see a replay.
No, I haven't seen a replay yet, so...
Because I think that was pretty adjacent to outside leg stump. Anyway, I'm sure we'll see a replay in a second or so. Simon Harmer is out. It doesn't really matter about whether it did or it didn't, because the umpire's finger went up and he's out. Just
from a Hampshire point of view, they struck at a pretty important time, because I think there were a few potential alarm bells the way things were going. If they can get Harmer quickly. Rollerson hasn't been in great form so far. Now, he might come off today.
I don't know if there is a replay of that. It would be very interesting to see it.
Well done to Andrew Neil, who
Yep,
strikes.
absolutely. Bowling left arm round the wicket.
Yes, the best thing Hampshire can do to keep this score down is to break this partnership, and then might be in a stronger position.
Yeah, it's got nearly 1,500 runs at an average of just under 24. 350 Simon Harmer in this format, and he starts with a couple.
Yeah, he's had a really, really good season, of course, Simon Harmer.
Yes.
With the bat, especially.
T20 and County Championship, you're absolutely right.
And it's fair to say that the balance that he gives to a side by playing, because he can bat at number 6 in this competition, certainly missed in the 2 games that were lost. And you could say they sort of got away with it against Derbyshire.
And that'll be 4. And Harmer is underway. 6 from the first 3 balls he's faced. He's got his first boundary.
Yeah, dangerous player if he gets in. He started off in pretty good touch.
See, nice timing from that replay. That's just pushed away into the offside, and Harmer walks a single rather than runs it, because he knew there wasn't 2 there. Why waste your energy on a hot day?
Potentially might be playing some test cricket against England over Christmas.
Yes, that's true. Oh, that's well bowled, and turn, bounce and turn. It's a lovely delivery. Critchley knew very little about that. Good way. Well, the over started well, it finished very well. 7 runs in the middle. Is this the LB? No, it's the last delivery.
Well, one thing that Critchley would have noticed about that is that we've got Neil there turning the ball away from the right-hander, and Critchley might be thinking, well, that's useful. I might be able to do that myself a little bit later on. Left-arm spin, it's an interesting one, because it's the one weapon that Essex don't have, and it'd be an even more complete side with a bowler of that variety. It's been a little while since they've had one, but Neil looks, particularly with, if he can develop his batting form, he does look a good long-term replacement for Liam Dawson in a couple of the competitions for Hampshire. Dawson will next be seen at the utility bowl, I think, playing for the opposition, as James Vince was the other day. And indeed Sonny Baker will be on the same side. I think that's coming up in a week or so, that 100 match. It'll be an odd one for the supporters. Now, Sharma, who's bowled well. An interesting contest between these two. Yes, one of the things that's been talked about the 100 this year is that sort of less county identity in some of the teams, and perhaps it's had a little bit of an effect. One side who have been going along, who do have a strong county and regional identity, have been going along very well, of course, the Southern Brave women, who won again yesterday. Great, they've got some good roots in Hampshire cricket, and the Vipers, and going along very well again. That's a nice stroke from Harmer for single. Southern Brave men getting off the mark yesterday evening, but it'll be an interesting game, that, when the Manchester team, with their bowling lineup of Atkinson, Tongue, Baker and Dawson as 4 of the bowlers, come to the utility bowl in a week or so's time. So 224 for 4. That's a nice drive, but well intercepted. Ideally like another wicket here. Hampshire just to send Essex back a little bit at the moment, with Harmer at the crease with Critchley and Rollison to follow, and of course Snater can hit well at the end. Still 350 very much on the cards in the 35th. Critchley just building this innings. Sharma in his 6th over, so he still has 4 to go. He's took that 2 wickets in 1 over. It's been impressive with his changes of pace.
Yes, he's bowled really well, hasn't he?
Yep, so a good return from Sharma. Might be that he needs to come off with the bat today for Hampshire, because they're going to be chasing a pretty big target. But do have some good batting there. Still looks a pretty strong top 8 in particular. You've got to add Neil now after that knock at New Road. 226 for 4, but they should be chasing 350 plus here, because there's still 15 overs to go. And that over slightly out of contrast with the last, say, 5 or 6, which have been quite expensive.
Right, well, I just went, because I was slightly worried about that LB, I just popped next door and I had a chat with match referee James Whittaker.
Oh, right, felt that strong there.
Well, no, I just mentioned it in the press box, and James very happily came out and had a chat, and he said, I thought that at first, that it had pitched outside, but I've just watched it in slow motion, and what they do is they put their lanyard up against the line of leg stump, and he said it pitched in line with leg stump and has gone down as a correct decision. So well bowled.
Yeah, well bowled to Neil. So if there had been a TV referral available, it would have probably been umpire's call.
It would have been umpire's call, and he would have gone. So yeah, absolutely right. So anyway, that's good stuff. Thank you, James Whittaker, the former England batsman, who is the match referee today. It's flicked away for another single. Just checks his run, Neil. Well, it's a good shot, well stopped, but they'll still be able to get a single.
Just a reminder of the group situation. It looks a very strong group. Middlesex are 100% so far. Yorkshire only lost 1. They're going very well today. Durham 100% at the moment.
Oh, and there's another wicket. Just trying to step away, Critchley, to cut it away. And that's 2 big wickets that Hampshire have now taken. They're coming in clumps as far as Essex are concerned. We saw that when Wesley and Allison went very quickly, and now Thane and Critchley have made a decent 43 and looks as if he's just about to start accelerating, and he's just been bowled.
About to say, because of those 3 sides going well, it's very important for both these sides to win this game. And Andrew Neils, if he suddenly has realised that, has bowled a couple of really good wicket-taking deliveries, and his figures are looking a lot better now, 2 for 44 in the 7th over.
Yeah,
that's a good wicket. Now, Rollison's not been particularly in form so far. Yeah, just looking at that, trying to force it away. Might have got a bit of bat on it.
Yeah.
But Critchley will be frustrated because he's done the hard work getting himself in. And now, from Hampshire's point of view, well, Harmer, I think, is a key wicket. But Rollison, of course, was very impressive in his first season in the competition with Essex. He's had a relatively quiet start, as I say, this time around, but he's got a great opportunity here to get in and take this past 350 if these 2 can stay together. Now, on the flip side of that, if
they can't,
if Hampshire can get, I think Harmer in particular, but if they can get another wicket quickly, They could still be chasing less than 300.
Because 350 is looking a long way away.
It is.
Now 121 required from
Still best part of 14
overs.
overs.
So it's not the run rate that's
I think it's
the problem, it's the wickets.
Yeah, and that's why another one for Hampshire now, breaking this partnership would really give them a chance of restricting Essex.
That's nicely off the mark as far as Rolliston's concerned. He uses his feet nicely to the spinner, but that's a very good over. Just 4 singles and the big wicket of Matt Critchley. 230 for 5 after 36.
He did get 35 at Arundel, but it's fair to say that he probably didn't get going in the way he would have liked to. 13 against Derbyshire, 5 against Middlesex. So, relatively speaking, a quiet start for him, but got a chance here to get himself in and possibly launch a bit of an attack in the last 10 overs.
Absolutely. His strike rate in his career is 81, so it's decent. But yeah, he's got a couple of hundreds and 16 50s. This is his, how many? His 72nd list day match. That's Sharma, who's been the pick of the attack.
Yes, 35 came off 30 balls on Wednesday, so not too bad, but he can score quicker than that. And just get himself in here against Sharma, who's a good little combination here between Sharma and Neil, which is come at a good time for Hampshire. They've got wickets in clusters, 2 and 3 together and 4 and 5 together. 37th over. Strong sun now. There's a little bit less cloud, and the sun is out more often than not. It's certainly warmed up a little bit. 1 or 2 hats being put on just in front of us, which I think is very wise. Looks like the majority of this competition, or even all of it, is going to be played in this sort of weather. Quick single into the offside. That was pretty well judged. So I was mentioning how well those sides were going at the top, and I say there is a strong possibility that the side finishing third in this competition may have 6 wins. So important for both these sides to win this game, having each lost 2 of the first 3. That's a good one. And he's got terrific skill, to say. He would have developed in the IPL in particular, but sort of change of pace and delivery style looks a very handy acquisition for Hampshire in this form of the game.
Well played.
Well, got that past short third and away to the boundary. Good attempt to get across there, but it moves so quickly across the outfield. Not that much reaction time for Fuller. And away for 4.
Particularly bouncing off the ground here as well. Yeah, that was a good try. The ball races so fast to the boundary.
235 for 5 in the 37th. Still a handy position. That wasn't where Armour was intending, I don't think, but again, an interesting over from Sharma with plenty of variation in it, and he's bowled very nicely. 2 for 32 in 7. I wonder if Neil probably might bowl out, or will there be a change again here? Gavins still got 3 to go. I think he'd like to keep him going.
Yeah. Be surprised if he didn't bowl him through from here, given how...
I mean, just taken 2 wickets.
Exactly.
Just looking at his options now. Nick Gubbins.
So he's got more from Prest.
Yeah.
Fuller, Williams has still got a couple, Carl Abbott. Yeah, no, interesting to see how he juggles his attack from now on, but I think I'd be surprised if Neil didn't bowl through. Cut away nicely. but it will only be one. Oh, it's a misfield, and they go back for 2. And in fact, the throw was a little bit wild, but the keeper did well, or they could have been going for 3.
Yes, Fuller has 4 left, Abbott has 3, Neil has 3, including this, Sharma has 3, Crest has up to 7, so he's got plenty of options available to him there.
Comes down the wicket, Rolofsson, but Neil saw him and fired it in at his toes. Oh, I was just remembering, James Whittaker was chairman of selectors for 4 years in the 20-teens. And that's just dabbed around the corner. There was bat on it.
Wonder if he's got any ideas about how England replace Stokes.
I know, I'm quite tempted to go and have a chat at half-time.
I'm the only person, I haven't seen anybody else suggest this.
Go on.
But for me, Patterson White at 7. If you look at his wickets this season.
You have mentioned him.
Yeah. I just think he's worth a go.
Cut away.
Because if he bats at 7, you've got the option. You can then potentially, look at Craig Overton at 8 maybe. But I just think the seam bowling department probably looks after itself because they've got enough options already.
Yes, I don't think we muck around too much with that. Yeah. But swung away to the leg side, and that will be 4. That's really well played by Rolofsson. Swung the ball away to the gap on the leg side just when his side needed it, off the 5th ball of the over. Frustrating for the bowler, but he came down the wicket well, didn't he, and took that on.
Maybe that little 35 off 30 will be a bit of a warm-up for him to find his best form, because if he does play a good cameo now, it could be really match-turning.
And that is another back-to-back boundaries. It's really well played, again using his feet superbly, and suddenly, after 2 runs off the first 4 balls, there's 10 off the over. 2, 4, 5 for 5. Yes, my other one is I'd like Hasim Hamid to open.
Yeah,
possible view to long-term captain.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call. We're trying to stop Notts winning the championship here, aren't we?
Well, exactly.
Let's be honest, because they're my favourites for the championship after that absolutely defining performance here. I mean, you can't say anything other than that have the look of a championship winning side, which they were, and could be again. But yes, we're doing our best to
undermine them.
Because they're looking very good in this competition as well, I have to say. They're doing very well. But yeah, I mean, Hamid, that's an interesting call as to whether Emilio Gay is in that bracket. There's a quick one there, but they've got through okay. Is Emilio Gay in that bracket where his test class or he's just below? And I think time will tell.
Yeah, and it's tough as well.
And if he is,
we talked about the opening
he's
as
only
well.
just below because he's a good player.
I think he may
be found out by the better attacks.
I think he may well develop and become one, but
the only problem with Hamid, he just had these runs of form. He's either very good, or not so good. It was absolutely brilliant last year, and that was crucial for Nottinghamshire. So, Sharma in his 8th over.
Ooh,
that's another quick single. This is the tighter one.
He make it though.
Yeah, probably reasonably well judged. I guess it was an indication of Rolofsson's relatively quiet start. The fact that Harmer did come in ahead of him, but it might just be that Rolofsson, upgrading from club cricket to first team for Essex, just needed a couple of sighter innings. Having got that 30 odd the other day, he's starting to find his range. We'll see. It's still very impressive from Sharma.
Yeah. Wicket to wicket.
I'll say what Hampshire might need from him is some runs later on today. But there's no question that he's made a big impact. We can absolutely see why he's got the 8 wickets coming into this game. That's a good shot for just the 1.
Yes, we've seen that a few times, haven't we? The fielder has done well to stop it, but it's shot off along the quick outfield, and they've been able to trot through for 1 anyway.
leading run scores in the competition. Noah Thane, I think this is up to date, 325. That puts him 6 behind Will Luxton on 331. Will Luxton will be batting later today. So Thane is on second place in top run scores in the competition at the moment. That's a nice stroke.
It's a lovely shot.
Away for a couple of runs. So that's a great achievement from Noah Thane to be up near the top of that list across the country.
250 up. Bit sharper than it was against Derbyshire at the weekend. This is a few more runs in this wicket.
That's a good shot. Lofted away and very, very well struck. And
Wow.
Rollison,
Wow.
just the indication that he's needed a couple of sighter innings. Run a ball knock on Wednesday, but this is a little bit more of the Rollison that we saw in his earlier stint with Essex, and I think Hampshire once again are in a situation where they've got a partnership they need to break. 256 for 5, and Rollison starting to move now on 21 from 13, scoring notably quicker than he was at Arundel.
Yeah, no, this is 21 off the last 2 overs for Essex, which is just what they need if they're to try and get over that 350 mark.
And talking of Sharma, Thane is second in the top run scores, and Sharma's equal number 1 in the leading wicket takers with Joe Pocklington and Fatty Singh of Worcestershire. So Joe Pocklington is Notts, and actually just an indication of those two. It seems to be that the spinners are doing pretty well, because the 2 bowlers with him are both slow left arm. So that's an indication that spin coming to the fore, as you'd expect in this dry, hot summer.
Well, except we thought that the spinner would stay on at this juncture, Andrew Neil, but the Hampshire captain, Nick Gubbins, had other ideas, and back into the attack comes Fuller. And very happy to go to the danger end is Rollison. Much easier as far as Harmer is concerned, and these two have scored briskly since coming together.
Josh De Kerris is 96 not out. It's a Noah Thane-like run, isn't it?
It is a bit at the moment, yeah.
With the wickets as well. What a... Dare I say, his dad is maybe sometimes might even be distracted from his coverage of the other competition to follow how his son is doing. It's been quite a remarkable run he's had. I'll let you know when if and when he gets his 100 for Middlesex.
Fuller. And that's up on his toes, Rollison. He's very happy to give anybody the charge at the moment. He was down the wicket again then. Fuller saw him and banged it in short, but he still managed to guide it down to third man and take the single. Fuller's figures pretty decent. 1 for 35 in his 7th over. As it swung away. Ali Orr is out there, so it'll only be a single. In fact, he rolls it rather elegantly back underarm. Just making sure he hears the instructions from his skipper.
These two would probably have to stay together for most of the rest of the innings, you feel, for Essex to get up towards 350.
Yes.
It's the importance of another breakthrough for Hampshire if they can get it.
Oof, that's well bowled. Bent his back. And Rollison tried to play an exotic ramp shot over the wicket keeper, but bending backwards so far and almost falling over. Couldn't get bat on ball.
So Josh De Kerris is 101 not out with 12 fours and Middlesex 187 for 3 with 10 overs to go at New Road between
slow
two of
going,
the front
isn't it?
runners.
So they're going at 4.5 and over, so it's not easy by the sounds of things.
You never quite know with New Road.
And that is absolutely launched. For a moment, Longoff thought he might be in with a chance, Ollie Williams, but he'd just come up towards the ring, and that was lofted over his head with the one leg up in the air. Glorious shot. So finding the boundary again, these two have done that very well so far, even if they had to wait to the 5th and 6th ball of the over to get there. And that's cut away nicely. Will only be one.
Yes,
Another decent over, 8 from it.
Wilson looking very busy at the crease here. He's almost unnoticed gone along to 27 from 17 balls. Overtaken Harmer, who came in before him. But
so they need 86 from the last 10 to get to 350.
Yeah, which would be a pretty good score, because there's a little bit in it, particularly for the spinners.
Yeah.
And Essex got quite a strong contingent there.
And
Up to 4 options, we think.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at those figures, though. Sharma absolutely dominating. Neil's bowled well as well. He's still got a couple of overs left. Oh, Kyle Abbott back into the attack.
Yeah, you feel Hampshire's biggest problem in the competition with the ball is obviously Kyle Abbott can't play every game. If you take him out of the seam attack, obviously it is very inexperienced, and obviously Fuller's very useful, but in terms of your frontline bowlers, when Abbott's not there, it is quite difficult, and he can't play. So I'm going to play a sort of a certain number of games. Obviously that's going to be determined, but. Maybe they can get 1 or 2 of those players from the 100 back from time to time. That's very well placed and very well struck as well. And it's gone all the way for 6.
Wow.
We mentioned that Roelofsen's knock at Arundel might just have been like a sort of a warm-up to sort of get himself back into gear. But this is much more like the Grant Roelofsen from a few years ago when he first played for Essex. Fantastic hit.
He got 35 off 30, did he?
Yeah, I think it was.
He's got 33 off 18.
Yeah, it just shows you how a bit of a warm-up knock can do some good. But it tells you everything, the fact that Harmer came in ahead of him. It did suggest that probably the feeling was he wasn't in his best form. But now this is a really handy innings in the context of what might follow in the competition, because hitting it like that, I mean, that's a difficult shot to play. An inside-out shot over extra cover for 6, fantastic shot.
Off Kyle Abbott.
Yes, indeed. Is even more remarkable. And well, impromptu drinks break. It has warmed up. There's no question about that in the last hour.
Yeah.
And well, that was a fantastic hit. And Essex moving back into a strong position. With most of 10 overs to go. 270 for 5. And all told, they'll be pretty pleased. If you have just joined us, Noah Thane back-to-back hundreds. 109 today to add to the 102 on Wednesday. Others chipping in, but it really has been about Noah Thane. But generally everyone getting a start, more or less, apart from Charlie Allison, who it wasn't to be for him today. And a good follow-up shot from Roelofsen into the wide open spaces. They were looking for the 2 with the stroke being played with no pace, but it wasn't there.
They might have got away with it, but not worth the risk, that's for sure.
Well, you have to wait till both sides have batted, but the pitch at York might be a tricky one, because Durham 150 for 9 in the 46th over against Yorkshire. So, no one's really got in. 31 to Will Rhodes. 3 wickets for Benjamin Cliff, who's a medium pacer. 2 for Kuldeep Yadav, 2 for 23.
But the run rate's, what, 3 and a bit?
Yeah, 2 wickets also for Don Bear, so it looks a good pitch for the spinners.
Wow.
That's going to be a good stop, because I was going to say it might well be beating short fine leg because of the pace of the outfield, but that was actually a really good piece of work there from Ollie Williams, and just saving a couple of runs.
Yep, certainly
Maybe
saved three, didn't he? Yep.
But Rollison, this is a really useful cameo. 34 from 19 balls. Coming in after Harmer, and actually Harmer's been happy to play second fiddle.
Absolutely.
And he's not got that, but he's going to get away with it.
Oof.
Goes out towards deep square leg. Didn't get that at all. Tricky to hit Kyle Abbott for 2 sixes and an over. Maybe settle for the 1. Kyle Abbott in his 8th over. Could possibly be one of his last appearances here if Hampshire were relegated. It's driven away out towards deep mid wicket, but what a performer he's been for Hampshire over the years. And as I mentioned earlier, fondly remembered in September 2019 for his part in Essex winning the championship. Which they probably couldn't have done without him if Somerset had won that game at Southampton. Clipped away into the onside single. And good comeback from Abbott, as you'd expect.
Yes.
The 6 off the first ball. 275 for 5 though. Still very handy. 41 overs. 350 still on the cards if these two can stay together.
Very definitely, very definitely. They're put on 46 now, of which Rollison's got 36. So he's really enjoying himself out there. Harmer just playing a really sensible innings, getting a single every time he can. And so Andrew Neil is back in after that 1 over from James Fuller. Neil back into the attack. Just waiting for the field to settle. Down the wicket, it's wide, but he manages to get the toe end of the bat onto it. If he'd left it, it would have been interesting. He might have actually got an extra delivery at the end of this over, but Rollison's now in the mood to chase pretty much anything. Not quite timed from Harmer, but with the field set back and not quite middled, he has plenty of time to just trot through for another single. But from now on in, I'm pretty sure that they're settled for 6 and over. The Hampshire team, again, it's just played out into the covers. It's a decent bit of fielding, but they're safely through, timing these runs very well indeed at the moment.
Yeah, it was interesting that Neil just came off for that 1 over, didn't he, I think?
Yes, absolutely. And it was immediately returned.
Yeah, I think Nick Gummins has done a pretty good job with the resources at his disposal. The only thing I thought he might have done was bring Kyle Abbott back after Charlie Anderson got out.
Heaved into the leg side. They'll only get 1. They thought about 2, but it was only 1. That'll bring up the 50 partnership. So, and yet another 50 partnership. That's the 4th of the innings so far.
Yes, it has been, apart from Charlie Anderson, a day when everyone's more or less got in.
Yes, Charlie Anderson got a bit of a working over from Sharma. See, he hadn't possibly batted for a while, and that's smashed up to long off.
You see, it's that extra quality of the bowlers in the 50 over competition compared to the 100. No, well, he hasn't played a 100 game yet, but let's hope he does get a chance.
Now that's a very good over for Hampshire and for Neil. Just 5 runs from it. 280 for 5, 8 overs remaining.
Yeah, still very handily placed. Interesting, Simon Harmer has been, I think he's probably had a little bit less of a strike, but he's sort of played a little bit within himself here, going like a runner ball. But Rollison has played a very enterprising knock indeed. So it leaves us with 8 overs. The current run rate 6.6, which is good. And this pitch just suggesting it was offering a little bit to the bowlers in the middle part of the innings, really. And either side, it seems to have been playing pretty flat. But Essex will want to get a daunting target for Hampshire to chase. I mean, Hampshire's, apart from Weatherly, Hampshire have been more greatly affected with the loss to their bowling departments. Obviously, certain Hampshire players are always going to play in 100, but at the others, it's the bowlers that they're missing. This is skied away. Could be safe. Just. And almost an awkward bounce, defeating both fielders. Well, a bit of luck there for Rollison. Went a long way up. Prest was chasing after it. Didn't quite get there. Awkward bounce. Almost got away from both the fielders, but it rather pitched and stopped, actually, because it wasn't hit particularly... timed particularly well.
Here we go. Yeah. That's a very good late switch by Middleton to ensure that didn't go all the way. But it was
at one point it looked like it might.
Exactly. And Rollison looked as if he'd given up almost when he played the shot. He thought he was going to be out.
Not to reach for that. He's done so pretty effectively.
He's playing really enterprising cricket at the moment, Rollison. Yeah. Looks as if he's enjoying himself.
Yes, and sort of reminding Essex supporters who saw his first stint of what he can do. And this has been much more like the Grant Rollison of that stint. 42 from 26.
He's got 42 in a partnership of 54.
It's gone to short, fine leg, and that's very well taken. That probably wasn't straightforward, because I imagine that was coming at Williams pretty quickly and low. And Harmer will feel he's got himself in. He would have loved to have stayed right through there, because he sort of got himself established. He was obviously going to look to accelerate. He's a touch unlucky getting out in that position, but I've got a feeling that's a pretty good catch that we'll see on replay. 283 for 6, travelling pretty quickly, and had to react just inside the circle, Williams. And he's done his bit there, because you don't want, from Hampshire's point of view, Harmer batting right through. Fernandez they would probably perceive as less of a threat than Harmer in the closing stages, but he has got runs in the competition already. But 283 for 6, a wicket coming at a timely junction for Hampshire.
All I'll say is that if he'd left it, it might well have been a wide. Yeah. So
that's probably why he was so annoyed, because he was visibly annoyed when he was.
Yeah, because
it's an awkward place to be caught, isn't it?
Yeah.
You feather one down the leg side to the keeper, but sort of on a leg glance. But nicely taken by Williams. He had to react quickly.
As Abbott didn't celebrate too much because he knew he'd got lucky. He'd bowled down the leg side. If it had been left, he'd had to bowl it again. Instead, he picked up a wicket. But good for him. And that's just going to make life interesting. The 283 looks good at this stage, but it's the for 6 that Essex have to be concerned about. Now, Fernandez did start with a half century in this competition, didn't he?
Which was good, because he'd struggled for runs in the blast. With a caveat, it's always more awkward when you're coming in down the order in that competition. A couple of fielding adjustments. We've got a mid-wicket in as the only one saver on the leg side, 3 on the offside. Good delivery from Abbott, who'll be looking to try and keep Rollison away from the strike, and might well be happy to offer the single off the last ball, although Fernandez is a keeper batter, but obviously Rollison is in. 2 balls left of the 43rd over, 283 for 6.
Just
Innings, if Rollison stays, it could still be 350. If Hampshire break through again, and particularly get Rollison out, it may only be 325, something like that. That's a good shot. It's going to be a single, so interesting to see if Rollison can keep a strike off the last ball. Had to reach for it, but kept it down. So Harmer a touch disappointed. Is that dismissal? Rollison is still there. That's a pretty intelligent delivery, as you'd expect from Kyle Abbott. He had the same thought we had up here, that the best thing for Hampshire at this stage is probably to keep Rollison away from the strike, and that was a very nicely disguised slower ball bouncer, which was about as well executed as you could possibly imagine.
Absolutely.
284 for 6.
Yeah, no, it was almost perfect delivery, wasn't it? Because if he got it anywhere near wrong, it would have been a wide or easy for Rollison. He just got it absolutely bang on. So just 4 runs as well as the wicket in that over. So that's a terrific effort from Kyle Abbott, whose 9 overs have cost 55. Now, is Neil going to ball out? Yes, he is. So this will be his 10th and final over. 2 figures of 2 for 60 so far. 7 overs to go. 66 required to get to 350. Reverse. An LBW that only the bowler is slightly interested in. Got no backup from his wicketkeeper at all, as Fernandez went for the early reverse. Short and pulled, but rather misses out Fernandez. Straight to the fielder in the deep, so there'll only be one. Or who's got a wonderful arm. Pings it back to the bowler. Now it is Rollison. What's his mode of attack for this one?
He's reacted pretty well, hasn't he, Neil, to a difficult start today, and you know, he does seem to have a very good temperament.
Yeah, on this wicket he's bowled pretty tightly. This is swung away into the leg side. It'll be one bounce to Ali Orr. It'll only be a single. Rollison moves to 43, but just slowing down a little at the moment. It's been very tidy stuff. Well, this would annoy Essex if the last 10 overs they just can't accelerate a little. Cut away, but straight to the fielder. Good work again. So last ball of the 44th over, just 2 runs from it so far. As it will stay. What a good way to finish from Neil. Andrew Neil finishes with 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 62, and a great way to finish it too.
Durham 165 all out. York in the 49th over. Benjamin Cliff 4 for 38. So I wonder if that pitch will still be a difficult one for Yorkshire to bat on, but obviously they're on top there. Middlesex 229 for 4. Josh Decker is out for 130 from 147 balls. 6 overs to go for Middlesex, so they have accelerated a little bit there. 6 overs to go, 229 for 4. And one other game in this group, where Derbyshire are going along pretty well. Kyle Abbott bowling. That's outside the off stump, but well, it was fine, apart from the fact that they've managed to scamper through for a bit of a surprise bye, because it was well executed by Abbott. The batter had backed away. It wasn't a wide, therefore, but wasn't quite able to be gathered in cleanly, and they've got through for a bye.
Yes, that was strange, wasn't it? I think everyone had turned away and suddenly realised that for once, in a very good match, Ben Brown hadn't managed to gather the ball properly.
Derbyshire 281 for 5 against Glamorgan. That's at Repton School. And Brookguest is 86 not out. That's against Glamorgan. So those are the other games in this group. Good field change with Tom Press going back deep at deep mid wicket. Anybody saving one on the leg side? I don't think so
Short,
at the moment. Oh, we're going to have short fine
leg.
leg coming up, which gives us the 4 inside the circle that we need. 3 of them on the offside. And that almost was a trap that worked perfectly with the man being set deep. In fact, it went square, but not far short of the fielder. And what Fernandez has done, though, is give a strike to Rylofson.
Yes. It's just slowed down in the last. Just had 6 from the last 2 overs.
It's the wicket of Harmer. Even though Harmer wasn't going on particularly quickly, he was dovetailing very well with Rylofson.
No, absolutely. Yes, that was when the score was 283.
Still Snater, of course, who can certainly put back to ball. That's a formidable strike. It really is from Grant Rylofson. Absolutely hammered, backed away and put it away through extra cover. That got across the outfield very quickly. And that has got Essex back up and moving again. It'll be tough to get to 350 from here, but not impossible if Rylofson stays.
It's a great replay there of him down on one knee, almost falling over, hitting that shot.
Yeah,
the hospitality boxes enjoyed it.
Abbott getting a little bit of treatment today, 1 for 60 in his 10th over, but he's capable of the comeback delivery, which will defeat the next attempt at an aggressive shot. It's happened again there.
Yes, it's a good reply to the man you know is probably going to try and come down the wicket to you.
Sun's just gone in again briefly. There's still a bit of cloud cover up there. When it's out, it's very strong.
No, I saw you putting the cream on again.
It's just behind cloud at the moment, obviously, because it's a little bit cooler. But a bit of a break, half-hour break for everybody coming up soon. A good crowd in here. And it's been an interesting Essex innings, which has gone pretty much according to plan. It's a question of finishing it off. Now, the centrepiece, Noah Thane's 2nd straight century, 109 from 96 balls with a 17 fours. Basically, everybody else chipping in 40s for Critchley and Rylofson, who's still there. Allison, the only man to miss out. Slower ball, well executed, and well stopped at deep mid wicket, just a single. Probably hit it too hard in the end.
Yes, exactly.
Rylofson, because there's plenty of space for 2 there. And he's just lost the strike. But interesting to see what Fernandez does now. I mean, obviously a 4 would be very handy. But ideally, I guess Essex would like Rylofson on strike for the next over.
Yes, I think you're right.
James Fuller still has 3 overs to go. Sharma still has 2. That's going to be just over mid-off, not far away. But that's exactly the right thing, really, from Fernandez. Have a go. And just cleared mid-off. But the bonus there is he's got the 4 and he's got Rylofson safely back onto strike, so he's done very well for the team there. 297 for 6 with 5 to go. As if Rylofson does stay, 350 still on the cards, but that was a good end to the over from Simon Fernandez.
Yep, it was good. 11 off that over, which is much more what is required. As you can see, if they need to get to 350, they need 53 from the last 5 overs. That was the end of Kyle Abbott, who's 10 overs, 1 for 65.
Yeah, I think more and more we could say it's 3 overs of Fuller from this end and 2 of Sharma from the other.
I think that you don't have to be a mind reader, do you, to work out what Nick Gubbins has decided.
As we mentioned, Williams and Press, 1 bowler between them. Williams bowled 7 and Press 3. So they're acting as the combined 5th bowler.
So Fuller, 1 for 41 from his 7 overs. He's came on in bowled his first. It was the 5th over of the innings, so he's been in and out. His skipper's called upon him from an over or 2 whenever he felt things needed to change. Now he might actually get 3 overs on the trot. Slow ball fetched for 4. Spotted by Roelofsen, who brings up his 50. Well, what a good knock that is. 5 fours, 2 6s, and just 35 deliveries for his 50. Excellent work from Roelofsen.
Probably earned himself a promotion up the order for the next game.
Back above Simon Harmer, absolutely.
Particularly if Allison's not available. I think it's fairly certain he will anyway. But what a useful cameo. This could be very important in the context of the overall outcome.
This is swung away again. This could be out, should be out. He's managed to pick out one of the best fielders around, who turns and has a little word to his dressing room, because Ali Orr has picked up a pretty comfortable catch, and Roelofsen's excellent innings of 52 comes to a close the moment after he completes his half-century, which is probably not entirely what he and Essex wanted, but certainly what Hampshire wanted. It was a bit lower than he was expecting, and he tried to pull it away. Good knock.
Yeah, it's a fine innings, and obviously the way he was playing, all the chance he wouldn't quite get hold of one.
Exactly.
And that's happened. Well, here's Shane Snater, who's pretty useful, coming in at 301 for 7 with 4 bit overs to go. One of his cameos.
If these are just that 50 would be handy, you feel, because there are runs in this.
Yes.
There are definitely runs in this wicket.
Absolutely, and it's a good time to get Roelofsen out from the Hampshire point of view.
Yes.
So this is looking like, well, somewhere between 325 and 340, unless Snater really gets in and finds the middle. But the danger with Snater is he might go too soon.
Yes.
And get knocked over very quickly.
Well, it's a really tough situation, isn't it? You're coming in the 46th over. He
always needs a couple of sighters, but he might not take them.
No. Well, it'd be interesting to see too what Fuller does, who now has figures of 2 for 45.
Sharma against Snater will be an interesting matchup if that happens in the next day.
Yes. Sharma has really been the pick of the attack. Fuller's bowled nicely. And very sensibly just guided down to third.
Nothing too wild, just to rotate the strike.
Yes, the thing to remember is there was a 4 off the first ball, so if they get singles off every ball left in this over, they've still got 8 from the over, which is pretty good. There's of course that 4 that brought up the 50 for Roelofsen, also brought up the Essex 300. There's an excellent blow from Fernandez, but fielders round really quickly. Does well. Andrew Neil keeps him down to 1.
Didn't quite time that.
No.
Playing the shot again, but interesting to see if Fernandez can go through the gears here and get some quick runs at the end of the innings.
Yes, it's a mindset, isn't it? I need to get a quick 20. That's well bowled. Just cramps Snater up. Ball that follows him. So just the 1 ball left of the over, just 6 runs from it so far. And the big wicket of Roelofsen. His 35 ball 52. Really did inject some much needed pace into the Essex innings. They're going for a quick single. They'll need to be quick. They are quick. Very nicely run. So Fuller just concedes 7 runs off that over. He's now 2 for 48 from his 8 overs. And the score after 46, 304 for 7.
Yeah, it's good performance from Fuller. And he's pretty important in this Hampshire attack in this competition, particularly in the games that Carl Abbott's not playing. So that's a good return from him. But so the bonus has been the performance of Sharma. And he's delivered again today. 10 wickets now in the competition, 2 for 43 and 8.
Now there's the run rate worm, and as you can see, there's no sharp acceleration really. A little bit of a lift.
Yep. Similar to Wednesday.
Yep.
They're slightly ahead of where they were on Wednesday in terms of runs, but lost more wickets. That's a good slow ball again. So I'm going to see some interesting variation here. Yeah, Sharma's been a very interesting and useful acquisition. So there is more to come from him with the bat, with the ball, given obviously the way the Hampshire seam resources of the younger bowlers has been raided by the 100. He's clearly playing a very important role. And that's another pretty good example. Not a wide. Fernandez would argue has gone past his leg stump.
He might have I'm quite surprised that wasn't given as a wide. Anyway, it wasn't. So
you feel it shouldn't be really, because it's a good delivery, and he's beaten the attacking shot, and it's very close to the leg stump. But normally they are, as you were saying. Yeah. Could be a chance to long on. That's well taken.
Yes.
And
3rd wicket for Sharma.
Yeah, nicely done from Sharma. Well judged catch. And an 8th wicket goes down. So certainly Hampshire here reaping the dividends of getting Rollerson out before he could do too much more damage. Fernandez finding it not quite his natural game in the way that Rollerson was to score as quickly. And just an opportunity now for Hampshire to try and close this innings out, maybe inside 50 overs. They're going to be facing a few more than I think they were set at Worcester. A similar sort of game.
Yes.
Yeah, they've hung in pretty well here, the visitors.
I think they really have, because I think that even if Essex get to 325, 330, they'll feel as if they've left 20 out there. As that looked like a 350 wicket from the start of this innings. As long as the Essex bowlers do as the Hampshire bowlers did in the middle of the innings, I may well be proved wrong, but and as you said earlier, Nick, you need to bat twice, but I just feel that they'll be a bit disappointed they haven't kicked on, particularly as so many players have made a start. Only 2 players haven't got to double figures, only 2 players haven't got into their 20s.
Again, good disguise from Sharma. And
well played by Jones though, wasn't it? Helping it round the corner.
I think he got a few runs at the end of the innings the other day, actually, Jones. So
19 not out,
yes,
I think.
It's quite quick. The acceleration in the last over.
Yes, he equalled his
bowled
highest
pretty
score.
well. Now, what can Snater do here? Well, that is a wide.
That has to be a wide.
Happy to leave that one alone. Yes, Worcester made 307 in the game the other day, which was enough by 4 runs. So
yes, which is where we are now.
Yeah.
But Gubbins and Ali Orr both have good records, don't they?
It's hit pretty hard, but stopped by Sharma in his follow-throughs. It's another pretty good over in the circumstances. 3 for 46 with 1 ball left of his 9th.
Just 3 runs from this over the 47th. You'd be looking for double figures in this stage of the innings in these overs.
Sky might get away with it. Yeah. Didn't go very far, but that was the key thing. If it had gone a little bit further, it would have been a catch. Didn't get too much on that at all. And that's the end of another very handy over. So 3 overs to go, but just at 2 wickets. So Essex are slightly becalmed at the moment. 308 for 8. It's still a useful score. But Hampshire have got critical wickets, Harmer and Rodolphson, and are finding that they're able to reap the benefits of that. With Fernandez out for 8 from 11. Rodolphson made 52 from 35, Harmer 22 from 24. And earlier, if you weren't with us, we had quite superb innings from Noah Thane, his 2nd century in consecutive innings, 109 from 96 balls. That's bettered his previous best by 7 runs.
Yeah, and he scored quickly too, and that's no one else has been able to quite, apart from Rodolphson, deliver that better than a runner ball. Waits for it, plays it actually pretty well in the end, Snater. Again, it was a wide delivery, might not have been given as such, but that's only the 45th over in this final 10 over spell. They began the 41st over on 264 for 5, so really they have done well. Hampshire taken 3 wickets, kept the run rate as restricted as possible. Jones having a little look around to see who is where. Fuller just directing traffic. And in the end he's played defensively.
Could be that Hampshire are going to need a centurion of their own, chasing down this target. Tom Press made 109 in their score of 320 in their opening victory against Yorkshire, so that might be an indication of a sort of innings that's needed.
And Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins have just brilliant records in this competition. They both average well over 40. That's driven up to mid-off. It's almost too good a shot because they'll certainly only be able to take 1. The throw is wide of the stumps there.
Yeah, indication. Obviously a couple of things in combination, a softer ball, but also we've got obviously wickets down and the key hitters. Snater, of course, is a known hitter, but he's not been able to get hold of one yet. But the other key hitters, Harmer and Rodolphson, safely back into the pavilion from the Hampshire point of view.
Absolutely. Snater tries to help this down the leg side, and that is given as a wide. Different umpires have slightly different views. The bowler looks a bit miffed, but he's been pretty solid on that, Mark Newell, from this end, that anything down the leg side is a wide. So he's going to have to bowl another ball. It's a bonus run as far as Essex are concerned. It's a nice looking shot, but the sweeper out there will keep them down to 1. At the moment they really seem to be dealing in singles. Essex need to find some boundaries from somewhere. It's not easy.
Given the halfway stage position, Hampshire will be pretty pleased.
Absolutely.
With how things have gone.
Yeah, at the halfway point, 159 for 3.
Quite similar to... The innings has taken a slightly different route, but it's ending up in a similar place as Arundel.
Yeah, just failing to kick on in that last 10-20 overs. They still had 7 wickets in hand at the end of the 30th, 192 for 3. Oh, and that's a drop. It was hit very hard by Jones.
Well,
he's put down by Jake Lehman.
From the Hampshire point of view, the hope will be that Lehman hasn't done himself any damage there.
Yes,
he's just
true.
looking to see if he's looking so he's going to need to get some attention. I think he's all right, but he's wringing his right hand. It was a very, very sharp chance. No, he is going to have to get some attention. Now that is a little bit of a worry from Hampshire, because he is going to be so important in the run-in with the bat.
Yeah, I hope he hasn't dislocated anything, because that is not very nice. There's a polite inquiry, I think, is the correct response, but not in a massive way, because it's been a very tidy over. Only 5 runs from it, despite the wide.
Of course, Lehman will be in this sort of run chase. Will be a key player with the bat today as well. So hopefully no great damage, but that was one that came in very, very quickly and not able to take the catch cleanly. And, might just have caused a few problems, but hopefully from his point of view, nothing too bad.
Well, there's some people enjoying some sun. I hope the gentleman without too much hair on the top of the head has got the slap on.
It's just going to be the one. Hampshire have shut down this innings very, very effectively. So Sharma's last over, 3 for 48. And Snater land a couple of blows to get this up towards 325, which we were talking about as possibly a minimum objective. Well, that'll help, just out of the reach of Sharma, but it should be stopped at long off running round, and it is.
Yeah, it was even 2, which they must have thought they were in there. It's been good fielding from Hampshire as well in these closing stages.
Again, very good exercise, very good variation and executing the slow ball.
Yeah,
and Jones not quite able to respond, but it would be quite a tough ask for some higher up the order, because it's been an excellent exhibition of bowling skills developed in the IPL, and just putting him on show here. Again, a good slower one. Pretty well struck that time, and after a slight misfield they will come back for the second.
well spotted. They forced the slightly wild throw as well, so that was all good work as far as Essex were concerned.
Lehman is due to bat at number 4 in the Hampshire lineup, and they certainly will need him chasing these runs, but they've done well to keep this under control. That could be a chance, a short fine, and that's pretty well judged. Running back there, Williams may have been looking into the sun as well, so that was well done. And that's the end of a little cameo from Jones. Frustratingly, from the Essex point of view, Snater, who is such a noted hitter, has not been able to really put back to ball, but there's still a chance that he might be able to. 317 for 9, and because of that, Hampshire have had a good last 10 here, and so they could yet bowl Essex out.
Yes, that's the other thing, isn't it? That Essex might not in fact finish their innings, which would be very frustrating indeed.
Well, they've got a score, so it's very similar to Wednesday's at the moment, achieved it, say, via a different route. Then they had wickets in hand, they were able to get 18 off the last over. This has been more a case of getting ahead of the rate that they had then, and then sporadically being pegged back by wickets. Sharma with 4 for 51.
That's fantastic.
Has just a chance to get a 5 for to get Hampshire off the field and over early.
What are his best figures? Well, I think he's already picked up his best figures in this format in this competition, and now he's, unless this last ball goes for 4.
Oh, he's done it. He's got the 5 foot. Again, great disguise. And Charlie Bennett is knocked over, and so are Essex for 3:17. So very, very similar to what happened on Wednesday. And as we've said, Sharma, particularly with the Essex, with the Hampshire bowling lineup being so depleted with calls to the 100, what a signing he's proved to be, particularly with the ball so far. We might see the best of him with the bat later, but what a brilliant exhibition of disguise and variation really throughout. And just had a feeling he might be on for the 5 for there right at the end. That one actually just was well pitched up and just cut back in. I think it might be a little bit of disguise there, but he's very much enjoying his time.
Isn't
You can tell he's raised his right fist, and he's absolutely delighted with that. So Nater was left 7 not out, and Essex 317. And it's one of those situations where, although Essex have done pretty well for large parts of the innings, it'll be the visitors that go into the half-time break somewhat the happier.
I think you're absolutely right, Nick. To be honest, Essex would have been expecting more than 317 all out. As I said, 30 overs in, 192 for 3. They'd have been hoping for at least 350 at that point. Even at the start of the last 10 overs, 264 for 5. You would have expected them to get a bit closer to 350 than they did. And Hampshire will now feel that they're right back in it after that fantastic last 9 overs. They took 5 wickets and in the end only conceded 53 runs in 9 overs. So less than a run a ball, 5 wickets, and that last 10 overs could prove very costly. 9 in the end could prove very costly indeed for Essex after they won the toss and elected to bat. Wonderful innings from Thane. Rollofson also batted superbly. Critchley gave good support, as did Benkenstein, but in the end it'll be interesting to see whether this is enough. Essex may worry that it isn't.
Yeah, and the dismissal of Rollison and the time it came was absolutely critical from the Hampshire point of view, because from then on they were in control.
Absolutely right. Well, Nick Gledhill and myself, Guy Swindles, will be back in half an hour or so to see whether Hampshire can chase this down, or, as they did against Derbyshire last Sunday, can Essex defend the total? We will find out.
Of this Metrobank One Day Cup match between Essex and Hampshire, and the target for Hampshire 318 after the Essex innings slightly fell away a little bit, and they were in the end bowled out for 317 with an over unused, so Hampshire will be very pleased with the way the innings ended, and Essex will need to fight back early on here with the ball on what looks a pretty decent batting wicket. Nick Leadhill here with Guy Swindles.
Yes, losing those last 5 wickets in the last 9 overs of the innings was may prove to be expensive, but let's see what happens, as you were saying earlier, Nick. Depends. We never really know until we've seen both sides bat. Okay, the picture seems to disappear, so bear with me.
Hopefully sort out. It's still partly cloudy. It's got a lot warmer in the last couple of hours, so the sun is still occasionally going behind cloud, and that's a bit of a break for the spectators, otherwise the sun is very strong. But Essex have got a bit of work to do. Porter resting, Snater playing. First time in the competition this season, and he comes up to the wicket and bowls, and he's initially bowling to Ali Orr, but Nick Cubbins and Ali Orr pretty good, an experienced opening pair in this competition. Essex 317, and were well placed at various stages. The innings never really accelerated, but they were going along very well at the halfway stage. When Noah Thane was out, it was 216 for 4, 1 ball into the 34th over, so they only scored a further 101 runs, 1 ball short of 17 overs. Thane, his second consecutive 109 from 96 balls. Critchley made 43 and Ruddison 52 from 35. His dismissal was crucial to Hampshire in terms of closing the innings down. And 20s from Benkenstein and Wesley. Things, and indeed Harmer, things rather fell away after that. Outstanding from Ashish Sharma, 5 for 51 from 10 overs. He was the 5th bowler used. 2 wickets for Fuller, 2 for Andrew Neil, and 1 for the ever reliable Kyle Abbott. That is a very good ball and a big wicket. Got a bit of bounce and got the edge of Ali Orr's bat, and what a fine start on his return to the side from Shane Snater. They need a couple of wickets early here, Essex. The feeling is that they probably ought to have got another 20 or 30 more runs, so that early strike is really going to help. And Hampshire 0 for 1 in pursuit of 318 in a game that both sides really need to win. The loser here has got an awful lot to do, so that's a great start for Snater and for Essex.
Yeah, possibly one he didn't need to push at, but he did, and he couldn't believe quite what had happened. He stood for a long time, Ali Orr, before he could drag himself off the pitch, but well bowled. He bowled very tidily already in that over, Shane Snater, and maybe 317 is a huge score, and they'll never get close to it, but that's a terrific start. Well, because he has such a good record in this format.
Yeah, and striking with the new ball and getting that early breakthrough. Just what Essex would have wanted. And another factor is that Fletcher Middleton has not particularly been in the runs so far, no. Whereas Ali Orr had been doing pretty well. So
23 runs in his 3 innings so far.
Yeah. So it has regained momentum for Essex after Hampshire probably went into the half-time break slightly happier of the two sides. So Ali Orr out for a duck. To a very good delivery from Snater. Playing his first game in this season's competition, his 44th this day game overall, 56 wickets to his name going into this game. So he's added one. It's another very tight delivery, and there's not been a huge amount in it for the bowlers. Just an indication of the ball maybe stopping a little bit, particularly halfway through the innings, but maybe more difficult to score against the softer ball towards the end. But at the moment, it looks like Snater's benefited from his rest after the blast.
That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, it's a very good wicket maiden. So Middleton and Gubbins at the crease. Ali Orr no longer there. Caught behind by Fernandez off Snater for naught. And what a fine start for Essex. I say the importance of the game really is if you lose 3 games, even with 5 wins, it might not be enough to get one of the top 3 positions. So very important game for both sides, and it's very delicately poised at the moment.
Charlie Bennett into the attack on the Graham Gooch end. Lot on the young man's shoulders. Bowled really well here last time. Took 3 for 32 against Derbyshire last Sunday. Bowled tidily. And that, though, we'll be starting with the wide. To the left-handed Gubbins, coming round the wicket. Just needs to get his radar right. He did bowl a few wides last week as well, but he took wickets at pretty regular intervals in between them.
Nice refreshing breeze gets
Yes.
up.
This time he does get ball onto the stumps, just flicked into the leg side. There is no run. But that wide, the first run of the Hampshire innings. Nick Gubbins, former Middlesex England Lions, got a great record in this. This is his 105th list day match. 11 hundreds, 24 50s. That's cut away nicely. Now, will it go all the way? It just picks up speed. This is the extraordinary thing. Snater was giving it the full go, but the ball just sped up. I was going to ask you this in the first innings, Nick. Do you ever play golf?
Not very successfully, not very often.
Well, I'd recommend playing now, because if you hit the ball, it just goes
miles.
A mile, as we've just seen.
Well, it's such a fast outfield, which obviously is a factor in any run chase at the moment around the country.
Exactly, and that probably wouldn't have normally gone for 4. Oh, that's close. Oh, and Bennett can't believe that hasn't been given. I have to say that my initial reaction was, that's tight. Wouldn't mind seeing the replay again of that. If
It would
we
have
get
been a huge
chance.
wicket, given it's Gubbins and Middleton's not particularly been in form. But not given, but
Just
Bennett
trying to
was
think.
very, very confident.
I was just trying to think why it wouldn't have been height. Possibly, here we go. Hard to see from this angle, but that looks pretty trapped in front to me. But we don't have the straight-on angle.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's another excellent delivery that cuts the batter in half. It goes for 4 byes. Nothing much the keeper could do about that. It was just a sensational delivery. So Bennett's fired up, one would say, at the moment.
Yes, I mean I don't know whether it might have been hitting him outside the line, but it was very. It looked as though it had cut back insufficiently. So it must have been a very, very tight call, and certainly Bennett was quite confident. Could be a big moment.
Could. Bennett's in again. and bowls an angry delivery. As you see, 9 runs come off this over, despite the fact he's bowled absolutely superbly. One loose-ish delivery possibly put away by Gubbins, but not timed, just raced away on this very quick outfield.
There's been a good response from both bowlers to, say, an hour's cricket that Hampshire had very much controlled.
Absolutely.
Leading into the break.
Bennett's in, and understandably, given what's happened in the over, Gubbins just plays it out into the leg side. At the end of the over, somehow 9 came off it, despite it being a really, really top over. 9 for 1 after 2.
And the other scores in this group, Derbyshire made 315 for 5, Caleb Jewell 84, Brooke Guest 108 not out. So very similar score to the one that Essex have got, and Glamorgan will have to try and chase that down to break their recent back. Both sides are on a bit of a losing run at the moment, and the other game in this group, that one's outside the off stump. We got Middlesex 293 for 7, so they accelerated notably later on in the innings. 130 for Josh DeCaris from 147 balls, 40s for Sawant and Sam Robson, 293 for 7. That's against the champions Worcestershire, who made a pretty good start to their defence. Durham 165 all out in Yorkshire, 38 for 2 and a 10th at York. Nice stop, saved quite a long chase back to the boundary from Critchley. Get in for 1, 10 for 1. Yes, Yorkshire 38 for 2 in the 10th, chasing 166. Ben Stokes has got a wicket, but clearly that's been a bowler-friendly pitch there. But a battle of 2 of the top 3 going into today's game, so a big game there. So I think it's pretty much a sellout. Another stifle chart, nothing like as confident as the appeal from Bennett in the previous over. It certainly was an interesting one. Falling to the left-hander, the only thought was whether it might have struck him outside the line. We'll have to see the replay again, because it certainly, in terms of the, didn't appear to be any issues with height, and it certainly didn't appear to be going down the leg side. It's a very, very good shout. It's another useful delivery. Was there a bit of bat on that? No, says the umpire, but Snater
didn't look entirely convinced, did he?
He's certainly not giving anything away here. It's been a very good start. Could be that we see an element of rotation between Snater and Porter in the side. The championship will start again soon enough, so they want both to be fresh, particularly with these 2 runs of 3 games in 5 days, which is very demanding, particularly in these conditions. There's a nice little push into the onside for a single. Hampshire chasing 318 after they bowled Essex out, which was a fair achievement actually, given the way the first half of the innings went. And it remains to be seen whether the runs that Essex didn't get will yet count against them. Just a little bit of movement with a new ball for Snater. 1 wicket already. Ali Orr with a ball that maybe he didn't have to play out, but was certainly lifted in the first over. And Shane Snater's only gone for 4. 2 runs from his first 2 overs, and he's got a wicket. 2-1, 2-1 is a very neat card for Snater at the moment in terms of maidens and wickets and runs. And he's made a very good start. So 11 for 1, and 3:18 is a target. So a quiet start for Hampshire. 3 overs have gone.
Yes, because Essex got off at quite a decent rip, didn't they? They're 23 without loss after 3. Oh, Chaser's a wide one, but it will be a wide anyway. And
Yes.
Bennett again starts an over with a wide, this time outside off stump.
Nick Gubbins, who of course was with Middlesex for a good long time and played a critical role in their 2016 championship season. This is his 105th list day game, so a very good average of 44.
He's dug that out well, just manages to thread it past one fielder, then huge run on this outfield for Mackenzie Jones, but he does well to eventually drag it inside the boundary rope and keep them down to 2.
My memory serves me right, he joined Hampshire mid-season from Middlesex, didn't he, when it happened?
That rings a bell.
Because I've got a feeling that both Middlesex and Hampshire were playing at Cheltenham. There's a possibility that he might play for two different sides in the Cheltenham Festival. It just rings a bell.
That's flicked into the leg side. There's no one out there, and that is very definite 4 and nicely played by Gubbins, who moves on to a runner ball 11.
But getting Ali Orr out early is very, very useful, because if he does get in, as we've already said, he's a destructive batter.
Well, yeah, quite, and if the LBW had been upheld, that would have been the perfect start. But Gubbins now showing what Gubbins can do. Oof, didn't mean that. It's going to be runs, though.
Just checking the Hampshire social media feed just to see if there's anything about Lehman, but at the moment we're expecting Lehman will come in next. He's down on the card at 4. Tom Prest in form at 5, and Sharma, who was the star with the ball, he'll be comfortable leading wicket taker in the competition now.
Well, this one won't go for a boundary after successive boundaries. It'll just be the single, but there's 12 off the over already and 2 balls left. So this much better as far as Hampshire are concerned. Charlie Bennett obviously feeling a little bit frustrated not getting that LBW decision. Just needs to keep calm at the moment. It's been given a second slip for the new batter Middleton. That's a decent delivery. Angling in at the right-hander, who can only play it defensively.
We mentioned earlier that Noah Thane, with his back-to-back hundreds, is now the second leading run scorer in the competition. Ashu Sharma's a leading wicket taker, and I think the only person ahead of him, Will Luxton, is one of those 2 early wickets for Yorkshire. So yes, he was out for just 4.
It's a nice looking shot, but fielder can trot round and get that. That's a better over though as far as Hampshire are concerned. They take 13 from it, and the score goes up to 24 for 1 after 4.
But it would be very frustrating indeed for Noah Thane if he were to make back-to-back centuries and Essex were to win neither game.
Yes, quite. He's unlucky centuries.
That would be something that he was going to be very keen to avoid. Maybe he'll get a chance to play a part with the ball with a slightly reduced seam attack. Snater is metronomically accurate as ever.
He's bowling really nicely.
Yes, I've heard it suggested that he's possibly the Essex player of the season at the moment, and there's not many ahead of him. There's still quite a lot for that time for that to take shape with 6 more championship rounds. But he's certainly not far away at the moment. There's a couple of runs the way through the covers. Fletcher Middleton could do with a score. This would be a good day from the Hampshire point of view for him to really get his tournament up and running. Average of 30, just on 32 in this competition, with the 1 century. This is 42nd game. Just starting to accumulate after a couple of very tight overs at the start. These two looking a little bit more comfortable. That LBW shout having been negotiated. It would have possibly been a very big moment for Hampshire to be 2 down very early. Just a bit of time there for Gubbins to react and play the ball into the gap for a single. Has looked a pretty good pitch for batting, a pitch which demands a score over 300, which Essex got, but it's a question of whether they've got sufficiently far of 300.
We were both talking 350.
Certainly at one point.
Certainly after 30 overs, you'd have thought they would reach that target.
No 2 there as Benkenstein feels, but just an indication that having got their bearings, that these two with this target, not going to do anything rash. They're just looking to build a partnership and try to ensure that the required rate of 6.4 doesn't go too far clear of 7, for example. At the moment, they're scoring off enough deliveries. Notable difference in this Nature over, whereas they simply weren't really able to lay a bat on him in the first 2. They scored off more or less every delivery in that over. 31 for 1 after 5. Middleton 6 and Gubbins 19 from 15. A big match for both sides.
Absolutely, and that was really good accumulation because started with a dot ball, but a couple of 2s, 3 singles, and that's 7 off the over, tickling along nicely. 31 after 5, so going at a run a ball. Just over. Now can Bennett channel his inner feelings of frustration, come up with a wicket? Or are these two going to start building something that Hampshire can really work with? It's wide down the leg side, doesn't come off a glove. Bennett has now started all 3 of his overs with the wide.
In the other group, Group A, the top 2 are not playing because they played yesterday. Lancashire and Notts both with 12 points. Somerset 3rd with 8th, and they made a very good 313 for 9 at Canterbury. Kent have just started their reply.
Tries to drive, but missed times.
Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, is in a bit of form at the moment. 87 from 82 balls, and 75 for Pereira and 60 for Josh Thomas. So strong middle order performance there from Somerset. Fell away a little bit towards the end, but 313 for 9. So similar sort of score to the one here. Northampton's 246 and Leicestershire 82 without loss. So Leicestershire well placed in that one.
It's a good looking drive, but it's straight to the fielder.
Interestingly there, we've got former Middlesex man Stephen Eskenazi is opening, but the partnership is being dominated by Rishi Patel, who's on 74 from 34 balls with three
Wow.
sixes and 9 fours, 88 for no wicket after 9. That's
How many has he got out of the 88?
He's got 74 out of the 88. Eskenazi has 1 and there's 1 extra.
That's Ben Stokes and Leach. Oh. What a delivery. What a delivery. Absolutely cuts Middleton in 2. Nothing he could do about it.
And Rishi Patel, one of 2 key signings for Hampshire next year, along with Finn Hudson-Prentice, who had that injury which curtailed his bowling on Wednesday.
This time he does time it, but it's in the air. He's just got away with that a bit. You could hear the groans from the crowd a bit.
Former Essex player, of course, Rishi Patel, so he's all going around the counties, but if he's in any sort of form, he'll be a very good acquisition for Hampshire across formats next year.
Oh, squares him up. That's well bowled again, and this is an excellent over from Bennett. He's cut Middleton in 2, seen him slice a shot wide of point, and now he's got the leading edge from Gubbins safely. Gubbins played it with soft hands all along the ground, but didn't know much about it. Can he wrap this over up successfully? Just a little bit of tweaking in the field on the leg side. Oh, that will only be a single though, as it goes to third man off a thickish outside edge, and that's a very, very good over. Just the 3 runs from it after starting with a wide, and it's 34 for 1 after 6.
Yes, he's bowling particularly well at Chelmsford actually, Charlie Bennett, and he certainly has been a very good start from him today.
Very early Manhattan up on the screen, just showing that Essex were ahead of Hampshire on run rate at this point. I think that's what it shows.
It's nice actually to read about a player going the other way and actually joining Sussex. Joey Everson is actually going to be leaving Kent and rejoining Matt Walker, the new coach at Sussex. So it's just nice to see somebody coming into Sussex.
Well, there are worse places to work, aren't there?
Absolutely, and
it's
going to be interesting. If they are in Division 1 next year, it's going to be pretty tough for them, but I think they'd rather have the challenge of being in Division 1 and seeing if they can deal with it. It was a spirited performance. Obviously, we talked about the downside for Essex of not getting enough runs, but I have to say it was a very, very spirited performance by Sussex. That's a nice little stroke off the pads, just for the. Oh, it's going to be a tight second run.
Oh, there should have been. It's going to be.
Yeah, and in the end, it's going to be an extra one.
If they don't run all 4, I think they're going to run 4.
Yeah. So an all-run 4 from what was originally just a tight second.
And who's the?
Might have to have a look at that because it initially looked like comfortable 1, tight second, but it turned into an all-run 4.
Yes, that is deeply annoying for the bowler.
So it was one of those that was 1.5, but I've just fielder was there to pick it up and throw it in, and it's just got an awkward bounce for Charlie Allison, who obviously has not had the happiest days, and it's almost gone over the boundary rope, but it was an all-run 4 anyway. Yes, so he literally was going to pick it up, and the ball just wasn't there.
He's conceded more runs than he scored.
Yes, it's not been his day. But Essex supporters will be pleased to see him back, and maybe the next time he is released from the Sunrisers Leeds, might be on Sunday, we don't know, he'll have a more successful outing. There may yet be a crucial catch for him later on today, who knows. Snater very much have his figures very damaged by what was a sort of 1 stroke 1.5 turning into
Yes.
4.
It was a tight
Very
second,
much,
and
yeah.
they'd stuttered as well if he'd picked it up and thrown.
I think that was the reason that Allison was very committed there. It was obviously the bounce that defeated him, the bounce in the outfield, but he knew that the second would have been tight, and in the end the throw, of course, never came in. Snater right back on the mark. And Middleton trying to find some form. He tried to get himself in first. But the early wicket of Gubbins, Alior, a very useful one. 318 the target. Asking rate around about 6.5 from here.
Yep.
Good pitch. That's just flicked away around the corner for a single back of the square on the offside. I would say probably a better batting surface than the one we saw last Sunday.
Yes, definitely.
And 40 for 1 with 7 overs gone. Batch nicely poised, but these two rebuilding after that shock of the early wicket in the first over.
Yeah, it's at the same point. Essex were 52 without loss, so they started very brightly, but they fell away at the end. It'd be interesting to see how Hampshire go about this run chase. Middleton taking his time to get in. Gubbins racing along very happily. It will be Bennett to continue after his excellent last over. And that will be runs as it beats the unfortunate mid-wicket and will race away for 4.
It might have been an awkward bounce again there for Ellison, but it was nicely timed.
It was. It would have been a great save if he'd made it. It wasn't easy.
One game starting later than the others, a day-night game at Bristol. Surrey 112 for 2 in the 25th over. Dominic Sibley is 53 not out. 2 wins and 2 defeats for Surrey so far.
Oh, Gubbins has a bit of a swish at that one, but gets away with it.
I imagine that Gloucestershire will maybe have one of their last games at Cheltenham, because the Cheltenham Festival is happening a bit later than normal this year. It's usually in July, isn't it? But such is the nature of the schedule, they've had to push it back. It's always one of the highlights of the county season, and they often really play extremely well there, particularly against Essex.
That's another excellent delivery. Gets the inside edge into the pads rather than onto the stumps. And Middleton at the moment is scratching around for a bit of form, you feel. 12 from 21. High score this season of 16. Has got a list day 100.
Yes, I mean he's, I think over recent years, been regarded as one of the more sort of reliable top order batters for Hampshire.
This time he manages to get bat on ball, but not ball over Bennett, who sticks up an arm and drags it down. And again, after a slightly iffy start to an over, Bennett bounces back.
Yes, Gloucestershire play their last 2 games at Cheltenham, against Notts and against Northants, and then they play a championship match, appropriately enough, against Worcestershire, who haven't got too far to go at Cheltenham, when the championship resumes on the 20th of August.
This time he does time the drive though. So, a shame for Bennett. Started well. Started with a 4, then the 3 dots where he had the batter in all sorts of trouble, then a little bit of width. And it was thank you very much as far as Fletcher Middleton was concerned. One more ball of the over. 8 from it so far.
Yes, Bennett has, hopefully he's able to shut that LBW call out of his mind.
And 1 off the last ball, so 9 in total. Middleton will keep the strike. He has 17 off 24. And the partnership is now up to 49 because the first wicket fell before a run was on the ball.
Just slightly better signs from Middleton. 17 from 24 now. But Nick Gubbins getting himself in, and say Hampshire with this terrific record of getting to the knockout stages in the competition. They'll probably be slightly disappointed with what's happened in the last 4 years in the knockout stages, having lost a couple of the finals, one very, very close one against Leicestershire. It's played up into the offside. I don't think Essex have actually got as far as the quarterfinals since 2021. Wow. So it's been a little while.
When did the 100 start?
2021.
Okay.
Yeah. 2021 was the year I think that Glamorgan won it on a Thursday afternoon.
That's right. I was there. Yes, at Trent Bridge.
And Essex did get through. I haven't written it down, but from memory, I think they won a quarter-final here against Yorkshire and then lost to Glamorgan. But of course, Glamorgan went on to win it. But yes, Essex haven't. They've sort of been gradually improving in the competition. A lot of sides found it difficult to sort of find their feet.
Yes.
Once that 100 started.
Losing half their best players, yeah.
But Hampshire with a terrific record. If you add on the old, I think it was called the Royal London Cup, wasn't it? The 50 over competition that preceded it, which was played early season, where they lost to Somerset in the final in 2019. Slightly controversial match because Hampshire were deprived of Dawson and Vince, who were part of, I'm not sure what England were doing. There might have just been like an England warm-up squad or something like that. I think it was for the World Cup because the final was played very early. They're playing warm-up games for England, and that was unsatisfactory because Somerset were pretty much full strength and Hampshire had 2 very, very key players missing.
Yes. Neither of whom played in the final. Yeah.
Yeah. And the year prior to that was what I would call was the last proper Lord's final, which was both sides at full strength, and I think that was Hampshire beating Kent on a very hot day in late June. So they've got a tremendous record of getting to the latter stages of 50 over competitions. Ooh. That's not far over slip. Bit of bounce. In the end, he got enough commitment to the shot, Middleton, to save him. And not too far away from Nerthane, who wants to try and cap his day by being on the winning side, and taking a great catch there would have done the trick. As he dived across.
No, that's well bowled again from Snater.
Yeah, he has bowled very well. Actually deserved more than the 1 wicket. A little bit uppish, but safe enough. I think Middleton actually just committed himself enough there to sort of get out of trouble. Anything half-hearted there, and I think he would have been in a lot of trouble, but he really threw the bat at it, and it was enough to clear slip. So 56 for 1 after 9, Middleton 23, Gubbins 26, and that's what the partnership's worth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It does look as if so Mackenzie Jones into the attack from the Graham Gooch end to bowl the final ball of the power play.
There was no 50 over competition in the short COVID season, just had that abbreviated first class competition. Bob Willis Trophy, of course it was called, and then the T20, which finished in October on the wettest day of all time apparently. First Saturday in October. It's probably put the ECB off cricket in October for another 10 years.
Well, thank
the climate's probably good enough for it.
Yes, I know, but even so. the light. It's the light that's...
Yes.
It's a nice looking shot, but the fielder can get across.
Well, the irony is, is all these complaints about the championship being shoehorned into either end of the season, but actually, I think the first game was pretty chilly, but I was at the Oval last week of April in sort of weather like this, but it was late April and it was about 20 degrees and it was just absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
And of course it was actually pretty dry for those 8 weeks of championship cricket.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, it's been dry since March.
Yeah.
Well, we had a bit in May, did we? I think we had a bit in May. Should be one. Might go for two. Do go for two. Would have been interesting if he'd hit from distance, but it would have been a heck of a throw. Charlie Allison from out there.
Were the weather to suddenly cave in as it did in 1976, that could have quite an effect on the championship running. Of course, you want points on the board if that's the case.
Yes.
Which Nottinghamshire have. But what a fascinating running that is going to be with so many sides in contention, and even the relegation issue, which looked a foregone conclusion, now back open to debate.
Again, sweet looking shot for nothing from Middleton.
Yes, Middleton has got in here, and having had a lean start to the competition and a little bit of a scare in the last over, he's a pretty solid and reliable player. I think chasing down this sort of target on this sort of pitch could be a key man if he can get himself established. And he's going pretty much neck and neck with Gubbins at the moment.
Yes, he's faced 9 more balls. Again, tries to drive. Again, it's straight to the fielder.
Well, I think Jones has done really pretty well so far in the competition with his 5 wickets, economy rate of under a run a ball.
Yes, anytime you can do that, you're doing your team well.
I think he's one of the real plus points from the competition. Obviously, Noah Thane is the double tick, but Mackenzie Jones is certainly going to be in the single tick column.
Quite so. He bowled really well against Derbyshire, didn't he? Was it 3 for 43? And oh, that's well bowled. What a cracking over this is. As Middleton dabbing outside off stump. Not sure whether to play or not.
It has, I mean, as Charlie Bennett developed last year, that was a big bonus. I think Mackenzie Jones, the way he's come on this season, has been very good, and it gives Essex decent 4-seamer options. Obviously, the length of the tail is an issue in the championship, but it just gives options alongside Cook, Snater, and Porter.
Oh, an inside edge. It's going to go for 4, but that yes, that's one of those that hurts as a bowler. But for Middleton, well, no one will have that in the scoreboard later, so he moves on to 29. He didn't know quite how he'd done so, but it all worked and raced away to the boundary. And a very good over, goes for 6. So at the end of the 10th over, 62 for 1, in comparison with the 68 for 1 by Essex. So they're not far behind, pretty much keeping up exactly as they need to at the moment, Hampshire. And Essex could do with wickets.
Yeah. And Tanner just explaining to the spectators that we're now out of the opening power play, so 4 fielders can be outside the circle.
Snater's going to bowl a 6th over.
Yes, if we can grab a wicket, that will very much justify him staying on. It's again a bit of a bump in the outfield, I think, has done the fielder there. It was well timed, but I suspect that Wesley was pretty confident he was going to stop that for most of the time, and I reckon that there might have been a little bit of a late bounce there which might have done him. Certainly appeared to have it covered. I'll tell you what, there's variable bounce on the outfield is quite a factor these days.
It is.
All these games. In a really tight game, it can make a difference. But so this outfield looking in better shape than certainly Guildford, which you mentioned last Sunday is probably now the second official desert in England after Dungeness in Kent. But Arundel was looking fairly parched, I have to say, on Wednesday. But not much rain in the forecast, and not much signs that things are going to change. Of course, 50 years ago, when the drought was formally declared, it started raining fairly quickly. Dennis Howell, I think it was, who was announced as the minister with responsibilities, and he found that the weather did it all for him. It started to rain, and it rained and rained in September.
Boy, could we do with that.
Yeah, maybe it will again, although of course it would spoil the end of the championship season.
True. October. It's good running.
Yeah. It's nicely done by these two, because there's been no great exuberance in the stroke play, but I think they've reckoned that 318 on this pitch is the sort of pitch where they don't really need to chase it. They can keep wickets in hand, and then the runs will come.
And they're going along at 6 and a bit and over, which is exactly what they require.
Yeah, where they need to be. Again, looking a little bit more country. I suspect Snater will come off after this over. Of course, just the 3 frontline seamers. There were 5 in the last couple of games, plus Vane. Plenty of spin options. I'm sure we'll see one of those sooner rather than later.
Yes.
That's not far away from Mackenzie Jones. Another awkward bounce, but he's managed to get most of the ball stopped in his initial effort. And they get through for one. It's tough out there for the outfielders. First thought might be a catching chance. It never really quite was. Then it was a question of stopping the ball as well as possible. And managed to save maybe a couple of the runs, because it would have been a chase back towards the boundary.
I agree.
So 68 for 1, Hampshire. 318 is the target. We've had 11 overs. And after that early loss of Ali, all these two have consolidated pretty well. And I think they're lining up this chase quite nicely. And as you were saying, Guy, Essex could probably do with a wicket.
I think we've got some Ireland supporters in, interestingly. We just saw some Ireland supporters on the screen. Not quite sure who they've come to watch today. Maybe just in the area and thought they'd come and see a bit of cricket. Oh, and that's a beauty from Jones. Really lifted. Nothing much Middleton could do about that.
Yeah, one of the features of this competition has been sides winning it who've not necessarily been particularly successful in other competitions in recent years, and it has certainly spread the silverware around.
You're right. Leicestershire won it a couple.
Yeah, Kent, Glamorgan, Worcestershire.
That's punched out in to the covers, and they trot through for a single. I have to admit, I did keep an eye on the Leicestershire thing, because Harry Swindles was going rather well, and there aren't many of us.
Of course, yes, he played extraordinary.
He did. He was the man of the match.
Leicestershire. I mean, the bookies would have probably stopped taking bets after about half an hour of that final, because Leicestershire was something like 10 for 4 or something ridiculous.
Exactly.
And just got enough runs to get a defendable score.
And his dad is the only other Guy Swindles I've ever managed to find.
All right.
Not really interesting if you're a cricket fan, but punched into the covers, no run. And this is good defensive play. Essex now just trying to put the pressure on Gubbins and Middleton.
Well, so far, please report, everything has been above board in this game. We've had nobody clicking fingers at slip.
We've had no slips.
Like that. Well, we did for a while. So it's all been fought in a very sporting fashion.
Clicky bunting.
suspect Ponting wouldn't be too happy with that.
No,
label.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah, bizarre story.
Though it's been interesting coming out since that they're not the only club apparently who have and do this. That they're now finding other videos of other people clicking their fingers as the bowler bowls. He got caught though. Trying to think if I can click my fingers hard enough to actually sound as if it was
I've never quite
bat.
understood how you would get to that, but obviously
You need to
they
practice.
managed to do. But yeah, so nicely poised this game, but Hampshire just that early loss of Ali Orr, but actually they've been in the box seat actually for probably the last sort of couple of hours of play, with the exception of that dismissal for all closing down the Essex innings and then making a decent start themselves. Asking rate still only 6.5. It's not really moved. Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased. I think both sides realising the importance of this game. And in this pretty tight and quite tough group, with the sides right at the top going along very well indeed.
So Matt Critchley into the attack. Batted nicely earlier today.
Yes, I'm interested to see how spin goes, because Neil was getting some movement, you know, with his lateral turn, so leaving the right-hander outside the off stump. So Critchley will do the same when he's bowling to right-handers. He's going to bowl to a left-hander first, though, in Gubbins.
Yep. Interesting too, he's on ahead of Simon Harmer.
Yep. Yeah, it might be that sometimes does happen, and also bowling to the left-hander, so potentially Gubbins could look to try and pick the ball up, hitting with the spin. But he's happy just to deflect this first one for a single. But interesting phase of the game. Looking like Yorkshire's game at York. It has been a tough batting surface, but Yorkshire with 3 wins out of 4, looking very strong. 80 for 3 after 22 overs, chasing 166 against Durham.
So
And, nicely placed. James Wharton is going well.
it's wide and a bit short, pummeled away, but will only be 2. They run quickly, these pair. And Middleton now has caught Gubbins up. They both have 34. 10 more balls to get there though for Fletcher Middleton. So he's just cuffed into the ground. Be no run.
There's a good partnership between these two. Hampshire's batting top order hasn't really collectively fired yet in the competition. That winning over Yorkshire we mentioned, that was very much down to that 100 from Tom Prest.
And once again tries to move his feet and make things happen, but cuffs it away into the deep for another single. So 4 off the over now.
They had that one nightmare collapse against Middlesex, or specifically against Josh Jaqueras.
Yes. Is it mad 6 for 32 or something, wasn't it? That's down the leg side and is flicked down. It would have been a wide anyway, but it's turned out even... Oh, it is wide still. So it's 5 wides. And what had been a very good over from Matt Critchley suddenly doesn't look so clever. He's going to have to bowl again, and there's been 9 runs now from it.
Pitch is very much looking batter friendly at the moment.
as it did at the same stage in the Essex innings. But you don't want to be giving them bonus 5 runs like that. 81 for 1 after 13. Essex were 81 for 1 after 12, so nothing much between them currently.
Rishi Patel's got his 100 in that game at Northampton, 102 not out from 56 balls with 4 sixes and 12 fours. Of course, he joins Hampshire next season. And looking a pretty handy bat in this format, and several other formats as well. Of course, it may well be 100 bound on this sort of evidence because they'll take notice of players making 102 or 56 balls, but 131 for no wicket. Leicestershire just well halfway to their target of 247 at Northampton. And it's a good start to the new over from Mackenzie Jones, who has bowled one of his competition. That one definitely cutting back into the right-handed Middleton. Essex really could do with a wicket now, 81 for 1, and that's the sum total of the partnership as well after Ali Orr went to the first over. But Patel looks a very handy acquisition for Hampshire, in exactly the extent that he was felt to be a bit of a loss for Essex when he left for Leicestershire. Having come through the Essex youth system. But yes, it looks a good acquisition for next year. But Hampshire just going along at their own pace. I mean, the rate required 6.46. That has barely moved, really. So, a sign that the batting side at the moment have things under control. The pitch not offering a great deal. Harmer's going to be interesting to see how he goes on this. I think Essex have probably got the right balance to the side, but how the spinners go is going to be pretty significant. Neil bowled, although he was a touch expensive, he did bowl pretty well and took a couple of wickets and was challenging at times. There's more variation available to Tom Westley. Quick single. And in the end, actually, it was probably a 50-50 choice as to which end to throw at there for Snater, because Gubbins was actually making his ground fairly quickly at the striker's end.
He's bowling well again, Jones, though, isn't he? He can just finish this over well.
3 of the one-savers on the offside, 2 on the leg side, including mid-on. A slight misfield, which again is typical for the bobbly nature of the outfield, but no extra run there. But Gubbins and Middleton going along pretty much in tandem. Middleton's had rather more of a strike, but that doesn't particularly matter from a Hampshire perspective. The fact is both these two are in. The target we reckon on this pitch is very gettable, and Essex are going to have to make something happen. But as ever, as we found in the Essex innings, a couple of quick wickets can make quite a big difference.
Absolutely.
That's pretty well executed. It was on the hip, and Gubbins will have played that shot a few times in his career, just basically swivelling and pulling it down backward of square, and it sort of went across the rope just down as the Tom Pearce stand becomes the tents to the right of the pavilion. But Essex have got to pull a bit of a rabbit out of a hat here. If only they'll be thinking about that LBW, and I think it was only the second over, but yeah. Quickly to bowl. I'm sure Harmer to bowl soon.
No, very interesting, because and also they've got to stop conceding boundaries off the final ball of the over. That was which
really helps.
Really good over. But suddenly 1 off becomes 5 runs off the over, and that a little bit short, punched away, but will only be one. Decent bit of fielding from Shane Snater, who watched for the bobbly bounce. Cut away nicely. Still, it'll only be a single. The fielder's in the right places currently for the spin bowler. That's yet another single. Matt Critchley earlier made a decent 43. Oof, and had to hurry up at the end of that. But the throw did not hit the stumps, and there was, thankfully for Essex, someone backing up. So it'll just be another single. Right arm over the wicket. One more to the total. So these two looking increasingly comfortable. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah, I was going to say that Hampshire don't want to break this this qualification run from this competition this season. Obviously, they've got a much bigger issue on their plate in the last 6 weeks of the championship season, but looking as though they're very much in a mood to make sure that they can win this game and just give themselves a bit of leeway, at least get themselves back onto 2 wins out of 4.
Absolutely.
And they're the sort of side with their know-how and experience, and the fact that Sharma's going so well. I did think, that the depth of the seam bowling in games that Abbott doesn't play, but must say Sharma bowling like he did here is going to sort of alleviate a lot of that problem.
Absolutely.
He really was absolutely excellent. A very, very good signing for this competition.
Well, that was a decent over from Matt Critchley, just the 5 singles from it, but 91 for 1 after 15 means they're still going at better than a runner ball.
Mackenzie Jones, and that wasn't timed, just straight up to mid-off. But Middleton has got himself in, lean competition for him so far, and so this situation seems to be one that might well suit him. He's got a list day strike rate of just over 80, and that's probably going to do in the context of this, with others batting around him. Just the 1 century, and that was an even 100. Well, that's a miscue, and he's lucky to get away with lucky. That. Very fortunate. Not much going Essex's way. That was a complete miscue, and another example of the ball just falling short of the fielder, who couldn't gather it in cleanly because of the bobbly outfield, and it escaped for a single. So not only has he avoided being caught, he's got a bonus run as well.
Wasn't a chance though, was it? It fell short. But well bowled again from Jones. It's looked good. Just watching the replay. Yeah, it's a horrible looking shot. Oh, and then it skewed. He did well to get a hand on it, actually, the fielder in the end.
And Gubbins just slightly hurried up by that one. Mackenzie Jones bowling well. And yeah, I mean, that would have been a bit of a giveaway for Middleton if he'd got out to that shot, because at the moment it's Essex who have all the problems. Hampshire have done very well to turn this game not quite completely on its head, but let's say it's very much reversed course since halfway through the Essex innings. Hampshire certainly in the better position at the moment, particularly with such an experienced practitioner as Gubbins at the crease in this sort of situation.
Yep.
Yeah, gets another comfortable 2. Lehman, who's due in next, had that nasty rap on the fingers when he dropped a catch late on, had to go off the field. Prest, who's in good form. Sharma, who's been more impressive with the ball than with the bat so far, and Ben Brown and James Fuller, so plenty of batting in the lineup. And there's Andrew Neil, who got those runs at Worcester, of course. Again, the outfield is probably the culprit there. It is difficult, the ball just slipping away from the fielder's grasp, and probably an extra run, maybe even extra 2 runs there, but
yes,
same for both sides.
The fielders are so used to playing on really good outfields that they're trying to pick the ball up on the run, whereas really all they need to do is get behind. Just stop it.
Make sure it doesn't get past them.
But you must be so tuned to do that.
It's uppish but safe between mid-on and the bowler, and Hampshire hitting enough boundaries to make sure that no real pressure. That run rate has barely moved whenever we've been talking about it. It's been sitting around about 6.5 required, and it still is. That's the Hampshire 100. They've got there
in the 60.
Comfortably inside 16 overs, and after a marginal LBW decision. I thought you might have popped in to go and see your friend next door and ask about that one as well, but it's probably too far back now.
if he'd been there, I did see if he was in his chair.
But that must have been very tight, and Hampshire would have been very much on the back foot if they'd lost 2 wickets straight away. But this has been a partnership typical of what Hampshire have done in this competition over the last 4 years.
Critchley in again, down the wicket to drive it to long on, where Snater does long off, where Snater does the fielding. Just a single, but too many overs. A boundary is coming off the final ball after Essex look as if they managed to apply some brakes. And Hampshire find a way to just keep this run rate going along at 6 and over. Just dabbed, drop and go, clever. That's very kind. Victoria Paul has just brought us a bottle of water apiece. Thank you. And this is smash. This is going to go all the way. All the way. Fans next to us were having a look around to see where that was landing. It was on the top shelf. In fact, it's gone over the back of the top shelf, so they probably need another ball because it's gone in the river. And that was absolutely launched.
Well, this is a little bit of deja vu all over again, isn't it? The Derbyshire game was slightly different in that Derbyshire probably ought not to have won it because Essex were second best for a lot of the game. But this is a bit like the Arundel game where you feel, as Tom Wesley said at the end of that one, and in fact at the start of the toss here, Essex at Arundel probably ought to have been around about 340, 345, and you get the feeling that something very similar is true here.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, and I think it was the same with the Derbyshire. Derbyshire should have been 270, 275. Derbyshire went off like a train with Harry Kames.
Yes, but Wesley thought that Derbyshire, Essex was about 20 like there.
Yeah. Well, that is a very, very, very handy wicket as Middleton falls for 47 with the new ball because he'd hit the last one out of the ground for 6. And suddenly Matt Critchley with the replacement pill makes the breakthrough and bowls Middleton for 47 off 55 deliveries and an absolutely crucial wicket.
Yep, just when we've talked about visiting sides throwing away winning positions, which happened last Sunday, that wasn't a great shot because it looked to be a sort of well pitched off. It looked like it might have turned a little bit, but it wasn't in position to try and crack that one away through the offside. Well, Middleton got runs there. He's been short of runs, but he threatened to get out in a rather soft way a couple of overs ago, and he's done it there. Gubbins is very important. And now this is interesting. Prest, not Lehman.
Ah, yes.
And
spot.
that would be, particularly if Lehman doesn't come in next, would be a bit of a worry for Hampshire supporters in the context of not just this match, but possibly ramifications beyond it, because he's such an important player in the championship side. And now he sustained he had to go off for treatment after dropping a catch, a sharp chance. Didn't rush off, but he got off fairly quickly. And interesting to see. I'll just check actually the last Hampshire batting lineup to see.
You have a look at that, and
see what happened there.
Yeah, we've just seen a replay of the wicket, and to be honest, it wasn't a great shot. He was moving outside leg stump, trying to cut it away to give himself room. Quicker delivery from Critchley, missed it. Wickets akimbo. So the new batter is in. It is Tom Prest. Who, yes, has batted well. 180 runs at 60 so far in this competition. He's off the mark first ball.
So the order against Worcestershire was Orr, Gubbins, Middleton, then Lehman at 4. Sharma 5, Prest 6.
Wow.
Well, not surprised Prest to come up the order, but maybe significant he's coming ahead of Lehman.
Yes, quite. And that's just dabbed away by Gubbins, who's one shy of what would be a very good half-century. He's only faced 42 deliveries. We'll have to wait though, because that's the end of the over. 9 runs from it, but the big wicket of Fletcher Middleton, 109 for 2. And to warm applause, Simon Harmer is introduced into the attack in the 18th over. He'll be bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Prest will be facing. He's got 109 against Yorkshire. Just the one against Middlesex, but 70 against Worcestershire. Also taking wickets. So having a good competition.
So here he is. And, Prest coming down the pitch to meet him. So Prest's form has been important for Hampshire, obviously Prest personally, but also perhaps in the context of the rest of the season. He's been out of form generally, but he's an impressive player when he gets going. 180 runs coming into this match, 100 and 150, and a very good strike rate for the campaign so far. 109 in the opening win against Yorkshire, which is fairly comfortable. So will Harmer have an impact here? Nice delivery, nice 50 from Gubbins, and playing very much his own pace, but ideal knock in the circumstances.
Yeah, with 43 balls, he's just kept ticking over really nicely.
One just skidded through a little bit. Quick single, that would have been out, I think, if it had hit.
Oh yes.
It was very, very tight.
It was gone for all money, I think.
That would have been a giveaway just after the dismissal of Middleton.
Shame. As far as Essex are concerned.
It's a nice stroke. Cummins is just working the ball away into the gaps and scoring off most deliveries that he's faced. Doing it very well. It's been a turn there for Harmer.
Yeah, I didn't know much about that.
Yeah, Prest able to get it away, but interesting, just a little bit there for Harmer. So 6 4s for Nick Gubbins in his 43-ball half-century. And Tom Prest new to the crease. Hampshire needing a further 204. They have 32 overs in which to get them, so the asking rate, I say, not really changing, 6.38. It's been around about that throughout, and there's been their ability to hit boundaries at fairly regular intervals, which has helped.
Yes, indeed. Very little between the current run rate and the run rate required, as that is a really good shot, because he stepped outside off stump and played almost off the stumps. A sweep shot for 4, so well played by Prest, who's looking as if he feels he's been good nick.
Well, he's had such an ordinary season, Prest, and I think maybe a bit of worry about his future, but he's clearly found his form in this competition, and at his best he is a very good player indeed. In fact, I remember Tom Wesley, when Prest had got runs on this ground, I can't remember if it was a championship match or whatever, but acknowledging that he thought he was a very good player.
Unfortunate, Critchley can't stop the ball in his own follow through, so they do trot through for another single. Prest looks pretty comfortable immediately at the crease, unlike Fletcher Middleton, who had to play himself into a bit of form because he hadn't been in any. Prest has been, and that's cut backward a square, but Essex got a man there for that shot.
Rishi Patel in the end made 115 from 61 balls, 5 sixes and 13 fours, strike rate of 188.5.
What was the partnership?
It was 146 with
so
Stephen Eskenazi, who's still there on 33 from 57, and Leicestershire 160 for 1. That's in the other group, needing just a further 87 to get back to winning ways. They got banks of time, so they should have no problems there.
Eskenazi, yes, he managed to start catching up a little, because what's the one you read earlier? He had 1 run in the first.
Yeah, that's right.
80 rod.
Picked 13 out of 80, I think it was, wasn't it? Something like that. But he won't have minded seeing his partner go as he was.
Quite. Well, that's the end of the over. 8 runs from it, 122 for 2, and at the moment, well, at this stage, it was in this comparative over that Essex lost 2 wickets, and they were 121 for 3 after 19 overs, so very little in it as far as the score's concerned, but Essex could certainly do with a double wicket over.
Which of course Hampshire achieved through Sharma. I think Neil might have got wickets in successive overs, although they were 2 very close together, weren't they?
They were, but it was Sharma getting rid of Wesley and Allison.
Big moment in the game, perhaps. So Simon Harmer back after his break. I think he had a bit of a jab as well, just to get everything right for what could be quite a long ordeal ahead in the championship. 5 games in 5 weeks, and a bit of a gap to the last one. But he'd quite like to be using part of that gap, bowling in a one-day final, which is I think it's on a Sunday actually. It's between the penultimate and last round of championship matches.
They have put it back onto a Sunday, thankfully.
What a beauty. It's got to be quite close. He
liked it, didn't he, the keeper?
Just had he withdrawn his foot. That's very, very good from
That's
Fernandez.
interesting. Did you see Rolfson's signal? He said, if we called for a replay, I think that might have been out.
Harmer started well, and that's even better. So Simon Harmer strikes 2 quick wickets in succession. Gubbins is out, and now we'll see if Lehman comes in. But Harmer had been bowling well, and of course the off break to the left-hander on a pitch offering a little bit of turn, just that bit more dangerous. In the end, Gubbins rather got stuck there against Harmer. perhaps fortunate to survive possible stumping chance of the previous ball, and he's gone on this occasion to a little bit of turn, and Fernandez doing very well behind the stumps, just to
a good catch.
Yeah, claim that, and that's two good bits of work off successive deliveries from him. Now I'm pleased to say from a Hampshire point of view, it is Lehman, because it would have been a big blow if he was to sustain an injury for Hampshire in the context of this season. And he has, at times in the championship season, fought a little bit of a lone hand on occasions. But he's been a very good overseas signing for Hampshire, and he's got a bit of a job to do now. Essex just getting themselves back into the game. They certainly needed those wickets. I think Gubbins is a really big one.
It's fascinating,
122
isn't it?
for 3.
Yeah, and Essex were 120 for 3, so there are definite similarities.
3 dots and a wicket in Harmer's over, and we just thought Neil bowled pretty well, but Hampshire don't have as many spin options as Essex, and could Essex make that tell? I think the balance of the Essex side looks pretty much spot on for this game. So they were a little bit seam bowler heavy perhaps in the last 2.
Still, they've got 2 decent batters at the crease now. Still a lot of work for Essex to do. Jake Lehman scored 131 runs at just under 44 this season.
That's a good quality start from him, but yeah, any left-handers Simon Harmer won't mind at this stage. That was a sort of typical off-spinner's dismissal to a left-hander. Tidy drive from Preston, well stopped by Harmer in his follow-through. So Simon Harmer started pretty well here, 1 for 6, I think it is there in 2. And, well, it's nicely poised. I think Hampshire had got ahead, but Essex have wrested things back. Still another 195 to get, 30 overs to go. So, and also the asking rate 6.5 hasn't really changed that much. I think wickets are going to be the key thing. It will be difficult to keep Hampshire below the asking rate if they keep wickets in hand.
It has crept up a teeny bit. It is over 6.5 for the first time, or at 6.5 for the first time in a while. Simon Harmer, I feel, is absolutely crucial in this. He looks very cool bowling in his shades as well. Quite the rock star look, and they need a leading man performance from him. It's a lovely dab from Lehman. Lays it inside the short third man, and it goes away for 4. Super timing. Lovely shot.
I think his dad was mentioned as the possible England coach. Well, a lot of people were, weren't they? Until they settled on Stephen Fleming.
Yes. It would have been a good, interesting choice.
Yes, I mean, certainly.
He's loving life at Northampton.
Very positive approach, certainly.
That's poked out into the offside, and they can go through for a fairly comfortable single.
Well, he's doing a great job at Northampton because, well, basically they've left Lancashire standing in the battle for that second promotion spot. Kent are still in contention, but Northampton are in a great position, and they've already got 1 trophy in the cabinet for this season.
Exactly. Well, there's a dot ball. That's handy. That's clubbed away up to long off.
Just got a feeling that Lancashire have been trying to find a competition that can work for them, because they've struggled over the last couple of years, haven't they? But they are going very well in this 50 overs, having beaten Notts yesterday, and they might well be a bit of a call to maybe be a winner for this year.
Yes, you're right.
They've had a lot of well, antipathy, I think, from their supporters, I think, at various times in the last couple of years.
It's a good stop, excellent stop, and crucial to save another 4 runs, just the 6 in the end off the over. 129. 3.
But certainly, the impression about this 50 over competition is that there are some, this year in particular, there are some sides who really appear to have got the formula right, and they're looking very impressive. Lancashire, Notts, Middlesex, and then of course Yorkshire and Durham will be probably the 5 to highlight at the moment. Here's Harmer. Oh, goodness me, Prest was in a spot above her there. There's a bit of turn for Harmer here. And it's going to be very important. 1 for 6 in 2 overs and 1 ball. His first appearance in the competition this season. Prest is quite ambitious there, because Fernandez is going to whip the bails off if he misses it, but he's gone down the pitch. But in the end, I think just checked his shot. 104th this day game for Harmer, and that's really as a result of him not being involved in the 100.
Yeah,
He's played quite a few of these. 111 wickets coming into this one. It rotates the strike, but the run rate has been a little bit becalmed. It's gone up, certainly gone up to 6.6 for the first time. And Essex will look to make sure that rate just keeps pushing up. But wicket of Gubbins a really important strike, because he was looking rather secure and looking like he's going to play one of those innings where he might just bat through. It's good adjustment from Lehman, the left-hander, against Harmer, so under a little bit more threat, but he's been able to ride the bounce and any turn there with that single. Another good over from Harmer. So 131 for 3, the asking rate up to just under 6.7. Target 318, 131 for 3 after 22.
And Middlesex were 131 for 3 after 21, so nothing much between these sides. But I have to say that Simon Harmer has really applied the brakes, and that makes a massive difference. His 3 overs going for just 8, and it's Noah Thane coming into the attack, fresh off his century.
So they are using a 4-seamer. Potentially, well, that would be a 6th bowler to use, won't it? So I've got Benkenstein as a 7th. Possibly, I think it was basically lack of alternative options, but I think the balance of a side is better for this contest.
Right arm round, it's helped out into the leg side, but will only be a single.
I mentioned that Noah Thane also was pretty handy with the wickets last year as well in the competition.
Well, this is only his 2nd bowl in the competition, not for 14 against Middlesex this year. That's on the money, and he's played defensively by Prest. There's 5 wickets at just under 96 in his list A career. Best of 1 for 24, an economy rate of 7. So a handy man to throw in periodically, but that's just helped into the leg side. Should only be 1, is only 1.
Yeah, made this day debut back in 23.
Yes, this is only his 23rd match in this format. He's played pretty comfortably, it must be said. It will only be one again, down to third man. So tidy stuff so far from Noah Thane. Just the 3 singles from the first 4 balls. Essex need him to keep that going. I'd really like to put a little bit of distance between where they were and Hampshire are. Just put pressure on the rising score rate. Let's cut away. It's a great stop at point. And that certainly saved 2 runs, one I would have thought, and probably 4. Matt Critchley, lovely stop.
Yeah, I mentioned that last year he had a pretty consistent season in the championship, 394 runs and 16 wickets. So he's also been a fairly regular member of this side, and say 23rd game now. But greatly increasing his runs this season.
Oh, gets a little. It's the ball away, but it's a really good stop on the boundary to warm applause from the Essex fans. They know how much that means. That means there's 5 off this over rather than 7. Hope he didn't hurt himself stopping the ball, but it's a good shot. And a really good diving stop, and got his body behind it as well, didn't he? It was good work from Charlie Bennett.
So slightly lesser returns in this competition with the wickets, but still a useful bowler, and he could get one here. That would be very handy. 136 for 3, coming up towards the halfway point, and 27 overs to go. Asking rate 6.7, but Harmer the big danger at the moment, you feel?
Yes, he's taken the wicket. He's proving very difficult to get away.
I think he made 109 to go. There's 102 at Arundel on Wednesday. Element of risk from Lehman, and
good stop
from Harmer. Bit of exuberance on the
yes.
crowd, and the breeze picks up. It's just flicked away for a single by Lehman, who doesn't appear to be. Has obviously had a bit of spray, and they've sorted out any potential problem with his hand sufficiently for him to bat here. So the fact that he's batting bodes well. He doesn't appear to be having too many problems. No, it's pretty well executed by Prest.
Still only gets 1 though.
Yeah, finding it hard to make too much progress against Harmer, but they'll view him as a danger, and they'll tick his overs off and try and keep as many wickets in hand as they can. 180 required, 26 overs left after this. Well, that would have been very annoying for Lehman if he'd hold out, because it wasn't a great ball from Harmer, but they're going to get back for a couple of runs. Might have slipped out of their hands a little bit, but funny enough, a ball like that can sometimes produce a wicket, because the batter was surprised, and it very nearly went straight into Sneijder's hands.
It did. It didn't miss him by much.
And that would have been a real bonus. That's probably a better shot from Lehman. He's looking pretty good. He's gone to 13 at virtually a runner ball, Press 16 from 21. And Hampshire, who lost those 2 wickets in relatively quick succession, starting to build a 4th wicket partnership between these two. Ali all out 4th ball for naught, then a stand of 108 between Middleton and Gubbins. Middleton perhaps will be feeling he might have given his wicket away as probably an injudicious shot against Critchley for 47, and Gubbins a real key wicket for Essex. Caught behind by Fernandez off Harmer for 53. The ball after he was probably quite close to being stumped.
Here comes Noah Thane to continue. It's pulled. This could be 4. No, it's 2 though. If they hurry, which they do very well. It's good running from Lehman, going to the danger end, getting 2 off his pull shot.
Key thing for Hampshire here is, can they keep wickets in hand in the way that Essex didn't for the closing overs, so that if the asking rate does get up a little bit, they've got the wickets in hand to negotiate that.
Absolutely right. Seems to have all the time in the world at the moment, Lehman, and just plays that backward a square for a single.
It's what's been a difficult season for Hampshire. They know that they've very much recruited well with Jane Lehman. So they look like they've got a couple of good acquisitions for next year.
Thane in once again. Short again, pulled away. Be only a single. Yes, you were mentioning them earlier.
Yes, it really could be quite some run in. Hampshire started the season so badly in their opening game against Essex. If they can flip back on its head and actually get back to a championship and be in really good form, then they've still got a decent chance of really putting the sides above them under pressure.
Thane round the wicket. It's well bowled. Certainly, Lehman for the first time looked terribly comfortable with that particular delivery, which thuds into his pad outside off stump. Dot ball, always a plus at this stage in proceedings.
Well, Surrey are doing well with a couple of novices at the crease at the moment in their day-night game against Gloucestershire at Bristol.
Is that new lad Dom Sibley?
Yes, he's doing well. Yeah. He's on 88, and
someone said
another youngster, Rory Burns, is on 73.
Oh yeah, people have been talking about him.
Yeah, and 220 for 2 with just over 10 overs to go. So they do have some reinforcements to make up for their 17 players away at the 100. Surrey,
well,
but they've also got some pretty well-established players. And Dominic Sibley, I still think unlucky not to have got the call to be an England opener this year.
Yes, well, he might not get it this year. He may still get it.
Well, like your call of Hamid, the only question mark is about these runs of form that Hamid has. Yes. He gets picked at the wrong time. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a drinks break at the halfway stage.
Yes, well, we did earlier in the other way round, didn't we?
147 for 3.
And Essex were 159 for 3, so 12 runs ahead at this stage.
So a brilliant 109 from 96 balls from Thane. Rollison really finding his form. His dismissal could prove to be quite important because it came with enough of the innings left for Hampshire to be able to exploit the lack of explosive batting that followed.
Particularly by Sharma.
Yeah, and Sharma was the key reason for that. 5 of 51 in 10 overs, the leading wicket taker in the competition. He now has 13. Fuller, 2 for 53 was good, and Neil's 2 for 62. Probably bowled a bit better than that suggests and took 2 important wickets. Kyle Abbott, normal, durable self, although he had the indignity of being hit for the odd 6, which didn't please him. And so far for Hampshire, this partnership between Gubbins and Middleton after the early loss of Orr, and now Preston, Lehman looking to settle in. 171 in 25 overs is the requirement, and it's at going to be at just under 7. So it's still, I mean, you just favour Hampshire, but it's still very evenly poised, I think.
Well, yes, when you see where Essex were at this juncture, we would certainly, when they were 159 halfway through, would have assumed that they would have got pretty close to 350. It didn't happen. The same can happen, you feel, if a couple of wickets fall for Hampshire. And we can see that already Simon Harmer, 1 for 13 off 4, is causing problems. Thane started nicely as well, none for 11 off 2.
Talking of experience at the helm, there is still a lot of it around in the competition. Sam Northeast and Daniel Bell-Drummond batting together. And Bell-Drummond is 77 from 81 balls, and Kent are going quite nicely, looking for 314 to beat Somerset, and they are 126 for 1 in the 24th over. So that one has still got a way to go. It's at Canterbury, and that could boil into a pretty good contest a little bit later on. Kent could do with the win. They're on 4 points from 3 games, so an important one for them. But see, their promising young batter Ben Dawkins out for 30, not picked for the 100. A lot of other promising young players have been picked, as Hampshire will certainly testify.
Absolutely right.
And indeed Charlie Allison, but of course he was allowed to play today, although sadly he was out for naught. Here's Harmer. It's a nice looking drive from Prest. I wonder how the approach now of Hampshire against Harmer. They'll know he's a big threat, 1 for 14 coming into his 5th over, and also the decision for Wesley is how many spells does he give Harmer.
Slip in.
We're pretty certain he's going to bowl 10 overs. It's a question of how those are going to be allocated.
Yes, whether it's all the way through.
Very unlike a championship match where Wesley much of the time can put Harmer on at one end and not have to worry about things too much.
Yes.
It's a different story here, and that's one thing that Hampshire will hang a hat on, that Harmer can only bowl 10 overs.
Well,
Element of risk for Press, but no reward. But didn't quite get the reverse there.
It's quite telegraphed, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Sun seems to have come out again. It seems to have got a bit warmer again.
Yep, very definitely.
That is pretty well executed. It's a little bit wider.
Yeah, that'll be
And
4.
4 runs for Tom Prest. Not too much danger for him there. He's hitting it very fine. Just a sort of reversed hands stroke. Very well executed.
I think that's the first boundary Harmer's conceded.
Yeah, I think so. Good crowd in, probably a little bit more than Sunday, and watching on a pretty tense struggle here. This could be a good finish. An important game for both sides. That's also quite nicely executed for a single. Prest working out a way to play Harmer here, and doing it pretty well in that over. He's got enough runs from the over. The asking rate still below 7. The longer it stays there, from Hampshire's point of view, the better. 154 for 3, and they need 318, and they've had 26 of their 50 available overs.
Well, Thane is set to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Gone pretty tidily so far in his first 2 overs. To keep going. That's just pushed a point. There won't be a run on this occasion.
Hampshire would like these two to bat for a while yet. Sharp has not been in the best form with the bat. They do have Ben Brown and James Fuller, but they don't particularly want them to come in too early.
Yeah. A couple of quick wickets would be very interesting indeed as far as this match is concerned. That's pulled away slightly short. It's found a fielder, so it'll only be a single. Thane unafraid to bang the ball in a bit.
Shaping up well here, shaping up pretty well I think at New Road. Worcester 110 for 3, chasing 294 to beat Middlesex. 26.1 overs left to get those 184 runs, and Jake Libby's 46 not out.
They need to score, what, 9 and overish. Yeah. Ooh, that doesn't miss everything by much. It is a rather harsh wide. I suppose it did go down the leg side, and umpire Martin has, if anyone's gone down the leg side from his end, has immediately signalled wide. So he's been nothing if not reliable on that.
And if Middlesex do win, it would be 4 wins out of 4. And they will be well on the way.
That is giddy.
The debate is going to be where they would play then if they get a home knockout game.
Yes, quite.
As first or second, where they will play them.
Well, Lords is pretty booked, as we talked about.
Yeah.
And that comes off the pads down the leg side. I think will be a leg bite. Yep, it is. So a couple of extras in this over already. Still 3 balls remaining. 3 runs scored thus far.
Just seen a picture posted online of York today at Durham Yorkshire game, where Yorkshire are on top, looking very, very packed. 4,500 sellout.
Wow. Down the wicket, punches it for 4. That's a cracking shot. That is a really good shot from Prest. Comes down the wicket, finds the gap between mid-on and mid-off, just drills it for 4. I wonder how long this Noah Thane, I wouldn't call it an experiment, but how long this spell will last. Because he hasn't bowled very much in this competition so far. Yes. One of the informed batters in this competition, of course, bowling to the another one. So that's another glorious cover drive for 4.
Yeah, I suspect this might be his last over for a while, and obviously they've got Benkenstein as an option, but say they have reduced the number of, if you like, front line seamers from 5 to 3, which is quite a drop, but I still think probably the balance of the side overall looks probably better than it did for the last couple of games.
So still 2 balls to go. Oh, and that was better. A great response. Terrific response. In fact, that was the final ball of the over. Slightly expensive. 11 from it. And 165 for 3.
Well, Yorkshire are going to win that game at York because they need 11 in 71 balls. James Wharton is 59 and Sam Whiteman 49. They look a very strong side, Yorkshire, in this company. There are quite a few of them in this group, but that's the last home match for Essex. Yorkshire coming here a couple of Tuesdays from now, but that's going to end Durham's winning run. And Yorkshire will go to 16 points, and Middlesex will join them if they win. So Lehman, after coming in below press, after dropping that catch and maybe just having a little bit of finger repair done, looking pretty solid. And he's moved along quite nicely here. Tom Prest, certainly a big plus from the Hampshire point of view, the fact that he has regained some form.
Well, that's a good
and
blow.
He had the confidence to hit Harmer over Mackenzie Jones at mid-off for 6. That's just underlining the fact that he's getting a little bit of his mojo back. Used the feet pretty well there, got enough bat on it, and given Harmer something to think about. Good little partnership taking shape here. And it's worth 50. Thunderous applause around the ground to acknowledge that, but, but it is worth 50.
I don't think many people have come up from the south coast, have they?
Not today. But No, I suspect a few Durham supporters might have gone to York. That's as close to a local derby as you're going to get, but it's a bit of a trudge around the motorways, isn't it, in this heat?
On a Friday.
Yeah. 172 for 3. And, maybe there've been so many Essex Hampshire matches this season that caused fatigue. At the moment, Hampshire look like making it 3-3 as a probable final score, but Essex will still have some chance to have a say in that. Partially stopped by Palmer, but Prest is looking pretty good here.
I think he
Tom
hurt
Prest.
his hand on the last ball, and that didn't help much.
Yeah, good over from Harmer. Made his list day debut actually against Essex at the Utilita in July 2021. Tom Prest. I think he would have probably been about 18 then. He's 23 now, and yeah, he's been sort of back in the second 11 in some of his recent games, which is something you wouldn't have necessarily anticipated. He did get 49 in the last championship match at Hoe, which is a game that actually was won by Hampshire, so that was an important innings. And but he's been in the seconds most of a T20 campaign, not able to force his way into that side. Had a fairly lean time of it most of the early part of a championship season.
Well, Shane Snater brought back into the attack. He bowled really well early on. 1 for 28 from his 6 overs. They need him to find some magic now, which he does, with the wicketkeeper standing up as well. He nearly gets the false shot from Prest, who tries to push him away off the back foot and very nearly edges through to the keeper. A little bit of extra bounce for Snater.
He's also got a very good list day best of 181. That's not a bad high score to have in this format.
Yes. This is pulled away into the leg side and will be 4 more. And
yes.
Prest is looking worryingly good at the moment as far as Essex are concerned.
We've just got the manner about him, someone who's just found a bit of the form that's been elusive for much of the campaign. And so I think he just played a couple of T20 games just looking down the list. And then was back in the seconds.
Just coaxed into the offside. Got the boundary for the over, so singles from now on will pretty much do.
And they've got that asking rate back to 6.5. It was a little bit higher than that.
It was just heading towards 7, wasn't it?
Now Essex really do need a breakthrough, because there's still plenty of batting to come. And
yeah, when
the sense is this is probably a 340 pitch, as Arundel was.
Yeah.
And I wonder if history is repeating itself here.
Quite. When they removed Gubbins and Middleton, they were right back in it. Big shout for LB. Tough to get the LB when you're bowling right on round the wicket. It did seem it was a fairly convincing appeal. But always difficult for an umpire to give that one.
Not as convincing as the one from Bennett in his first over.
And in fact,
goodness me, what a turning point that could be.
Indeed. And they take a leg by, so he's back over the wicket. And that just pops up a little bit. Rather surprises Prest.
Snater coming back to very much, I think probably only bowled 2 overs, but to get a wicket.
Yes, it took a wicket with the fourth ball of the innings, didn't they? All they could do with him taking, well, he had the fourth ball of this spell. And that is the end of the over. 6 runs from it. Good fight back by Snater. But they're still continuing to inexorably keep marching towards that 318 that they need for victory.
Yes, this competition certainly has really captured the public's imagination this summer. It probably favours this competition, I think, to have an early 100, so the 100 is running from mid-July to mid-August. Probably is more beneficial to this competition, so it's more played in high summer. No football season. In fact, apart from the Commonwealth Games, which of course is sort of on one of these specific sports channels, there's not a lot of other sport going on at the moment, really, guys. So cricket has very much the field not entirely to itself, but has a big share of it at the moment. I think that might be one of the reasons. And so it is Bennett and Snater together, which is a real indication from Tom Wesley about how he sees things at the moment. So interesting that Simon Harmer's come off for the time being.
What did he bowl? 6 overs?
Yeah, we'll check that.
Just have a look.
Let's see. Didn't think he'd bowled him morning.
Yeah, 6 overs, 1 for 28. So really tidy.
Hoping that the strike bowlers can make this breakthrough. It's probably not quite in the right place to Lehman. It's a slightly short ball, and Lehman, who's not looking as though he's too uncomfortable after that wrap to the fingers, has just played a good typical left-hander shot, really, just getting inside the line and helping it down to the fine leg boundary. A little bit of a worrying time this for Essex. They may pay the price for the innings becoming becalmed in its closing stages and indeed being bowled out. Just played down into the top of his pad there from Lehman, and Bennett doesn't claim the catch as he takes it, or it helps to take it out. It was an innings that promised a lot from Essex, but so that double wicket from strike from Sharma came at a very important time. There was a recovery, but that knocked quite a lot of the momentum out. That's interesting. It's not as convincing as the one that you really thought he had first up this afternoon, but it was going across his crease. Worth a shout.
Absolutely worth a shout. Probably pitched outside leg, but it certainly was worth a shout. And well bowled.
Well, it would be tough. I mean, Hampshire are favourites at the moment. It would be very tough on Earth 8 to get 200s in a row, and Essex not to win either game. But what can the other bowlers do to help prevent that? Again, just a little bit on Lehman's pads, which he'll be quite happy with, because one thing that's been notable is how Hampshire have kept the asking rate completely under control. It sneaked up to 6.6 at one time, but it's sitting at 6.6 at the moment. Might have been 6.7 at one time.
No,
I mean,
it's
basically,
6.7,
it's barely moved.
Yeah.
It's barely moved. It's staying in that 6 to 7, and if you've got 7 wickets in hand, you're absolutely on a decent pitch. You're going to settle for that every day of the week. Nice bounce from
decent over.
Bennett. Yeah, good comeback over. But yeah, the way the Essex innings fell away is what will be, and it was that dismissal of, obviously there was a double strike of Wesley and Allison in the same Sharma over, but it was that wicket of Grant Rollifson, second ball of the 46th over when the score was 301. So
Yes.
at that point, you've got 4 overs and 4 balls available to you, and Essex only managed to get another 16 runs, bowled out at the end of the 49th. 184 for 3 after 30.
Yeah, at the same point, Essex were 192 for 3. So if they can take heart from anything, it's if you can lose 7 wickets in the next 20 overs if the bowling's good enough. So Shane Snater coming in for his 8th over, which won't leave much at the death, that's for sure, as that's helped into the leg side for an easy single. Prest closing in what will be a 3rd score over 50 so far this season. Lehman is just happy to play at the moment the supporting role in this. Knows as long as one player is scoring it better than a runner ball, he can be the support character. And that is another single.
So first result, Yorkshire beat Durham at a packed York by 7 wickets with 54 balls remaining, and they go to 16 points. That's 4 wins and a defeat. Middlesex will join them there with a 100% record if they win their game against Worcester, but a very good win for Yorkshire.
That's cut away nicely down to 3rd man. That's just tropped through for another single. And then they're scoring look pretty easy at the moment, these two.
It also ends Durham's 100% start, but maybe Stokes losing his batting form has contributed to that, but the batting collectively didn't really fire today, bowled out for 165.
It's a good delivery. Yorker length, dug out, dot ball.
68 not out to James Wharton, 52 not out to Sam Whiteman. I think they're both pretty much championship regulars, aren't they? So they've got a pretty strong side, Yorkshire.
Oof, good bounce, but it's given us a wide. That's a little bit harsh. Not that Snater looked remotely complaining about it, so he obviously understood why the decision was given. Nothing wide about that, it's pitched up and it is absolutely lashed back over his head for 4. So that is Prest's 50.
Yeah, very good.
45 balls.
Just as looked like what Hampshire fans might term as the old Tom Prest. I mean, he's clearly had a problem or two this season with his form, and he seems to have, obviously with a lot of practice, I'm sure, in the process of putting it right.
6 fours and a 6, that's pulled out into the leg side. This will be the end of the over, a slightly expensive one as far as Shane Snater is concerned, 193 for 3. And they're just doing everything at the moment, the over after Essex. Essex were 192 for 3 after 30, so there's nothing much in it. There's the Manhattan. The overs when Essex didn't score, Hampshire have, and vice versa, which is why they're neck and neck.
Tom Prest 181, by the way, was in 2022, and that was at Beckenham, which almost doesn't count, because when Beckenham's flat, it's really flat, and that was against Kent, so he got 181 off 138 balls, and that was an innings that sort of really brought him to attention, I think, and it's not a bad knock, and trying to establish yourself. So here's Bennett, 5 overs 35. These two looking pretty secure at the moment, has to be said. So 125 is the ask. at 6.6, which is barely moved in 18 overs and 5 balls. That's the batting side's game, unless something really changes quite sharply, and it's going to involve at least a couple of quick wickets, maybe 3. That's one. Is that one of them? Yes, it is. Very much needed from an Essex point of view. They couldn't afford to let that partnership go on much longer, and that's a lovely piece of bowling from Bennett, which has just left pressed and very nicely taken by Fernandez, who's had a good afternoon behind the stump. So just when I have to say it was really looking pretty gloomy from an Essex point of view, that one, Prest, who was playing it so well, has just been drawn into the shot. Bennett's deserved the wicket, and 193 for 4 has just given Essex a little bit of a lifeline in the game when things were really starting to drift away from them quite severely.
I couldn't agree more. It was almost one he didn't have to have a dart at, but he did, and the ball moved a little bit. And I can't say that Bennett doesn't deserve a wicket, because he has bowled well and finally makes a breakthrough. Let's just watch this again. Yeah, there was a little bit of movement. It was just outside off stump, moved a little bit more. It was a good catch. 3rd catch for Fernandez in 4 wickets, so he's having a good day behind the stumps.
Oh, don't waste your energy, Thane. He's giving a mock chase there to Charlie Addison, but doesn't want to. He might have to bowl again.
Right.
But anyway, 193 for 4. Just as I think the Essex position was starting to get quite serious there. That's a really important wicket to have taken, because Prest was batting very, very well. He'll feel as though he's starting to give that away. It's a soft dismissal. One thing we can say is that Tom Prest is definitely back in form, and I'm sure we'll get plenty more runs in the rest of the competition.
Indeed.
That's Brown ahead of Sharma. So Sharma's batting has not been great so far, which is probably why he's been popped down the list a little bit. But it's been a good day for him here so far.
Certainly has. That's a vital breakthrough, and good for Fernandez, because he hadn't taken a catch or a stumping in the 3 previous matches, and has now taken 3 decent catches. And there's a slip in, such as the
Essex are
excitement.
going for realising they need another wicket on top of this. 193 for 4.
Oh.
Slightly sliced away by Ben Brown, but plenty of experience out there with Brown and Lehman.
Well, they're glad they've got a 3rd man.
Sliced, yeah.
So that was sliced wide of slip.
So 194 for 4.
He's got 66 runs at 22 this season, Ben Brown. Top score of 34 against Yorkshire.
Lehman, who's been playing within himself, but if he bats through, it's going to be difficult for Essex to keep Hampshire below this required rate, which is they've managed superbly in the innings so far. It's not been an issue at all. The only real way back is for Essex to keep taking wickets and do what has happened on a couple of occasions in the game so far. Take 2 in fairly rapid succession. It happened earlier on, and it happened in this innings as well with wickets 2 and 3. Not too far away there. Good over this from Bennett, who was unlucky not to get an LBW in his favour right at the start of his first spell, and has managed to get some success in a tight over, which has just gone for 3 runs and has brought him a wicket as well.
Yes, he's kept going well. Took a little bit of tap, but has fought back.
Upish and caught. That's the 2 wickets, and Charlie Bennett has got them both in the space of an over. He's emulated what Sharma did earlier in the match, and that's a soft dismissal for Lehman, and that could be big, because Essex going into that over looked in a very, very tight corner, and they're coming out of it in a much better position altogether with 2 very big wickets, and that drew Lehman into the cover drive, which he didn't control, and hitting it straight to cover.
Yeah, and it was well taken by, I think, Snater there, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, Bennett getting a big hug for that, because that was a terrific over, which has brought Essex right back into the game. We were just highlighting 2 wickets urgently needed, ideally 3. Well, now the third is a much more realistic prospect with those 2 out. Preston, Lehman, who were both looking very secure indeed.
It was Thane who took the catch. So he's having a very good day.
He is. He's taken an important catch.
A century bowled pretty
It
nicely.
wasn't a particularly difficult one, but he's taken it. Well, that's
Here
really...
we go, just looking at it again, and it is a loose shot.
Yeah.
And look how happy Thane is there.
So well done to Tom Wesley, because what he did there was he brought back his 2 strike bowlers at a time when he knew Essex had to get wickets, and it's been Bennett who has delivered. What an over that was from Charlie Bennett, who had been a touch unlucky. I think he was 0 for 35 in 5 coming into it, and his figure's looking rather better now. So 2 for 38, 2 wickets and 3 runs in that Charlie Bennett over.
And Luke Benkenstein into the attack, and played back to the bowler. And this is interesting as well from Tom Wesley. Obviously the pacemen came back, did what he needed them to do, but rather than rush back to his 2 top line spinners, he's thrown the rather more...
I think Bennett might bowl another over, but I would expect Harman to be back on sooner rather than later.
Yeah, correct, but just short and clubbed away, I think, to a fielder.
So
Maybe one.
Yet again, we've seen 2 wickets fall in very quick succession. It's been a feature of the game.
It has, hasn't it?
It's happened twice in this Hampshire innings.
And it happened at least twice in the Essex innings.
Just a chance that they might be able to push the asking rate up a little bit now with
it's up to
those wickets.
6.85 now. If they can get it up above 7. That's a good stop. There might have been a single there, but I didn't feel like trying. Oof, someone's hit their hip on the way down on that ground, and it's stung slightly.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, he fell on the used wicket, didn't he? Which sure is like rock. Plays away from his body, but perfectly safely. The leg, there wasn't much foot movement for that shot. Sharma, who wants to play himself in a bit. There we go, just showing corner of the score card there to show overs remaining and runs required. And this is very good work so far from Benkenstein and from the skipper Tom Wesley. That's a nice shot. That's a really nice shot. Stopped, which is good, and they only go for 2. I thought there were probably 3 if they'd pushed for it, but that is a very good over and an excellent piece of fielding in the deep as well. Another person clutching an elbow after skidding along the outfield.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Charlie Bennett. And those 2 wickets, very, very handy, because the position was looking a little bit gloomy from an Essex point of view.
Yeah,
and they've got the wickets to get themselves back in the game. 5 in the competition now for Charlie Bennett this season.
Required run rate is now 7 and over from here on in, so it has finally hit 7.
Yeah. It's going to need wickets to go at regular intervals, but that's the start. With the experience of Brown and the obvious talent of Ashu Sharma, although he hasn't really shown it with the bat yet for Hampshire. It's his 25th List A game. Altogether, top score of 75 in this format. certainly someone with batting credentials and scores fairly briskly when he gets in.
Yes, I saw his strike rate, 128.
Yeah. But here, it's doesn't necessarily have to. It's more important for him to stay in and build a partnership. Hampshire will be frustrated because they really had Essex on the ropes there, and Essex simply could not afford that partnership to go on much longer. And to get both of them in the same over is just a massive bonus. 200 for Hampshire, but need 118. He wins 34th. Nice angled bat from Sharma with his 5 wickets and taking him into the lead in the competition in terms of the leading wicket taker. Really did very well indeed earlier on, and really closed the innings down with help from Fuller very impressively.
Yes, no, it was a terrific finish to the Essex innings from Hampshire. You're absolutely right.
A little bit of fortune. Would have been interesting if there had been a slip there, but it's gone away for 4. A bit of bad luck there for Bennett. It would have been quite wide of a conventional first slip, but Brown just getting a little bit of luck there. Plenty of experience, of course. You want to get, first thing to do is get this target down below 100 without losing any more wickets. So it's such a big game for both these sides because, as I say, the way this group is shaping up, it's looking like, it's not certain, but it's looking like whoever finishes third might have as many as 6 wins as last year, such as the pace being set by the teams at the top. So whoever loses might be in a position where they're going to struggle to qualify. They won't be out of it, but it will become a very difficult challenge. I mean, as an example, Yorkshire have gone to 16 points from 5 games, and both these sides currently only have 4. So it just gives you an idea with Durham and Middlesex having made such very good starts as well, and Yorkshire. It's driven, but goes straight up to mid-on. Decent over from Bennett, and well, Wesley's still got overs from Harmer to come, and he's given. I wonder if Benkenstein will get another go. Might be Crutchley, we'll see. It's 205 for 5, and it's 113 required, and 16 overs.
It was interesting that I know it was a thickish outside edge, but the difference between the way Brown went at the delivery, which was full-blooded, knowing there were no slips, and the way that Prest got out with a little dab, you can see possibly why the more gung-ho with no slips possibly works. Benkenstein to continue, just moving, well, trying to move some fielders who seem less than inclined so to do, but the first ball's a dot anyway. Just 3 off his first over.
Harmer has 4 left.
Gives that a bit of air. Nicely bowled.
Bennett 3 and Snater 2, so I think we can say that those overs will probably be used. That's 9 of the remaining 15.
Sharma, you feel at some stage is going to free the shoulders, but not yet, as he just plays that down to long on for a single.
And I think Mackenzie Jones will see him again.
I think we
4
will
overs
too.
for 24.
Yeah, bowled very nicely. Faster delivery. And might have been a wide if the batter hadn't got something on it, but he did, so it isn't. And it goes straight to short, fine leg.
In theory, it could just be those 4, but it might well be that Matt Critchley comes back as well.
Oh, and this is not where the batter intended it to go, but it falls safe, and they trot through for a single. So Brown's played a couple of false shots now, but got away with them. But the other thing I like about Benkenstein is he just gets on and gets through his overs quickly, and suddenly the opposition turn around, and they've only taken 2 or 3 and the over's gone. That turned into a full toss, but he's going to get away with it. And he's now bowled 2 overs for 6, so this is excellent from Luke Benkenstein.
Yeah, that's going to earn him another over, I would have thought. And let's just push the asking rate up a little bit more. So 110 required from 90 balls.
So that's 110 off 15, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know they like runs.
7.3. So the asking rate's gone up a little bit, around about 7.3. It has just gone up a little bit in the last couple of overs. So Essex have fought their way back here from a position where they had very little margin of error, had to get wickets, they've got them. We mentioned that Harmer's got these 4 overs to go. It looks like he's going to bowl at least one of them now. 110 required. Sharma starting very conservatively, looking to get himself in.
Is he likely to bowl Harmer through now, do you think?
Could well do now,
overs?
now that he's brought him back.
So that would be the 36th, 38th, 40th and 42nd, yeah, that would make sense.
But whereas Hampshire were in a position that they could have waited for Harmer's return and then just seen him off, the fact they've now lost these wickets and the momentum has stalled, has given them a few more things to think about. Plenty of experience, of course, in Brown, but so far for Sharma, 10 against Yorkshire, 0 against Middlesex, but there were a few low scores around towards the back end of that innings, and 11 against Worcestershire in the last outing.
James Fuller can bat as well, can't
Yeah,
he?
oh, definitely, yeah.
He's got 3 50s in this
Still
format.
batting to come. And of course, Andrew Neil, fresh from his 48 at Worcester.
Yes.
Different sort. He won't have to score that quickly, but he's he might have to play a role. Be very interesting to see what happens if Sharma does get in. He's got the capability with his strike rate record of scoring pretty quickly.
Yes.
Still very nicely balanced this. It's quite hard to call at the moment. Strangely enough, the games between the two sides in the other competition, I'll say the championship match here was really quite close. I think it was a last wicket stand in the Essex first innings that made a big difference, which I think if Sonny Baker had been playing might not have gone as far as it did.
Yes.
But it was a tight contest, but the other games have been fairly one-sided in the other competitions. That's all uppish but safe. Gosh, that wasn't far away. Tell from the reaction there that that wasn't very far away from going straight to cover.
Did he get a hand on it?
Let's have a little look. It was a good attempt from Critchley. Just diving across.
I think he might have gone because
Might
that
have,
ball
yeah.
looks as if it's been diverted.
Yeah. So Harmer's over ends 214 for 5, 104 required from 14 overs, and yeah, very, very nicely poised. 5 wickets in hand, and really quite a difficult one to call. Whereas it was definitely going Hampshire's way.
Yes.
Now it's really right back in the melting pot, and Benkenstein gets a 3rd over after those 2 very tight ones.
But after 40 overs, it was going Essex's way. So
Yep.
they've had the momentum before. It's well taken. And, but no cigar. The bowler wasn't very interested either. The other thing about having the 2 spinners on at the moment is, I think that came off the ankle of the wicketkeeper out for a single. Certainly got hit by something, and it's a wide given, so that must be 2 wides. I thought he got a bit of bat on it, but obviously not. But the over's go very quickly when you've got the spinners on. That's a good shot. That's a really good shot.
Well, you'd expect Sharma to be quite strong against the spinners.
Yes.
And that was an indication of what he can do. I was looking down, I think he'd been playing sort of T20 cricket in India in the month of June. Not the IPL, but he got some fairly solid scores there.
Tumbling stop, make sure that there's no run. Sharma doesn't seem terribly interested in quick singles.
Target below 100.
Absolutely well spotted, 98 required. Oh, I do like the way he gives it a bit of air. Benkenstein, and I think Sharma's eyes would have lit up. He then had to just correct the shot.
They might not mind a couple of fours from Sharma if he then makes a mistake. Because another wicket now will be very useful.
This is up in the air. Where's it gone? Oh, somehow I was watching. It seems as if he was trying to launch it over long on, and it's gone out to deep point. So I think we can take it that there was a big outside edge.
Yeah. Flew over backward point.
Quicker delivery, we go through for a single. And enough, Sharma does go through for a single. Almost the first one he's called. So it's slightly expensive over, 9 from it. Still only 15 though, I think, from the 3 overs that we've seen so far from... He's bowled 4 overs, hasn't he?
95 required from 13 overs at just over 7s.
No, 3 overs for 15.
Harmer to continue, he's into his 8th over. Looks like being a pretty tight finish.
It does, doesn't it?
This one. Surrey's innings has closed in that day-night game at Bristol. 311 for 5. Quite a few scores very similar today around the country. Dom Sibley made 101 from 126 balls and Rory Burns 89.
Yeah, they need 7.3 and over. So it is climbing very gently, and as long as Harmer is there applying brakes very firmly from one end. Oh.
Yeah. Ticking down Harmer's overs now, Hampshire. Still in a reasonable position as long as they've got 5 wickets in hand. Sharma, well, maybe he's waiting for his moment. There was a long on back on the boundary. He was also waiting for his potential moment and a deep mid wicket. Will he try and take Harmer on? 3 dot balls. Had to reach for that a little bit. Another dot ball. Will Sharma be forced into an injudicious shot here? Can't get the ball away. Just this one over on its own is helping the Essex cause. It's going to send the asking rate up a little bit.
Unless he does something large off this last one.
Still 95, but just 12 overs and 1 ball now required. Yeah, there's a sharp single. Mackenzie Jones couldn't pick it up cleanly, would have had to probably throw down the stumps, but a very good over that just went for 1. So it's 94 required from 12, and that's for the first time is going to significantly send the asking rate up
Yes,
a touch.
It's just below 8 now.
And that's the first time it's been anywhere near there. So 94 off 12, just below 8 and over, and looks like it is going to be Mackenzie Jones from the Alistair Cook end.
No, that looks right.
At 224 for 5. Worcestershire handily placed now at New Road. 177 for 3, needing a further 117 with 15 and a half overs to go. Jake Libby 69, Henry Cullen 45, both undefeated. So Middlesex is 100% start under a little bit of threat. Worcestershire going along quite nicely.
Oh, and that's close, and it's given. Sharma got caught, he thought it was bouncing more than it was. Pulled across the line, and he goes for 16, LBW to Jones.
Well, that's the 3 wickets that Essex really needed, and now they're in a pretty decent position because Sharma, who was becalmed by Snater in the previous over, got a single to keep the strike, but it hasn't worked from the Hampshire point of view. And Jones, who's bowled pretty well on this competition, has managed to, well, he's got Sharma in a bit of a tangle there. An extra bit of pace that Mackenzie Jones has been enough to defeat the attempt to work the ball away into the onside. That's a pretty big wicket, 3 good ones in pretty quick succession. And Hampshire just on the back foot now, with 94 more still needed. And really it was a very good move by Tom Westley to realise the urgency of the situation, bring back Snater and Bennett. Bennett got the 2 wickets, and now Mackenzie Jones with his extra pace has just been a little bit too much for Sharma. So this is a really big partnership. Yes, Neil had that good outing at Worcester the other day, but in terms of established batting, this is a big partnership for Hampshire. They still need 94, and we're into the last 12 overs.
Yep, big wicket. Ben Brown is still there though. Now James Fuller comes to the crease, who has a decent record in this competition in his career, and he's only played 1 match. This is only his 2nd match, and he scored just 7 against Worcestershire.
Shaping as a game of thirds at the moment, with Essex on top in the first third, Hampshire the middle third, and Essex storming back perhaps in the closing stages.
Yes, just as they did against Derbyshire the other day, if they can keep going. Mackenzie Jones, who was part of that comeback against Derbyshire.
Well, it would be nice for Noah Thane to be on the winning side.
Yes, after scoring 100,
it really would be tough to have to say, well, I've got another 100, but we lost again, which is what he had to say at Arundel. So a brief clip of an interview with him there, and he'll want to make sure any more chances that come his way, he snaffles them up. He probably won't bowl again.
No, I think that's unlikely, but he did a good job. And this is very good bowling from Scotland's Mackenzie Jones.
Yeah, he's done very well in the competition, and a key development plus from the Essex perspective. The curiosity at the start of the season, they reinforced their seam bowling options with Zaman Akhtar and Mitch Killeen, but strangely enough, the way that the younger homegrown bowlers have done, they've been challenging for places as much as the new recruits.
Absolutely. Ooh, I think probably just sliding down leg, but an appeal nonetheless.
Mitch Killeen finally made his debut in the last game and bowled very well. Had a slightly more batting friendly pitch at Arundel, found it a touch more difficult, but he's at least had a couple of outings for Essex, and we might well see him again later in the competition. And obviously Zaman Akhtar's been sort of in and out of the side, but again he could well appear again later on.
I think the fact that a single was given might answer why it wasn't LBW. Cramped again for Style. Manages to shovel the ball away though, Brown, on this occasion.
Pretty good shot, isn't it?
And it goes for 4. He shovels the ball away for 4. That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, not much effort involved in that.
No, it looks as if he was just trying to
much
keep the ball out.
Much needed from a Hampshire point of view. They were getting a bit stuck.
That short arm jab, wasn't it? Really clever shot. Found the gap as well. Brown moves to 16. Brown hasn't had a lot of the strike. No. Sharma kept stealing singles off the last ball of the over, so 16 or 17 for him so far. Oh, and that's well bowled. That's too good. That's too good. And the Yorker length delivery thrown in there by Jones sees him pick up 2 wickets in an over. Well, we saw it earlier from his fellow youngster as well, Charlie Bennett, and now Mackenzie Jones getting in on the act, and that's the 7th wicket to fall, and this could be a long way back as far as Hampshire are concerned.
Well, that might just do it, and the 2 young bowlers have really come up trumps here for Essex, haven't they? And Mackenzie Jones back into the attack. A very good over, not phased by the stroke that went for 4, and that's a big wicket to get Ben Brown out. I think Brown, his reaction to that was he was probably considering the significance not just for this match but possibly for Hampshire's qualification campaign, and the extra pace has really made a bit of a difference. Mackenzie Jones bowled a genuinely good pace in this over.
Superb stuff.
And has really sort of yorked him there, hasn't he, as much as anything else?
Completely. No, it was a really clever piece of bowling. It seemed that just sort of dropping it slightly short, Brown had actually played him really well. So the next one right up in the block hole. Now, this is interesting because Neil, who very nearly took Hampshire to a very unlikely victory last time out, is now being charged to do exactly the same against Essex.
Although, of course, the asking rate is not as demanding, but maybe his best bet is to try and play it as he did and knock half his target off. So it's going to be Harmer, who has 2 overs left, 1 for 35, but the young bowlers have really done the job here. I still think, you know, if Essex win this game, there's still a bit to, I think, take away from the batting and what happened to their innings.
Yes.
I still think it's probably a 340 pitch. Maybe there'll be different opinions when we get the interviews later. But my word, they've come back at a critical junction when Hampshire were bang on top. There's no other way of describing it. And we've seen a double strike from Bennett, a double strike from Jones, and it's a very different story now.
It's interesting though.
That's a good use of the feet, and that's going away for 4 runs, 6 in fact, all the way. Fantastic shot from that delivery, and Fuller is a dangerous batter, and he might be deciding that they've got to have a go here now, because they might otherwise just fall about 50 runs short. We need to show some aggression. That was a very fine hit down the ground. Quick single to follow. So difficult situation now for Hampshire. They're still some way adrift, 82 adrift, 62 balls left with just the 3 wickets in hand.
Now the innings have mirrored each other.
They have, yeah.
Both of these teams batted themselves into excellent positions and then lost crucial wickets in clumps.
I still think this is a better pitch than the one on Sunday last week. And the bowling sides have done pretty well. I think the general feeling at the halfway point was that Essex had not quite handed it to Hampshire, but they really underachieved compared to what they could have done. And it's fair to say that Hampshire have not been able to manage their entire response in the way that Sussex did very admirably at Arundel, and really didn't give Essex a look in. So 237 for 7, 81 required off the remaining power play overs, 60 balls, 81 runs, and just the 3 wickets in hand. And Mackenzie Jones, I'm sure, will have another go, having struck twice last time.
Well, there we go. If you want a break from the cricket on the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, Queen, not the Queen, but Queen songs are coming too from London's West End from their musical. That will be some night out. Essex to continue then through the excellent Mackenzie Jones.
I mean, they're certainly favourites now, Essex, but the way the young bowlers have responded, first Bennett and then Mackenzie Jones, who really does bode bode very well for the Essex future in the seam bowling department, because my word, they were in a bit of a tight corner while Gubbins and Press were together. That wicket of Press, he was going so well.
Yeah. Lehman as well. And now the run rate is over 8. There's only 3 wickets in hand. Both of these two can throw the bat to good effect, but are going to have to start fairly promptly.
Yeah, in fact, of course, Gubbins he made 53, but he was actually out a bit earlier, wasn't he? With his involved in that second wicket partnership. If you look at it was Lehman, it was Lehman and Press, wasn't it? But Press, I thought, was the critical wicket because he was playing so well. 51 from 48 balls.
Well, he was out the ball after his 50, wasn't he? Yeah. As was Rolifson earlier.
So you got four really good starts for numbers 2 to 5 for Hampshire.
That's down the leg side. That should be 4 somethings, and they're 4 runs.
Well, that will help.
Will.
First ill-directed ball for a while.
He just tried to put a bit too much into it, didn't he, on that occasion, Jones? Stick with the line and length. Make the batter work.
Yes, Ali Orr out in the first over, then Gubbins 53 and Fletcher 47, combining for 108, and then another very good partnership between Preston and Lehman.
71 they've done.
But I just think Tom Press was playing so well, they could not afford to let him carry on like that much longer. And to get both him and Lehman in such quick succession in the course of 1 over, that's proved a little bit of a turning point. And then we've had another double strike from Mackenzie Jones, the first and last ball of his 5th over.
Absolutely, to remove Sharma and Brown. And now he is on the 5th ball of this, his 6th over. Currently standing with figures of 2 for 33. After that double wicket hit in his last over. And apart from the one loose delivery that went for 4, this has been, again, pretty good tight bowling from Mackenzie Jones, who's impressed so far this season. Three for 43 against Derbyshire, 2 more wickets today. That's down the leg side, but will be a wide this time.
Another result in, this is in the other group, Group A, when Leicestershire have steamrolled Northants with 11 overs to spare by 8 wickets. Rishi Patel 115 from 61 balls, and Ben Mike 71 not out from 63. So Leicestershire, who won the first 2, lost the next 2, have got a 3rd win, and they're up to 12 points in that group. Northants have left themselves an awful lot to do, down at 4 points from 4 games.
Well, they've won 1 trophy.
Yeah, that might be enough.
Oh, that's well bowled and a great take. I don't think it's a catch, but it is a brilliant take by, isn't he, Fernandez? He's taken 3 catches. Well, even if that wasn't a catch, he stopped 4 leg byes almost certainly. So just the 5 runs from the over because of the wide. 2-4-2 for 7. And at the moment, Hampshire can't quite kick on as they would like. There you go, there's the scoreboard. You see so many people, but just the same as with
numbers 2 to 5. I mean, there's some 4 good starts there.
But everybody made a start, didn't they? All the way down to 7. But it was the same with if you go to the scorecard for Essex, the first 7 all made starts with the exception of Charlie Allison.
Yeah, 1-0, and it was Ali Orr in this innings from Charlie Allison.
Yeah. Otherwise, everyone seems it's a decent batting track.
Harmer's last over, runs. I think that will be runs. There was a shot played. It's going down for 4. It is off the bat. That's useful for Hampshire. Can Hampshire find a way back here? Fuller very experienced. Neil off the back of that innings at Worcester. That's a very useful start to the over. Just a little bit of a leg glance. 246 for 7, 72 from 53. These 2 have got to do the bulk of the work, you would have thought. But just a sense that Essex will know the job is not yet done. And Carl Abbott, of course, coming in next, is known as a very capable batter with a calm head. Ooh, just annoyingly for Harmer, just chipped over his head away for a single. So 71 off 51. So Hampshire haven't let the asking rate get out of control, but the 3 wickets in hand is a big problem for them. They're chasing 318 when the 42nd over. Neil wants the single, it's not there. Harmer's last over. He's played a part today. His figures don't look particularly exciting, but he certainly applied a bit of a break. I think his first 2 overs went for just 6, didn't they?
Yes, absolutely. As did Benkenstein's.
Yeah. So the spinners have done pretty well. That might be a bit of a factor. In fact, more, and that's appeal. Don't think it's going to be out. The fact that they've had more spin options available to them is perhaps a bit of a plus point here for Essex.
He and the umpire were having a laugh. It wasn't that close.
Nice looking drive. It's going to be stopped at long off, just a single. So I think Neil doesn't quite have to adopt the same approach as at Worcester, because the key thing I think here is to try and support Fuller. 249 for 7, 69 from 48 with 3 wickets in hand. So with 3 wickets a bit of a problem in this group. Big win for Yorkshire over Durham. Glamorgan at 231 for 7 at Repton School, needing a further 85 in 43 balls to beat Derbyshire. So Derbyshire look like they're going to get their first win in that one. And in the Middlesex Worcestershire game, it is looking like Worcestershire at the moment. 209 for 3, big stand for the 4th wicket. We need 85 in 64 balls, and it's Jake Libby, and he's on 87, and Henry Cullen on 59. Those two have been together for 102 runs, so looking good for the champions, and it could be Middlesex's first defeat.
Luke Benkenstein back short, swung away, should be 6. Interesting decision this from the skipper, and that's been swung in to the members stand. So yes, I think that knocked over a beer or two, but it was short, and it was buffet bowling really. He did help himself.
Well, Fuller is a noted striker. We know Neil is as well, but it might be the two have decided that Fuller is going to go for it, and Neil is going to support in this stand.
I think either of them would have gone for that.
Yeah.
One. That's a much better delivery from Benkenstein, but they still come back for 2 because they slightly mishit it, and the fielders were so far back, and their very good running means that they come back for the second. So good work from those two. Just to fill in, Simon Harmer's 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50. So just the 5 runs and over, which in this form of the game is very good indeed. Benkenstein gives that some air, but it's just smashed down the ground. And again, weren't there other options? It's an interesting pick.
If he gets a wicket, he's not going to matter too much. But Fuller, as I say, a noted ball striker, and just giving Hampshire a little bit of room for optimism. Target down to 57.
Yeah, 12 off the first 3
45
balls.
balls, so they're closing the gap between the runs required and the balls.
Because of this is a full toss, and that's 6 more. And I just don't understand this. I'm really sorry.
Well, I'll be honest, I couldn't see any reason for Benkenstein not to bowl, because he's bowled so well in the 3 overs.
Yeah, but he just
hasn't landed it in this over.
This is the tail end, and you've got Snater,
but
Bennett,
then a leg break bowler again. If you land it in the right place, there's still potential. I don't understand the point you're making, but the fact is Benkenstein just hasn't landed it in this over, has he?
Well, he's gone for 18.
It's good batting, actually, isn't it?
But he has got a dot ball, and that can be very important. Suddenly back to almost just over a run a ball to win. That's a good final 2 balls, but a little bit expensive. 18 from the over.
I'm actually going to also credit Fuller there for not trying anything outrageous. There were 2 good balls at the end. But unfortunate for Benkenstein, because he bowled the first 2 overs he bowled were really good. Third one, I think there was a 6 off it, wasn't there? 1 big hit. but didn't land it in those first 4 deliveries. And that's given Hampshire a little bit of a lifeline. 51 from 42 with 3 in hand.
And Fuller nicely set 32 from just 18.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
it's going to be Mackenzie Jones having switched. So it's 51 from 42 switched in. So what have we got? We've got now Snater with 2 left, Bennett with 3. We've got
Richley with 5.
7 overs to account for, and Mackenzie Jones with 4. So you are right, certainly, that Benkenstein did not need to bowl that over. Harmer's bowled out 1 for 50. So a mixture of Snater, Bennett, Mackenzie Jones, one would have thought. Well, Neil fresh from his knock at Worcester, just rotating the strike. It might be that Fuller takes the lead while he's in, and then Neil tries to take over. But Abbott also is pretty useful. So, you know, there is certainly talent in this lower order here for Hampshire, and great experience in the case of Kyle Abbott, who won't want to come in just yet. But 50 from 41, it looked as though Hampshire were. Well, is this going to be a bit of a repeat of New Road, you wonder, where Hampshire were out of the game and almost won it?
Yeah.
Could this be something similar? 50 from 41. Just a comfortable single. Now, singles are okay for Hampshire if they get the occasional boundary. So what that over has done from Benkenstein is taken the pressure off the run rate required a little bit. 49 from 40.
Yes, and you were right though. The idea of flinging in the leg spinner to a couple of tail ends
see
was
what
a good
Wesley was
idea.
thinking.
Was a
But
good idea.
unfortunately, Benkenstein just didn't quite land it, did he? The first 4 balls. Nice stop off his own bowling from Mackenzie Jones, who really is having a good tournament. There's much more to come from him.
He's growing in confidence. You can
yeah.
almost see it, can't you? Just looks now
and
ready to bowl at
Charlie
the death.
Bennett, who bowled fine, it could have had a wicket in his first over, but was a touch expensive in his first 5. He's really come back very well.
Exactly.
49 from 39. Big game. The loser isn't out, but they've got an awful lot to do and will probably need other results to go their way. That's hit pretty well. That could go all the way, and it does. Well, Neil there, I'm not sure he completely got all of it, and it wasn't that far away from Harmer, but there were wide open spaces out on that leg side, and he got enough of it, got 2/3 of the bat on it, made a pretty good connection. I suspect he played a few of those at New Road, and he's gone to 11. 273 for 7, 45 from 38.
You don't really need to bowl short.
No. For
Problems
example,
have
the
arisen
ball
when
that got
they've-
pressed out, you know, would
Yeah.
have been a classic one to bowl now.
Still a
It's
bit
a
wide
wide,
down the leg.
So another useful over from Hampshire, because the asking rate's not particularly a problem. They've got 7 runs, including the wide, with 2 balls to go, and that's what one big over can do in this sort of situation.
Yeah. Required rates are essentially back to 7 and over.
Yeah, 44 from 38. 3 wickets left. Relatively cool, actually, with the sun
Yes.
in. Oh, that's uppish but safe. And away for 1. Well, it will be some achievement for Neil if having just failed. He's got some companions this time. He's got Fuller and he's got Abbott perhaps, but he's got a little bit of batting credentials and just starting to show it for Hampshire. But Fuller is obviously, with his extra experience, is really key here on a big wicket. 33 from 19 for James Fuller. But sensible batting, because Fuller knows that with the 18 having come off the last over, that singles are okay, just the occasional boundary has to be added in. And it's 42 from 36 with 3 wickets in hand, 276 for 7. And we had a situation where Hampshire were close to winning the game towards the end of that 4th wicket stand. 4 wickets later, Essex are in complete control, and now it's pretty close again. The Winviz would be squabbling as to
Yeah,
which side of the 50% line to be in. Might just favour Essex, but my word, it's close.
It's tight. So it's only 7 and over. So that's...
I mean, a wicket of Fuller would make a big difference.
Yes, wouldn't it just? Fuller has really decided. He decided early I may as well be hung for a sheep for a lamb, and took on Harmer first, and has then really exploded. 34 from 20. Bennett, his 7 overs so far have cost 45, took 2 wickets in an over. That's a good ball. Oh, it swung for 6, is it? Oh my lord, I thought that was a well delivered slower ball, but Fuller picked it and has, I think, hit it out of the ground, so I think we'll need another ball.
And straight away, that reduces the risk that these two batters need to take for the rest of the over. They'll be having a chat, and the way they played that last over, pushing the singles, is fine. And what they don't want to do is take a risk for a ball that isn't there. That's such a big plus to get a 6 off the first ball. Very, very good innings this from Fuller. 40 from 21, coming in at number 8, and yeah, he's a very, very handy bat.
The ball went over the gazebo we've just seen up on the screen. It went through the corner between the 2 stands. So yet another ball comes out. We've lost 2 or 3 at least today into rivers and out of the ground.
With the total contribution he makes with bat and ball, he's probably, given so many other Hampshire seam bowlers are in the 100, it might be a little bit of creep, but I'll tell you what, Hampshire will be pleased that he's not, because this is the experience that he has is very handy here as well. So he's batting with a younger player in Neil, who obviously he knows has got batting capability, but at the moment
he's taking the responsibility. And of course he took 2 big wickets as well earlier in Rollifson and Lankenstein. So Bennett needs to bounce back with this latest replacement ball, having seen the last one deposited for 6. Pitches it up, that works, and it squirts out for a single.
Yes, there are periods in this game where batting looks relatively comfortable. We've seen plenty of wickets today. We've seen 17 fall, but still get the feeling that both batting sides have sold themselves a bit short, and it's a question of whether the Hampshire tail can rescue their side in the way that the Essex tail couldn't.
Yes, rather fell away. Snater 7, Jones 6, Fernandez 8, Bennett for a duck. Oh, and this has got enough on it, and it's gone for 4 over the top of the wicket-keeper. And that's 11 now from this over. And Fernandez is giving Bennett a little bit of a look there.
Yeah. Wasn't obviously ideal.
He's just stopped bowling short.
These two working very well in combination at the moment.
And every single short ball has gone for 6 or 4. So 11 off the over already.
Stand has gone past 50. They came together at the end of the 39th over at 229, and at that point Essex appeared to have the game won.
The run rate is now under a run a ball. Oh, was there an edge? Essex certainly thinks so. The wicketkeeper is absolutely convinced there was a touch.
Well, Bennett's had not much luck with the umpires today.
No.
As in his first over, he has a decision which he thinks might have gone in his favour, go against him in his 8th over.
Just watching the replay, what else could it have hit? They could have hit his shoulder.
Yeah.
Could have hit his shoulder. Yeah.
Shoulder looked
favourite, so there's definitely a sound, and you could see why the wicket-keeper was interested. But there was certainly enough doubt. That swung away into the leg side. Should be cut off. Is cut off. Only a single. But they've already got 12 from this over.
Yeah, so the run rate now is not really a problem. I mean, while these two stay together, they're going to score quickly enough.
Yeah.
Hampshire have done very well with these two in this partnership, and Essex back in a situation where they were before, where they need a wicket.
Yes, or 2.
One would certainly help.
Yes,
two would be
indeed.
great, but one is pretty imperative.
Absolutely. If they don't, they've lost. So that's. I prefer to see that. That turned into a full toss, but he was attempting the Yorker, and it was only a single. So 13 off the over. 289 for 7. 29 required of 30. So I suppose Essex can take heart from the fact they were 297 for 6.
Yeah, they were in a pretty reasonable position, but whether 317 was enough from that position, and we're going to find out.
In that Manhattan, we can see that rather loose over from Luke Benkenstein, towering above everybody else.
The two Hampshire batters should be thinking the asking rate means that we can be very selective at the balls we go for. We do not want to just hit one straight up into the air here.
Yep. You can do it in singles.
Yep. So, Jones, 2 for 43. He's got 3 overs to go. He's bowled very well.
Yeah.
Took 2 wickets in 1 over. It's 29 off 30. And that's an example of what would be a sensible approach from Hampshire, rotating the strike, because the fours will come, however many they might need. But if they can score off most deliveries and keep risk low,
yep,
they know this is a pretty important game because of the situation in the group. The winner will have 2 wins and 2 defeats from 4 games and be reasonably placed. The loser will have just the 1 win and 3 defeats. Again, just rotating the strike. Neil, I think, has done very well after that.
Yes.
Great innings at New Road. He's realised that that's not particularly what's required here. He's got Fuller at the other end and he's supported him very well. He's played a runner ball knock while Fuller has gone along almost a strike rate of 200. Yeah, 27 off 28. And really absorbing match. Another very good advert for this competition. The crowd have been enthralled by this. Again, good percentage shot from a Hampshire perspective, just clubbing it down along the ground for a single.
All right, Wade Jones is forcing them to do that.
26 from 27. And the further this goes without losing a wicket, the stronger the Hampshire position becomes. Bringing fielders in to try and tempt them to hit over the top is now perhaps the thought. That's probably a good move. Nothing there for Neil, but 26 at a runner ball with 3 wickets in hand. Hampshire are slight favourites.
This is excellent from Jones.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well, but ideally, of course, he needs a wicket. Maybe he can try and prompt the full shot. Fuller's gone to have a chat with Neil, maybe saying him, don't worry if it's there or thereabouts, because I'll get a 4 in the next over. Key thing isn't for you not to get out. Maybe interesting to see what the conversation might have been then, but it might have been along those lines. Yeah, with the field in, it's more difficult to rotate the strike. And, the way Fuller's been going, I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing for Hampshire, even if Neil can't. They're offering Neil the single now, but even if he can't get one and it's another dot ball, Hampshire's position is still pretty solid with Fuller to take strike. So
I imagine they will take the single.
Yeah, I'm certain they will. Is it even a possible 2 on if he hits it in the right place through straight mid wicket? But they're going to take the 1, which has been on offer. So it's 25 from 24. 46 overs gone, 293 for 7. Somebody's backing up in front of us and making their way out. But either they're the ultimate pessimist, the ultimate optimist, and they know the result, or maybe they've got an appointment at 6 o'clock and they're having to go. But I'm sure that gentleman would have enjoyed his day Well, it's been a game of twists and turns. This is the game that Essex were bang on top in. Hampshire fought back, were in pretty much complete control. Essex's young seamers got Essex back into almost a winning position, and now it's going right down to the wire.
There are the bowling figures. And Bennett to continue, 2 for 57 from his 8. And that's short, it swung away. Nice. And that's going to be 6 more, and suddenly they're even closer. Bennett banging it in.
Well, that's Neil from Worcester. I'm sure he played a few of those. And Fuller might have had the intention of being on strike at the start of this over, but he probably couldn't have played a more effective shot. That could be a very significant blow.
It really could, and just watching Jones at the other end, pitch it up, make them play. Now can Bennett get a better length in line? That's better. Swung away, it'll only be 1. It very nearly carried all the way to Simon Harmer, but not quite. He's looking a bit fed up with life, I have to say, Simon Harmer, and given how well he bowled, you can understand why.
Very good partnership. It's what Essex could not manage to put together in the last part of their innings, which would have taken them to 335, 340, which probably would have been enough.
Yeah.
Who knows, 317 still might be.
300 up, so 76 they put on so far. I think that's 77 and 78.
Yeah, that's a big blow, that boundary right at the start of that over. It's put Hampshire in a position where they can minimise risk. And the fact is Neil is playing pretty well himself. Was not really a great. I thought although Jones played very well in that, bowled very well in that last over, I also thought Neil played it with great maturity.
Sensibly, absolutely right. That's better. That's where to bowl. So dot ball, 16 required from 20.
Well, I think we called the pitch about right here. Guy, I think we were thinking it was 335, 340 type pitch. It's looking like that. Most of the time it's been quite free scoring.
That's better. Again though, dug out nicely. Go for a single. Fuller moves on to 47. Score goes up to 303. So 15 runs required from 19 balls. 1 left in this over of Bennett's. He has figures of 2 for 67 so far. 3 for 67 would be handy. If Charlie could dig something special out here. Oh, that's a shot. That is a thumping shot. It's 6. And now you just feel with 16 coming off that over, that's pretty much it.
Bennett looked rather dejected at the end of that over. He got what he thought was a decisive double strike. And Mackenzie Jones did the same. But Hampshire are perennial qualifiers in this competition for a reason. They're backed absolutely against the wall if having lost 2 of their first 3 games. But they have dug deep, and Fuller and Neil have taken them to within 9 runs from 18 balls.
Why hasn't Shane Snater become
back into the attack? That is slightly odd. It's a very good point that we are now...
2 overs left.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is a very good point. Certainly he's got 2 overs left. It certainly was the last time I checked.
Yeah.
9 from 18. Oh. Poor old Charlie Bennett. It's not been a good few minutes for him.
And that's Fuller's 50.
And what a great knock from James Fuller. 3 4s and 4 6s, 29 deliveries at a time when his side were absolutely up against it. bit of sympathy for Charlie Bennett. I thought he might have a catch there to give his side late hope, and it's gone through him, and it's gone before.
It's not your moment.
No. But your point about Snater is an excellent one. I mean, so just 5 to win from 17 balls.
Yeah, he's got 2 overs left.
It's going to take it down to just 4. Just check he's out there, of course.
Yes, I did see a substitute fielder on earlier.
Might be.
Maybe he is. Yeah, he's picked up a knock.
Might be quite a significant factor with his experience if it's missing at a critical time. He probably would have bowled before now, of course, but it would have been very handy to have those 2 overs. These 2 against, probably fair to say, slightly dejected Essex bowlers now. Great, empathy for them in this situation, but they know they've done the job. It's just a question of taking Hampshire over the line here, and Hampshire will look back at how they restricted Essex to 317 in 49 overs.
Yeah, the last 9 overs of the innings were superb.
Well, that's gone a long way up. It might have gone a fair distance as well. It's gone for 6, and it is James Fuller who goes from 52 to 58. I think it's his 5th 6.
And that's his highest ever list day score to finish
that's
as well.
Quite a great achievement for him. And Hampshire have won by 3 wickets, and they've got there with 14 balls to spare. And it's been a game of twists and turns, and it has ended with a quite superb partnership between Neil and Fuller, which is worth 92, and they came together at the end of a 39th over. A remarkable game, really, quite an extraordinary innings where Hampshire had the game completely under control at 193 for 3. Just 7 overs later, the same seemed to be true of Essex when Ben Brown was out at 229 for 7. But then these 2 came together, and I thought it was pretty obvious that Fuller was taking the lead initially, and Neil was there to give him support, and the plan worked superbly. Neil dovetailing very well with the experienced batter at the other end. Neil showing towards the end some real enterprise himself to back up that knock at New Road. 33 to Neil, 58 to Fuller, and in the end, obviously Shane Snater not bowling those last 2 overs significant, but 2 wickets for Bennett, but expensive in the end. 2 for Mackenzie Jones, 1 each for Critchley and Harmer. But yes, it very much needed Snater to be able to bowl those couple of overs towards the end, and Essex will be pretty disappointed. And it ends 3-all in the Hampshire-Essex battle for 2026. I suspect that's the last game between the 2, but it's a terrific victory for Hampshire after an uncertain start to this group phase, and for Essex it leaves them in a real corner in the group. It means Sunday's game is absolutely must win.
Yeah.
They're on 4 points with just that victory to show over Derbyshire. Hampshire go up to 8 points with Durham coming down to Southampton on Sunday, and Hampshire certainly, if they can put together any sort of a winning run, are going to be in with a decent chance, whereas Essex are probably going to need to win all the remaining games and hope that other results go in their favour.
Absolutely, no, you're absolutely right. Nick, there is the match summary, and well, Essex will probably wonder about their game management. They had 2 winnable games really against Sussex, and here particularly against Hampshire, when they had them in all sorts of bother, 7 wickets down, needing the thick end of 100 in not much time, but they got there in the end pretty comfortably with 2 overs and 2 balls to spare. Terrific late hitting from James Fuller, that 58 off just 31 balls. And poor old Noah Thane has now hit 2 centuries and lost on both occasions in back-to-back matches. And you have to feel for him. Rollifson back to form with his 52. Some good bowling from Simon Sharma. Good to have him back in the team again. Simon Harmer.
I think in the end that 317 all out. Again, Essex, we're looking at runs left out there. 335, 340 was probably what they were shaping for. It's so similar to Arundel in terms of how the Essex innings went. It had a slightly different shape to it. In some ways, actually, they were going better than they were at Arundel.
But then
But they ended up with the same sort of score, and it's been overtaken.
And Derbyshire was similar as well, but they managed to turn that one round, as it looked as if they had done here.
Shame that Shane Snater was not able to bowl those last couple of overs. I mean, 2 overs, Mark, that have made a huge difference. But obviously, it looked as though, from Tom Wesley's point of view, that his rotation of the bowlers had worked very, very well indeed. I suppose the last over from Luke Benkenstein was a fairly significant moment, but
I think
maybe
the 18 of
yes,
that, yeah.
maybe in the context of what was happening, with the bowling attack, that was probably quite significant. But well done to Hampshire.
Yes, indeed.
And Essex will have to win on Sunday. There'll be considerable disappointment at the result, but ultimately I suspect that rather as 316 wasn't quite enough on Wednesday, 2 days later, an extra run hasn't proved to be enough on Friday.
Well, join us again on the Essex stream. Mark Church is sitting in for me on Sunday, so he'll be joining you, Nick Bledhill, as we look to see whether Essex can bounce back from tough defeat, that one. But well played, Hampshire, 321 for 7, great chase, and just the one win then so far for this season for Essex. Can they make it 2 on Sunday?